Section 0 of Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. An outline narrative of the great events. The Reformation, reign of Charles V. Our modern world begins with the Protestant Reformation. The term itself is objected to by Catholics, who claim that there was little real reform. But the importance of the event, whether we call it reform or revolution, is undenied. Previous to 1517, the nations of Europe had formed a single spiritual family under the acknowledged leadership of the Pope. The extent of the Holy Father's authority might be disputed, especially when he interfered in affairs of state. Kings had fought against his troops on the field of battle, but in spiritual matters he was still supreme. And when reformers like Huss and Savonarola refused him obedience on questions of doctrine, the very men who had been fighting papal soldiers were shocked by this heretical wickedness. The heretics were burned, and the wars resumed. When Alexander Borgia sat upon the papal throne for 11 years, there were even philosophers who drew from his very wickedness an argument for the divine nature of his office. It must be indeed divine, said they, since despite such pollution as his, it had survived and retained its influence. Some modern critics have even gone so far as to assert that for at least 2 generations before the Reformation, the great majority of the educated classes had ceased to care whether the Christian religion were true or not. The Renaissance had so awakened their interest in the affairs of this world, its artistic beauties and intellectual advance, that they gave no thought to the beyond. But we approach controversial matters scarce within our scope. Suffice it to say that the Reformation brought religion once more into intensest prominence in all men's eyes, and that a large portion of the civilized world broke away from the domination of the Pope. Men insisted on judging for themselves in spiritual matters. Only after 3 centuries of strife was the privilege granted them. Only within the past century has thought been made everywhere free, at least from direct physical coercion. The last execution by the Spanish Inquisition was in 1826, and the institution was formally abolished in 1835. The era of open warfare and actual bodily torture between various sects, all calling themselves Christian, thus extended over 3 centuries. These may be divided into 4 periods. The first is one of fierce dispute, but little actual warfare, during which the revolt spread over Europe with Germany as its center. An agreement between the contestants was still hoped for. The break was not recognized as final until 1555, when, by the Peace of Augsburg, the 2 German factions definitely agreed to separate, and to refrain from interference with each other. Or perhaps it would be better to end the first period with 1556, when the mighty Emperor Charles V resigned all his authority, giving Germany to his brother Ferdinand, who maintained peace there, while Spain passed to Charles' son Philip II, most resolute and fanatic of Catholics. The second period began in 1558, when the Protestant Queen Elizabeth ascended the throne of England. She and Philip of Spain became the champions of their respective faiths. The strife extended over Europe and soon developed into bitter war. This spread from land to land, and finally returned to Germany as the awful 30 Years' War. Then came the third period, during which the religious question was less prominent. But Catholic sovereigns like Louis XIV of France and James II of England still hoped by persecutions to force their subjects to re-accept the ancient faith. These aims were only abandoned with the downfall of Louis's military power before the armies of Marlborough and Eugene, early in the 18th century. During the final 100 years, the stubborn contest was confined to the lands still Catholic, in which intellect, under such leaders as Voltaire, struggled with the superstition and prejudice of the masses, and demanded everywhere the freedom it at last attained. For the present we need look only to the first of these periods, that in which Germany holds the center of the view. It is an odd coincidence that, at the outbreak of the Reformation, all the chief states of Europe were ruled by sovereigns of unusual ability, but each one of them a man who obviously thought more of his ambitions, his pleasures, and his political plans than of his religion. Moreover, each of these rulers came to the throne before he was of age, and thus lacked the salutary training of a subordinate position; while, on the other hand, each of them, through varying causes, wielded a power much greater than that of any of his recent predecessors. Rulers of Europe in 1517. Henry VIII of England was the first of these young despots to assume authority. 9 years older than the century, he became king in 1509 at the age of 18. His father, Henry VII, had, as we have seen, snatched power from an exhausted aristocracy. He had been what men sneeringly called a tradesman king, caring little for the show and splendor of his office, but using it to amass enormous sums of money by means not over scrupulous. Young Henry VIII, handsome, dashing, and debonair, at once repudiated his father's policy, executed the ministers who had directed it, and was hailed as a liberator by his delighted people. They quite overlooked the fact that he neglected to restore the ill-gotten funds, and soon used them in establishing a far more vigorous tyranny than his father would have dared. Much is forgiven a youthful king if he be but brave and jovial and hearty in his manner. His blunders, his excesses of fury, are put down to his inexperience. Nations are ever yearning for a hero ruler. In France, a monarch of 20 years, Francis I, ascended the throne in 1515, 5 years older then than the century. Henry of England had descended from a family of simple Welsh gentlemen, far indeed at one time from the crown. Francis I was also of a new line of kings, only a distant cousin of the childless Louis XII, whom he succeeded. "That great boy of Angoulême will ruin all," groaned Louis on his deathbed. Ruin the prosperity of France, he meant, for Louis had been a good and thoughtful king, cherishing his land and enabling it to rise to the height of wealth and power, justified by its natural resources and the ingenuity of its people. Francis the "great boy," even more than his rival Henry, proved bent on being a hero. Like Maximilian of Germany, he sought to be known as the flower of knighthood. To win his ambition, he also was possessed of youth and wealth, a gallant bearing, and a devoted people. He had intellect too, and a love of art. He became the great patron of the later Renaissance. The famous artist Da Vinci died at his court. In his arms, legend says. Artists, literary men flocked to his service. Paris became the intellectual center of Europe. France snatched from Italy the supremacy of thought, of genius. Alas for the fickleness of untried youth! Henry seemed to promise his country freedom, and he gave it tyranny. Francis promised his people glory, that is, honor and splendor. In the end he brought them shame and suffering. Charles V of Germany, youngest of this mighty trio, seemed by his wisdom to promise his subjects at least protection, and his reign produced anarchy. Charles, unlike his rivals, was almost born into power. His father died in the lad's babyhood. His mother went insane. His two grandfathers were the two mightiest potentates of Europe, Ferdinand the Wise of Spain, and Maximilian, head of the great Habsburg house and Emperor of Germany. Neither had any nearer heir than little Charles. His father's position as ruler of the Netherlands was given him as a child, so that he was really a Fleming by education, a silent, thoughtful, secretive youth, far different from the jovial Henry or the brilliant Francis, but ambitious as either, and more conscientious perhaps, a dangerous rival in the race for fame. Ferdinand died in 1515, and Charles became King of Spain, with all that the title included of power over the Mediterranean and southern Italy, and all the vast New World of America. Charles was then 15, just the age of the century, 9 years younger than Henry, 5 years younger than Francis. Amid the tumult of the opening Reformation in 1519, the aged Maximilian also died, departed not unwillingly, one fancies, from an age whose intricacies had grown too many for his simple soul. The young King of Spain thus became lord of all the vast Habsburg possessions of Austria, Bohemia, the Netherlands, and so on. He sought to be elected Emperor of Germany also, but here the matter was less easy. Already his rule extended over more of Europe than any sovereign had held since Charlemagne, and Europe took alarm. Henry and Francis both thrust in, each of them suggesting to the German electoral princes that he had claims of his own, and would make an emperor far more suitable than Charles. Henry polished up his German ancestry. Francis recalled that Germans and Frenchmen were both Franks, had been one mighty race under Charlemagne, and surely might become so once again, under his leadership of course. The matter was really decided by a fourth party. The Turks had once more become a serious menace to Europe. During the brief reign of Sultan Selim the Ferocious, 1512 to 1520, they crushed Persia and conquered Syria and Egypt. They seized the Caliph, spiritual ruler of the Mahometan faith, and declared themselves heads of the Mahometan world. Triumphant over Asia, they were turning upon Europe with renewed energy. Hungary was at its last expiring gasp. Selim's death in 1520 did not stop the invaders, for his son Suleiman, a youth of 25, soon proved himself a fourth giant, fitted to be ranked with the three young rulers of the West. He also was a seeker after glory. History calls him the Magnificent, and holds him greatest among the Turkish rulers. It was certainly under him that the Turks advanced farthest into Europe, if that is to be established as the chief measure of Mahometan greatness. In 1526 Solyman utterly crushed the Hungarians at Mohacs. In 1529 he besieged Vienna, and though he failed to capture the Habsburg capital, yet at a still later period he exacted from the German Emperor Ferdinand a money tribute. His fleets swept the Mediterranean. This increasing menace of the Turks was much considered by the German electors. At first they refused to add to the power of either of the three monarchs, who so assiduously courted them. They chose instead the ablest of their own number, Frederick the Wise, Duke of Saxony. But Frederick proved his wisdom by refusing the task of steering Germany through the troublous seas ahead. He insisted on their electing some ruler strong enough to command obedience, and to gather all Europe against the Turks. So, as Charles was, after all, a German, and of the Habsburg race, which had so long ruled them, they named him emperor. He was Charles the First of Spain, but Charles the Fifth of Germany. His rule extended over a wider realm than any monarch has since held. This success of their younger rival was very differently received by Henry and by Francis. The English king accepted the rebuff good-naturedly. Perhaps he had never felt any real hope of success. But Francis was enraged. It was the first check he had met in a career of spectacular success. He invited Henry to their celebrated meeting at the Field of the Cloth of Gold, to plan an alliance and revenge. Henry came, but the silent Charles had already managed to enlist his interests by quieter ways, while Francis, by his ostentation and splendor, offended the bluff Englishman. So Henry kept out of the quarrel. But to Charles and Francis it became the main business of their lives. Their reigns thereafter are the story of one long strife between them, rising to such bitterness that at one time they passed the lie and challenged each other to personal combat, over which there was much bustling and bluster, but no result. To get a full view of this Europe of young men that beheld the Reformation, we must note one other ruler farther north. Ever since the union of Colmar in 1397, Sweden had been more or less bound to Denmark, the strongest of the northern kingdoms. By the year 1520, the Danish monarch Christian had reduced the Swedes to a state of most cruel vassalage and misery. Only one young noble, Gustavus Vasa, a lad of 23, still held out, and by adventures wild as those of Robin Hood evaded his enemies, and at last roused his countrymen to one more revolt. It was successful, and in 1523 Gustavus, by the unanimous election of the Swedes, became the first of a new line of monarchs. He proved as able as a king as he had been daring as an adventurer, and his long reign laid the foundation of Sweden's greatness in the following century. He early accepted the Reformed religion, and thus it spread through the far north almost without a check. The Reformation. The Reformation began in Germany in 1517, when the Saxon monk Luther, himself then only 34 years a sojourner upon our planet, protested against the Church's sale of indulgences. He was not alone in his protest, but only stood forth as the mouthpiece of many earnest men. His prince, that Frederick the Wise, who afterward refused to be emperor, upheld him. Maximilian, dying in the early days of the dispute, had kind words of regard for the hero monk. Even the Pope Leo X treated the matter amicably at first. He also was still in early life, having been made Pope at 36, an age quite as juvenile for the leadership of the spiritual world as that of the various temporal monarchs for theirs. Leo, being a member of the famous Medici family, was apparently more interested in art than in religion. He wanted to rebuild the gorgeous Cathedral of St. Peter, and he did not want to quarrel with Germany. So also Charles V, desiring to be emperor, could scarce antagonize Frederick of Saxony, who could and did secure him his ambition. Thus, in its earliest days, Luther's revolt was handled very gently, and it spread with speed. Then Charles, secure upon his throne and gravely Catholic, resolved on firmer means of stamping out the heresy. He summoned Luther to that famous interview at Worms, 1521, where the reformer, threatened with outlawry and all the terror of the empire's power, refused to unsay his preaching, crying out in agony, "Here I stand, I can no other. God help me. Amen." Charles, in his shrewd, silent way, saw that the matter was not to be settled so easily as he had hoped. Already half Germany was on Luther's side. Several leading nobles accompanied him as he left the emperor's presence. Charles wanted their help against the Turks, so there was more temporizing. Then came war with Francis. No tune this for quarreling with obstinate Teutonic princes and their obstinate protégé. The peasants of Germany did Luther's cause more harm than Charles had done. These ignorant and bitterly oppressed unfortunates, constituting everywhere, remember, the vast majority of the human race, heard impassioned preachings of reform, revolt. To them, Rome seemed not the oppressor, but their immediate lords, and thinking they were obeying Luther's behest, they rose in arms. Some of the more violent reformers joined them. Luther preached against the uprising, but it was not to be checked. Terrible were the excesses of the mobs of brutal peasantry, and all the upper classes of the land were forced in self-defense to turn against them and crush them. Many a noble who had once thought well of the reform abandoned it in fear and horror at its consequences. Meanwhile, the war with France became more serious. The claims of both Charles and Francis to Italian lands made that unlucky country the theatre of their battles. Francis, with his compact domain and readily gathered resources, proved at first more than a match for the scattered forces and insecure authority of the emperor. Never had the French monarch's fame stood higher than when in 1525, with an army made confident by repeated victories, he besieged Pavia. The city was the last important stronghold of Charles in Italy. It was reduced almost to surrender. Then came a fatal blunder. Francis confused the old ways with the new. The German generals had been hopeless of raising the siege. The imperial armies were on the point of disbanding. But as a last resort, their leaders advanced and defied the enemy to fight on equal terms. Instead of laughing at the proposal, as any modern leader would, Francis, in face of the protest of all his generals, accepted, and in true chivalrous fashion, fought the wholly unnecessary battle of Pavia. His forces were completely defeated, he himself made prisoner. "All is lost," he wrote home to France, "but honor." Even that too was lost, had he but known. Charles, unchivalrous, determined to make the most of his good luck, and for the release of his royal prisoner, demanded such terms as would make France little more than a subject state. King Francis refused, threatened heroic suicide to save his country, but he wearied of captivity at last, and descended to his rival's level. It was the tragic turning point of the French monarch's life, the not wholly untragic turning point of larger destinies, ancient chivalry being admitted unsuccessful and wholly out of date. The two monarchs dickered over the terms of release. Charles abated somewhat of his demands, and Francis was made free, having sworn to a treaty which he never meant to keep. He repudiated it on various pleas, and having thus sacrificed honor to regain something of all it had lost him, recommenced the strife with Charles on more equal terms. The Pope, not the Leo of earlier years, but Clement VII, another Medici, absolved Francis from his treaty oath. This benevolence can scarce be ascribed to religious grounds, for Charles was assuredly a better Catholic than Francis. But as a temporal ruler, Clement feared to have in Italy a neighbor so powerful and unchecked as the emperor was becoming. Charles had his revenge. A German army of Lutheran heretics marched into Italy, swearing to hang the Pope to the dome of St. Peter's. They stormed Rome, sacked it with such cruelty as rivaled the barbarian plunderings of over 1,000 years before, and if they did not hang Clement, it was only because his castle of Sant'Angelo proved too strong for their assaults. The marvelous art treasures which had been slowly garnered in Rome since the days of Nicholas V were almost wholly destroyed. Charles hastened to disclaim responsibility for this direct assault upon the head of his church, but he did not relinquish any of the advantages it gave. He and the Pope arranged an alliance, and the Imperial army turned from Rome against Florence, where Pope Clement's family, the Medici, had recently been expelled as rulers. The siege and capture of Florence, 1529, mark almost the last fluttering of real independence in Italy. From that time the country remained in the grasp of the Habsburgs, or their heirs and allies. Petty tyrants, minions of Austria or Spain, ruled over the various cities. Their intellectual supremacy passed over to France. Only within the last half-century has a brighter day redawned for Italy. Has she ceased to be what she was so long called, the battleground of other nations. Meanwhile, since neither Pope nor Emperor had found time to offer any vigorous opposition to the German Reformation, it had grown unchecked. In its inception it had unquestionably been a pure and noble movement. But as the protesting princes moved further in the matter, it dawned on them that the suppression of the Roman Church meant the suppression of all the bishoprics and abbeys, to which at least half the lands of the empire belonged. Such an opportunity for plunder, and such easy plunder, had never been before. Luther and the other preachers urged that the church property should be used to erect schools and support Protestant divines, but only a small fraction of it was ever surrendered by the princes for these purposes. The Reformation had ceased to be a purely religious movement. In no country was this new aspect of the revolt so marked as in England. There Henry VIII had grown ever more secure in his power by holding aloof from the jangling that weakened Charles and Francis. He had sunk into a tyrant and a voluptuary. Yet England herself, profiting by almost half a century of peace, was progressing rapidly in culture. She was no longer behind her neighbors. The Renaissance movement can scarce be said to have begun in England before 1500. Yet by 1516 her famous chancellor, Sir Thomas More, was writing histories and philosophies. In 1522 the king himself sighed for literary fame, and gave opportunity for many future satirists by writing a Latin book against the Lutherans. The Pope conferred upon his royal champion a title, Defender of the Faith. As Henry, however, devoted himself more and more to pleasure, the real power in England passed into the hands of his great minister, Cardinal Wolsey, who had risen from humble station to be for a time the most influential man in Europe. He even aspired to be pope, with what seemed assured chances of success. But destiny willed otherwise. Henry chanced to fall in love with a lady who insisted on his marrying her. To do this he had to secure from the Pope a divorce from his former queen, who chanced to be an aunt of the Emperor Charles. What was poor Pope Clement to do? Offend Charles, who was just helping him crush the Florentines, or refuse his Defender of the Faith? Real reason for the divorce there was none. Clement temporized, and Wolsey, with one eye on his own future, helped him. The result was tempestuous. Wolsey was hurried to his tragic downfall. Henry took matters in his own hands, and had his own English bishops divorce him. England joined the ranks of the nations denying the authority of Rome. Sir Thomas More and other nobles who refused to follow Henry's bidding were beheaded. Thomas Cromwell, a new minister, abler perhaps than even Wolsey, and risen from a yet lower sphere of life, directed England's council. By one act after another the break with Rome was made complete. 1,000 monasteries were suppressed, and their wealth added to the crown. Cromwell earned his name the Hammer of the Monks. In 1534 was passed the final Act of Supremacy, declaring that the King of England, and he alone, was head of the English Church. In France, too, was heresy beginning to appear. The young scholar Jean Calvin wrote so vigorously against Rome that he was driven to flee from Paris, though King Francis was himself suspected of favoring the free thought of the reformers. Calvin, after many vicissitudes, settled in Geneva, and built up there a religious republic, that became intolerant on its own account, and burned heretics who departed from its heresy. But at least Geneva was in earnest. Calvinism spread fast over France. It began crowding Lutheranism from parts of Germany. Geneva became the Protestant Rome, the center of the opposition from which ministers went forth to preach the faith. Science also began to raise its head against the ancient church. The Polish astronomer Copernicus had long since conceived his idea that the earth was not the center of the universe. He even pointed out the proofs of his theory to a few brother scientists. But the Church taught otherwise, so Copernicus kept silent, till on his deathbed he let his doctrines be published in a book. Then he passed away, bequeathing to posterity the wonderful foundation upon which modern science has so built as to make impossible many of the over-literal teachings of the medieval Church. The Counter-Reformation. Nothing but a miracle, it seemed, could save the falling cause of Rome, and there have been men to assert that a miracle occurred. The order of the Jesuits was founded in 1540 by Ignatius Loyola. His followers, with intense fanaticism and self-abnegation, devoted themselves absolutely to upholding the ancient faith, to trampling out heresy wherever it appeared. They sent out missionaries, too, to the New World, to Asia, Africa, and even distant Japan. As Catholicism lost ground in Europe, it extended over other continents. Partly, at least under Jesuit influence, began the great Counter-Reformation, as it is called, the reform within the Church itself. Even the most faithful Catholics had admitted the need of this. Charles V had long urged the calling of a general council, and one finally assembled in 1545 at Trent. It even tried to win the Lutherans back peaceably into the fold, and though this hope was soon abandoned, a very marked reform was established within the Church. This Council of Trent held sessions extending over nearly 20 years, and when its labors were completed, the entire body of laws and doctrines of the Roman Catholic Church were fully established and defined. The refusal of the Protestants to join the Council of Trent brought matters to a crisis. It placed them definitely outside the pale of the Church, and Charles V could no longer find excuse in his not over troublous conscience to avoid taking measures against them. They themselves realized this, and formed a league for mutual support, the Smalcald League, but it was never very harmonious. Thought made suddenly free could not be expected to run all in the same channel. The Protestants had divided into Lutherans, Calvinists, Anglicans, and a dozen minor sects, some of which opposed one another more bitterly than they did the Catholics. Toleration was as yet a thing unknown. The state of affairs was thus one peculiarly fitted for the genius of Charles, who managed so to divide the members of the League that only one of them, the Elector of Saxony, successor to Frederick the Wise, met the emperor's forces in battle. He was easily overthrown. The League dissolved, and Charles, supported by his Spanish forces, was undisputed master of Germany. He used his power mildly, insisting indeed on the Protestants returning to the Church, but promising them many of the reforms they demanded. This was the moment of Charles' greatest power, 1547. His ancient rivals, Henry and Francis, both died in this year, the one sunk in sensual sloth, the other in shame and gloom and savage cruelty. In his hatred of Charles, Francis had, even in his latter years, aligned himself with Solomon the Magnificent, and encouraged the Turks in their assault on Germany. Henry's crown fell to a child, Edward VI., that of Francis to his son, another Henry, the second of France, a young man apparently immersed in sports and pleasures. The Turks had been defeated by Charles's fleets in the Mediterranean. The Council of Trent, at first refractory, seemed yielding to his wishes. Spain, where at one time he had faced a violent revolt against his absolutism, was now wholly submissive. Germany seemed equally overcome. The emperor was at the summit of his ambitions. Europe lay at his feet. In 1552, with the suddenness of an earthquake, the Protestant princes of Germany burst into a carefully planned revolt. Maurice, another member of the Saxon house, was their leader. Charles, caught unprepared, had to flee from Germany, crossing the Alps in a litter, while he groaned with gout. Henry of France, in alliance with the rebels, proclaimed himself defender of the liberties of Germany, and, invading the land, began seizing what cities and strong places he could. The princes, amazed at their own complete success, sent Henry word that their liberties were now fully secured, and he might desist. But he concluded to keep what he had won. So began the series of aggressions by which France gradually advanced her frontier to the Rhine. Charles returned with an army the next year, and made peace with his Germans, that he might turn all his fury against Henry, who had thus assumed his father's unforgotten quarrel. A mighty German army lay siege to Henry's most valuable bit of spoils, the strong city of Metz. But the young French nobles under Francis, Duke of Guise, a new great general who had risen to the help of France, threw themselves gallantly into the fortress for its defense. Cold, hunger, and pestilence wasted the imperial troops until, one can scarce say they raised the siege, they disappeared. Those who did not die had slunk away in fear before the grisly death. Charles accepted his fate with bitter calm, commenting that he saw fortune was indeed a woman. She deserted an aged emperor for a young king. The emperor's life had failed. He had not the heart to begin his plots again. In 1555 he consented to the Peace of Augsburg, which granted complete liberty of faith to the German princes, and so ended the first period of the Reformation. Religion in this celebrated treaty was still regarded as a matter in which only monarchs were to be considered. By a peculiar obliquity of vision, the princes denied to their subjects the very thing they demanded for themselves. Each ruler was allowed to establish what creed he chose within his own domains, and then to compel his subjects to accept it. The following year, 1556, Charles with solemn ceremony resigned all his kingdoms, Austria and the empire to his brother, Spain to his son, the celebrated Philip II. Charles himself retired to a Spanish monastery, where 2 years later he died. He had found life a vanity indeed. The other continents. Of the world of Asia during this time, it scarce seems necessary to speak. The Tartars or Mongols, driven back from the borders of the Turkish Empire, invaded India, and there founded the Mongol or Mogul Empire, which Akbar pushed to its greatest extent. These Moguls remained emperors of India until its conquest by the English, over 2 centuries later. Even to our own days their title has come down as a symbol of power, the Great Mogul. Portuguese adventurers continued and expanded the trade with Asia, which Vasco da Gama had opened. The Spaniards also sought a share in it, and Jesuit missionaries preached the Christian faith. Magellan, a Portuguese, but sailing in the service of Spain, was the first to fulfill the vision of Columbus and find the Indies by sailing westward. He crossed the entire Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, discovered the Philippine Islands, and was slain there by the natives. One of his ships completed the first circumnavigation of the globe. Look also to Spain's achievements in America, a new continent, but one already vastly important because of the broad empires Spaniards were winning there, the enormous wealth that was beginning to pour into the mother country. Settlement had begun immediately on the discovery. Rich mines were opened, and the Indians forced to work in them as slaves. As the unhappy aborigines perished by thousands under the unaccustomed toil, Negroes were brought from Africa to supply their places, were driven like wild beasts to the labor. The New World became more like a hell than like the paradise for which Isabella and Columbus planned. Cortes conquered Mexico, rich with gold beyond all that Europe had even dreamed. Pizarro found in Peru a civilization whose remarkable advance we are only lately beginning to realize, and he annihilated it for gold. Lima was founded, and Buenos Aires, to be twice destroyed by Indians, and yet become the metropolis of South America. Even here extended the rivalry of the great European monarchs, Charles and Francis. Cartier, in the service of the latter, refused to acknowledge the claims of Spain to America, and, exploring the St. Lawrence, planned for France a colonial empire to match that of her enemy. De Leon discovered Florida, and died while seeking there to emulate the successes of Cortes. De Soto discovered the Mississippi, and he also perished, lured on in the same knight-errant search for another golden empire to conquer. Who, having read the lives of such adventurers as these, shall ridicule the wildest extravagance in all the romances of chivalry? Wonderland grew real around these men. They achieved impossibilities. The maddest imaginings of the poets, the most fantastic tales of knightly wanderings and successes, seem slight beside the exploits of these daring, dauntless, heartless cavaliers of Spain. End of section 0. Section 1 of Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Luther begins the Reformation in Germany, A.D. 1517, by Julius Koestlin and Jean M.V. Audin. Part 1. It has seldom happened that the story of one man was essentially the history of a great movement, and of an epoch in human progress. In the case of Luther, a large part of the world regards his name as a historic epitome. The monk whose words were half battles, and whom Carlyle chose for his hero priest, was chief among the reformers, and in the general view stands for the Reformation itself. But recognition of Luther's dominating position and representative character should not leave us blind to other factors in the religious revolution, which was also an evolution, the achievement not of one man, but of advancing generations with many leaders. Luther had great helpers in his own time, and great successors. He also had great predecessors. The Reformation was the religious development of the Renaissance. It had been heralded by Wycliffe, Huss, and Savonarola, and there were many minor prophets of a reformed church before the great German was born. Luther's Reformation was a revolt against the power and abuses of the Roman Catholic Church. It was directed against certain doctrines as well as certain practices, and especially against evils in the spiritual and temporal government of the Church. All the reformers aimed at freeing themselves from oppressive rule at Rome, and endeavored to establish a purer faith. The appeal to private judgment, as against unquestioning belief, was a natural result of the revival of learning, as well as of spiritual quickening. Before Luther's time, however, such revolts against church authority had been quickly suppressed. It is also true that many abuses had been done away by Reformation within the Church itself, and that indeed was what Luther at first intended. His movement became, quote, too powerful to be put down, and its leaders soon passed beyond the point at which they were willing to reform the Church from within. Finding that the Church would not respond as quickly and as fully to their demands as they wished, they left the Church and attacked it from without. End of quote. In Germany, the administration of the Church had long caused discontent. Through Martin Luther, this feeling found powerful utterance, and in him the demand for reforms became irresistibly urgent. Luther, the son of a poor miner, was born at Esselben, Saxony, November 10th, 1483. He became an Augustinian monk. In 1507 was consecrated a priest, and the next year was made professor of philosophy in the University of Wittenberg. In 1511 he visited Rome, and on his return to Wittenberg was made doctor of theology. He had already become known through the power and independence of his preaching. Although he went to Rome, an insane papist, as he said, and while he was still intensely devoted to the Church and its leaders, he made known his belief in what became the fundamental doctrines of Protestantism, exclusive authority of the Bible, implying the right of private judgment, and justification by faith. The immediate occasion of Luther's first great protest was the sale of indulgences by the Dominican monk John Tetzel. From early times, the Church authorities had granted indulgences or remissions of penances imposed on persons guilty of mortal sins, the condition being true penitence. At length the Church began to accept money, not in lieu of penitence, but of the customary penances which usually accompanied it. Before 1517, Luther had given warnings against the abuse of indulgences, without blaming the administration of the Church. But when in that year Tetzel approached the borders of Saxony, selling indulgences in the name of the Pope, Leo X, who wanted money for the building of St. Peter's Church in Rome, Luther, with many of the better minds of Germany, was greatly offended by the vendor's methods. Against the course of Tetzel, Luther took a firm stand, and when the reformer posted his theses, summarized by Koestlin, on the church door at Wittenberg, the first great movement of the Reformation in the 16th century was inaugurated. In accordance with the impartial plan of the present work regarding the treatment of controverted matters, it is here sought to satisfy the historic sense, which includes the sense of justice, by giving a presentation of each view of the story, the Protestant by Koestlin, the Catholic by Jean M.V. Audin, whose Life of Luther has been called the tribunal before which the great reformer must be summoned for his answer. Julius Koestlin. Luther longed now to make known to theologians and ecclesiastics generally his thoughts about indulgences, his own principles, his own opinions and doubts, to excite public discussion on the subject, and to awake and maintain the fray. This he did by the 95 Latin theses or propositions which he posted on the doors of the castle church at Wittenberg on October 31st, 1517, the eve of All Saints' Day, and of the anniversary of the consecration of the church. These theses were intended as a challenge for disputation. Such public disputations were then very common at the universities and among theologians, and they were meant to serve as means not only of exercising learned thought, but of elucidating the truth. Luther headed his theses as follows: Disputation to explain the virtue of indulgences. In charity, and in the endeavor to bring the truth to light, a disputation on the following propositions will be held at Wittenberg, presided over by the Reverend Father Martin Luther. Those who are unable to attend personally may discuss the question with us by letter. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. It was in accordance with the general custom of that time that, on the occasion of a high festival, particular acts and announcements, and likewise disputations at a university, were arranged, and the doors of a collegiate church were used for posting such notices. The contents of these theses show that the author really had such a disputation in view. He was resolved to defend with all his might certain fundamental truths to which he firmly adhered. Some points he considered still within the region of dispute. It was his wish and object to make these clear to himself by arguing about them with others. Recognizing the connection between the system of indulgences and the view of penance entertained by the Church, he starts with considering the nature of true Christian repentance, but he would have this understood in the sense and spirit taught by Christ and the Scriptures. He begins with the thesis, quote, "Our Lord and Master Jesus Christ, when he says repent, desires that the whole life of the believer should be one of repentance." End quote. He means, as the subsequent theses express it, that true inward repentance, that sorrow for sin and hatred of one's own sinful self, from which must proceed good works and mortification of the sinful flesh. The Pope could only remit his sin to the penitent so far as to declare that God had forgiven it. Thus, then, the theses expressly declare that God forgives no man his sin without making him submit himself in humility to the priest who represents him, and that he recognizes the punishments enjoined by the Church in her outward sacrament of penance. But Luther's leading principles are consistently opposed to the customary announcements of indulgences by the Church. The Pope, he holds, can only grant indulgences for what the Pope and the law of the Church have imposed. Nay, the Pope himself means absolution from these obligations only, when he promises absolution from all punishment. And it is only the living against whom those punishments are directed which the Church's discipline of penance enjoins. Nothing, according to her own laws, can be imposed upon those in another world. Further on, Luther declares, when true repentance is awakened in a man, full absolution from punishment and sin comes to him without any letters of indulgence. At the same time, he says that such a man would willingly undergo self-imposed chastisement, nay, he would even seek and love it. Still, it is not the indulgences themselves, if understood in the right sense, that he wishes to be attacked, but the loose babble of those who sold them. Blessed, he says, be he who protests against this, but cursed be he who speaks against the truth of apostolic indulgences. He finds it difficult, however, to praise these to the people, and at the same time to teach them the true repentance of the heart. He would have them even taught that a Christian would do better by giving money to the poor than by spending it in buying indulgences, and that he who allows a poor man near him to starve draws down on himself not indulgences, but the wrath of God. In sharp and scornful language he denounces the iniquitous trader in indulgences, and gives the Pope credit for the same abhorrence for the traffic that he felt himself. Christians must be told, he says, that if the Pope only knew of it, he would rather see St. Peter's Church in ashes than have it built with the flesh and bones of his sheep. Agreeably with what the preceding theses had said about the true penitent's earnestness and willingness to suffer, and the temptation offered to a mere carnal sense of security, Luther concludes as follows, quote, "Away therefore with all those prophets who say to Christ's people, Peace, peace, when there is no peace, but welcome to all those who bid them seek the cross of Christ, not the cross which bears the papal arms. Christians must be admonished to follow Christ their Master through torture, death, and hell, and thus through much tribulation, rather than, by a carnal feeling of false security, hope to enter the kingdom of heaven." End of quote. The Catholics objected to this doctrine of salvation advanced by Luther, that, by trusting to God's free mercy, and by undervaluing good works, it led to moral indolence. But, on the contrary, it was to the very unbending moral earnestness of a Christian conscience, which, indignant at the temptations offered to moral frivolity, to a deceitful feeling of ease in respect to sin and guilt, and to a contempt of the fruits of true morality, rebelled against the false value attached to this indulgence money, that these theses, the germ, so to speak, of the Reformation, owed their origin and prosecution. With the same earnestness he now, for the first time, publicly attacked the ecclesiastical power of the papacy, in so far, namely, as, in his conviction, it invaded the territory reserved to himself by the heavenly Lord and Judge. This was what the Pope and his theologians and ecclesiastics could least of all endure. On the same day that these theses were published, Luther sent a copy of them with a letter to the Archbishop Albert, his revered and gracious Lord and Shepherd in Christ. After a humble introduction, he begged him most earnestly to prevent the scandalizing and iniquitous harangues with which his agents hawked about their indulgences, and reminded him that he would have to give an account of the souls entrusted to his episcopal care. The next day he addressed himself to the people from the pulpit in a sermon he had to preach on the festival of All Saints. After exhorting them to seek their salvation in God and Christ alone, and to let the consecration by the Church become a real consecration of the heart, he went on to tell them plainly, with regard to indulgences, that he could only absolve from duties imposed by the Church, and that they dare not rely on him for more, nor delay on his account the duties of true repentance. Theologians before Luther, and with far more acuteness and penetration than he showed in his theses, had already assailed the whole system of indulgences, and in regard to any idea on Luther's part of the effects of his theses extending widely in Germany, it may be noticed that not only were they composed in Latin, but that they dealt largely with scholastic expressions and ideas, which a layman would find it difficult to understand. Nevertheless, the theses created a sensation which far surpassed Luther's expectations. In 14 days, as he tells us, they ran through the whole of Germany, and were immediately translated and circulated in German. They found, indeed, the soil already prepared for them, through the indignation long since and generally aroused by the shameless doings they attacked. Though till then nobody, as Luther expresses it, had liked to bell the cat, nobody had dared to expose himself to the blasphemous clamor of the indulgence mongers and the monks who were in league with them, still less to the threatened charge of heresy. On the other hand, the very impunity with which this traffic in indulgences had been maintained throughout German Christendom had served to increase from day to day the audacity of its promoters. The task that Luther had now undertaken lay heavy upon his soul. He was sincerely anxious, while fighting for the truth, to remain at peace with his Church, and to serve her by the struggle. Pope Leo, on the contrary, as was consistent with his whole character, treated the matter at first very lightly, and when it threatened to become dangerous, thought only how, by means of his papal power, to make the restless German monk harmless. Two expressions of his in these early days of the contest are recorded. "Brother Martin," he said, "is a man of a very fine genius, and this outbreak the mere squabble of envious monks." And again, "It is a drunken German who has written the theses. He will think differently about them when sober." 3 months after the theses had appeared, he ordered the vicar general of the Augustinians to quiet down the man, hoping still to extinguish easily the flame. The next step was to institute a tribunal for heretics at Rome for Luther's trial. What its judgment would be was patent from the fact that the single theologian of learning among the judges was Sylvester Prierius. Before this tribunal, Luther was cited on August 7th. Within 60 days he was to appear there at Rome. Friend and foe could well feel certain that they would look in vain for his return. Papal influence, meanwhile, had been brought to bear on the Elector Frederick to induce him not to take the part of Luther, and the chief agent chosen for working on the Elector and the Emperor Maximilian was the papal legate, Cardinal Thomas Vio of Gaeta, called Cajetan, who had made his appearance in Germany. The University of Wittenberg, on the other hand, interposed on behalf of their member, whose theology was popular there, and whose biblical lectures attracted crowds of enthusiastic hearers. He had just been joined at Wittenberg by his fellow professor, Philip Melanchthon, then only 21 years old, but already in the first rank of Greek scholars, and the bond of friendship was now formed which lasted through their lives. The university claimed that Luther should at least be tried in Germany. Luther expressed the same wish through Spalatin to his sovereign. The Pope, meanwhile, had passed from his previous state of haughty complacency to one of violent haste. Already on August 23rd, thus long before the 60 days had expired, he demanded the Elector to deliver up this child of the devil, who boasted of his protection, to the legate to bring away with him. This is clearly shown by two private briefs from the Pope of August 23rd and 25th, the one addressed to the legate, the other to the head of all the Augustinian convents in Saxony, as distinguished from the vicar of those congregations, Staupitz, who already was looked on with suspicion at Rome. These briefs instructed both men to hasten the arrest of the heretic. His adherents were to be secured with him, and every place where he was tolerated laid under the interdict. In the summer of 1518 a diet was held at Augsburg, at which the papal legate attended. The Pope was anxious to obtain its consent to the imposition of a heavy tax throughout the empire, to be applied ostensibly for the war against the Turks, but alleged to be wanted in reality for entirely other objects. The demand for a tax, however, was received with the utmost disfavor both by the Diet and the Empire, and a long-cherished bitterness of feeling now found expression. An anonymous pamphlet was circulated from the pen of one Fischer, a prebendary of Würzburg, which bluntly declared that the avaricious lords of Rome only wished to cheat the drunken Germans, and that the real Turks were to be looked for in Italy. This pamphlet reached Wittenberg and fell into the hands of Luther, whom now for the first time we hear denouncing Roman cunning, though he only charged the Pope himself with allowing his grasping Florentine relations to deceive him. The Diet seized the opportunity offered by this demand for a tax to bring up a whole list of old grievances, The large sums drawn from German benefices by the Pope under the name of annates, or extorted under other pretexts, the illegal usurpation of ecclesiastical patronage in Germany, the constant infringement of concordats, and so on. The demand itself was refused, and in addition to this, an address was presented to the Diet from the bishop and clergy of Liège, inveighing against the lying, thieving, avaricious conduct of the Romish minions, in such sharp and violent tones that Luther, on reading it afterward when printed, thought it only a hoax, and not really an episcopal remonstrance. This was reason enough why Cajetan, to avoid increasing the excitement, should not attempt to lay hands on the Wittenberg opponent of indulgences. The Elector Frederick, from whose hands Cajetan would have to demand Luther, was one of the most powerful and personally respected princes of the empire, and his influence was especially important in view of the election of a new emperor. This prince went now in person to Cajetan on Luther's behalf, and Cajetan promised him, at the very time that the brief was on its way to him from Rome, that he would hear Luther at Augsburg, treat him with fatherly kindness, and let him depart in safety. Luther accordingly was sent to Augsburg. It was an anxious time for himself and his friends when he had to leave for that distant place, where the Elector, with all his care, could not employ any physical means for his protection, and to stand accused as a heretic before that papal legate, who, from his own theological principles, was bound to condemn him. "My thoughts on the way," said Luther afterward, "were now I must die, and I often lamented the disgrace I should be to my dear parents." He went thither in humble garb and manner. He made his way on foot till within a short distance of Augsburg, when illness and weakness overcame him, and he was forced to proceed by carriage. Another younger monk of Wittenberg accompanied him, his pupil Leonard Bayer. At Nuremberg he was joined by his friend Link, who held an appointment there as preacher. From him he borrowed a monk's frock, his own being too bad for Augsburg. He arrived here on August 7th. The surroundings he now entered, and the proceedings impending over him, were wholly novel and unaccustomed, but he met with men who received him with kindness and consideration. Several of them were gentlemen of Augsburg favorable to him, especially the respected patrician Dr. Conrad Püttinger, and 2 councillors of the Elector. They advised him to behave with prudence, and to observe carefully all the necessary forms to which as yet he was a stranger. Luther at once announced his arrival to Cajetan, who was anxious to receive him without delay. His friends, however, kept him back until they had obtained a written safe conduct from the emperor, who was then hunting in the environs. In the meantime, a distinguished friend of Cajetan, one Urbanus of Serralonga, tried to persuade him in a flippant and, as Luther thought, a downright Italian manner, to come forward and simply pronounce 6 letters, revoco, I retract. Urbanus asked him with a smile if he thought his sovereign would risk his country for his sake. God forbid, answered Luther. Where then do you mean to take refuge? He went on to ask him. Under heaven, was Luther's reply. On October 11th, Luther received the letter of safe conduct, and the next day he appeared before Cajetan. Humbly as he had been advised, he prostrated himself before the representative of the Pope, who received him graciously and bade him rise. The cardinal addressed him civilly and with a courtesy Luther was not accustomed to meet with from his opponents, but he immediately demanded him, in the name and by command of the Pope, to retract his errors, and promise in future to abstain from them, and from everything that might disturb the peace of the Church. He pointed out, in particular, two errors in his theses, namely, that the Church's treasure of indulgences did not consist of the merits of Christ, and that faith on the part of the recipient was necessary for the efficacy of the sacrament. With respect to the second point, the religious principles upon which Luther based his doctrine were altogether strange and unintelligible to the scholastic standpoint of Cajetan. Mere tittering and laughter followed Luther's observations, and he was required to retract this thesis unconditionally. The first point settled the question of papal authority. The cardinal legate could not believe that Luther would venture to resist a papal bull, and thought he had probably not read it. He read him a vigorous lecture of his own on the paramount authority of the Pope over council, church, and scripture. As to any argument, however, about the theses to be retracted, Cajetan refused from the first to engage in it, and undoubtedly he went further in that direction than he originally desired or intended. His sole wish was, as he said, to give fatherly correction, and with fatherly friendliness to arrange the matter. But in reality, says Luther, it was a blunt, naked, unyielding display of power. Luther could only beg from him further time for consideration. Luther's friends at Augsburg and Staupitz, who had just arrived there, now attempted to divert the course of these proceedings, to collect other decisions of importance bearing on the subject, and to give him the opportunity of a public vindication. Accompanied therefore by several jurists friendly to his cause, and by a notary and Staupitz, he laid before the legate next day a short and formal statement of defense. He could not retract unless convicted of error, and to all that he had said he must hold as being Catholic truth. Nevertheless, he was only human, and therefore fallible, and he was willing to submit to a legitimate decision of the Church. He offered, at the same time, publicly to justify his theses, and he was ready to hear the judgment of the learned doctors of Basel, Freiburg, Louvain, and even Paris upon them. Cajetan, with a smile, dismissed Luther and his proposals, but consented to receive a more detailed reply in writing to the principal points discussed the previous day. On the morrow, October 14th, Luther brought his reply to the legate. But in this document also he insisted clearly and resolutely from the commencement on those very principles which his opponents regarded as destructive of all ecclesiastical authority and of the foundations of Christian belief. Still, he entreated Cajetan to intercede with Leo X, that the latter might not harshly thrust out into darkness his soul, which was seeking for the light. But he repeated that he could do nothing against his conscience. One must obey God rather than man, and he had the fullest confidence that he had Scripture on his side. Cajetan, to whom he delivered this reply in person, once more tried to persuade him. They fell into a lively and vehement argument, but Cajetan cut it short with the exclamation, "Revoke!" In the event of Luther not revoking or submitting to judgment at Rome, he threatened him and all his friends with excommunication, and whatever place he might go to with an interdict. He had a mandate from the Pope to that effect already in his hands. He then dismissed him with the words, "Revoke, or do not come again into my presence." Nevertheless, he spoke in quite a friendly manner after this to Staupitz, urging him to try his best to convert Luther, whom he wished well. Luther, however, wrote the same day to his friend Spalatin, who was with the elector, and to his friends at Wittenberg, telling them he had refused to yield. Luther added further that an appeal would be drawn up for him in the form best fitted to the occasion. He further hinted to his Wittenberg friends at the possibility of his having to go elsewhere in exile. Indeed, his friends already thought of taking him to Paris, where the university still rejected the doctrine of papal absolutism. He concluded this letter by saying that he refused to become a heretic by denying that which had made him a Christian. Sooner than do that, he would be burned, exiled, or cursed. The appeal of which Luther here spoke was, from the Pope ill informed to the same when better informed. On October 16th he submitted it, formally prepared, to a public notary. Luther even addressed on October 17th a letter to Cajetan, conceding to him the utmost he thought possible. Moved, as he said, by the persuasions of his dear father Staupitz and his brother Link, he offered to let the whole question of indulgences rest, if only that which drove him to this tragedy were put a stop to. He confessed also to having been too violent and disrespectful in dispute. In after years he said to his friends, when referring to this concession, that God had never allowed him to sink deeper than when he had yielded so much. The next day, however, he gave notice of his appeal to the legate, and told him he did not wish longer to waste his time in Augsburg. To this letter he received no answer. Luther waited, however, till the 20th. He and his Augsburg patrons began to suspect whether measures had not already been taken to detain him. They therefore had a small gate in the city wall opened in the night, and sent with him an escort well acquainted with the road. Thus he hastened away, as he himself described it, on a hard-trotting hack, in a simple monk's frock, with only knee breeches, without boots or spurs, and unarmed. On the first day he rode 8 miles, as far as the little town of Mannheim. As he entered in the evening an inn, and dismounted in the stable, he was unable to stand from fatigue, and fell down instantly among the straw. He travelled thus on horseback to Wittenberg, where he arrived, well and joyful, on the anniversary of his 95 Theses. He had heard on the way of the Pope's brief to Cajetan, but he refused to think it could be genuine. His appeal, meanwhile, was delivered to the cardinal at Augsburg, who had it posted by his notary on the doors of the cathedral. Without waiting for an answer direct from Rome, Luther now abandoned all thoughts of success with Leo X. On November 28th he formally and solemnly appealed from the Pope to a general Christian council. By so doing he anticipated the sentence of excommunication which he was daily expecting. With Rome he had broken forever, unless she were to surrender her claims and acquisitions of more than 1,000 years. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Luther begins the Reformation in Germany, A.D. 1517, by Julius, Koestlin, Part 2. After once the first restraints of awe were removed with which Luther had regarded the papacy, behind and beyond the matter of the indulgences, and he had learned to know the papal representative at Augsburg, and made a stand against his demands and menaces, and escaped from his dangerous clutches, he enjoyed for the first time the fearless consciousness of freedom. He took a wider survey around him, and saw plainly the deep corruption and ungodliness of the powers arrayed against him. His mind was impelled forward with more energy, as his spirit for the fight was stirred within him. Even the prospect that he might have to fly, and the uncertainty whither his flight could be, did not daunt or deter him. He was really prepared for exile or flight at any moment. At Wittenberg his friends were alarmed by rumors of designs on the part of the Pope against his life and liberty, and insisted on his being placed in safety. Flight to France was continually talked of. Had he not followed in his appeal a precedent set by the University of Paris? We certainly cannot see how he could safely have been conveyed thither, or where, indeed, any other and safer place could have been found for him. Some urged that the Elector himself should take him into custody, and keep him in a place of safety, and then write to the legate that he held him securely in confinement, and was in future responsible for him. Luther proposed this to Spalatin, and added, "I leave the decision of this matter to your discretion. I am in the hands of God and of my friends." The Elector himself, anxious also in this respect, arranged early in December a confidential interview between Luther and Spalatin at the castle of Lichtenberg. He also, as Luther reported to Staupitz, wished that Luther had some other place to be in, but he advised him against going away so hastily to France. His own wish and counsel, however, he refrained as yet from making known. Luther declared that at all events, if a ban of excommunication were to come from Rome, he would not remain longer at Wittenberg. On this point also the prince kept secret his resolve. At Rome, the bull of excommunication was published as early as June 16th. It had been considered very carefully in the papal consistory. The jurists there were of opinion that Luther should be cited once more, but their views did not prevail. The bull begins with the words, "Arise, O Lord, and avenge thy cause." It proceeds to invoke St. Peter, St. Paul, the whole body of the saints, and the Church. A wild boar had broken into the vineyard of the Lord, a wild beast was there seeking to devour, etc. Of the heresy against which it was directed, the Pope, as he states, had additional reason to complain, since the Germans, among whom it had broken out, had always been regarded by him with such tender affection. He gives them to understand that they owed the empire to the Roman Church. 41 propositions from Luther's writings are then rejected and condemned as heretical, or at least scandalous and corrupting, and his works collectively are sentenced to be burned. As to Luther himself, the Pope calls God to witness that he has neglected no means of fatherly love to bring him into the right way. Even now he is ready to follow toward him the example of divine mercy, which wills not the death of a sinner, but that he should be converted and live. And so once more he calls upon him to repent, in which case he will receive him graciously like the prodigal son. 60 days are given him to recant. But if he and his adherents will not repent, they are to be regarded as obstinate heretics and withered branches of the vine of Christ, and must be punished according to law. No doubt the punishment of burning was meant. The bull, in fact, expressly condemns the proposition of Luther, which denounces the burning of heretics. All this was called, then, at Rome, and has been called even latterly by the papal party, the tone rather of fatherly sorrow than of penal severity. The Emperor Charles V, before leaving the Netherlands on his journey to Aix-la-Chapelle to be crowned, 1520, had already been induced to take his first step against Luther. He had consented to the execution of the sentence in the bull condemning Luther's works to be burned, and had issued orders to that effect throughout the Netherlands. They were burned in public at Louvain, Cologne, and Mainz. At Cologne this was done while he was staying there. It was in this town that the two legates approached the Elector Frederick with the demand to have the same done in his territory, and to execute due punishment on the heretic himself, or at least to keep him close prisoner, or to deliver him over to the Pope. Frederick, however, refused, saying that Luther must first be heard by impartial judges. Erasmus also, who was then staying at Cologne, expressed himself to the same effect, in an opinion obtained from him by Frederick through Spalatin. At an interview with the Elector, he said to him, "Luther has committed two great faults. He has touched the Pope on his crown, and the monks on their bellies." The burning of Luther's books at Mainz was effected without hindrance, and the legates in triumph proceeded to carry out their mission elsewhere. Luther, however, lost no time in following up their execution of the bull with his reply. On December 10th he posted a public announcement that the next morning at 9 o'clock the anti-Christian decretals, that is, the papal law books, would be burned, and he invited all the Wittenberg students to attend. He chose for this purpose a spot in front of the Elster Gate, to the east of the town, near the Augustinian convent. A multitude poured forth to the scene. With Luther appeared a number of other doctors and masters, and among them Melanchthon and Karlstadt. After one of the masters of art had built up a pile, Luther laid the decretals upon it, and the former applied the fire. Luther then threw the papal bull into the flames with the words, "Because thou hast vexed the Holy One of the Lord, let the everlasting fire consume thee." While Luther with the other teachers returned to the town, some hundreds of students remained upon the scene, and sang a Te Deum and a dirge for the decretals. After the 10 o'clock meal, some of the young students, grotesquely attired, drove through the town in a large carriage, with a banner emblazoned with a bull, 4 yards in length, amid the blowing of brass trumpets and other absurdities. They collected from all quarters a mass of scholastic and papal writings, and hastened with them and the bull to the pile, which their companions had meanwhile kept alight. Another Te Deum was then sung, with a requiem and the hymn, O du armer Judas. Luther at his lecture the next day told his hearers with great earnestness and emotion what he had done. The papal chair, he said, would yet have to be burned. Unless with all their hearts they abjured the kingdom of the Pope, they could not obtain salvation. By this bold act Luther consummated his final rupture with the papal system, which for centuries had dominated the Christian world, and had identified itself with Christianity. The news of it must also have made the fire which his words had kindled throughout Germany blaze out in all its violence. He saw now, as he wrote to Staupitz, a storm raging, such as only the last day could allay. So fiercely were passions aroused on both sides. Germany was then, in fact, in a state of excitement and tension more critical than at any other period of her history. The announcement of the retractation required from Luther by the bull was to have been sent to Rome within 120 days. Luther had given his answer. The Pope declared that the time of grace had expired, and on January 3rd, Leo X finally pronounced the ban against Luther and his followers, and an interdict on the places where they were harbored. Never did the most momentous issue in the fortunes of the German nation and Church rest so entirely with one man as they did now with the Emperor. Everything depended on this, whether he, as head of the empire, should take the great work in hand, or should fling his authority and might into the opposite scale. Charles had been welcomed in Germany as one whose youthful heart seemed likely to respond to the newly awakened life and aspirations, as the son of an old German princely family, who by his election as emperor had won a triumph over the foreign King Francis, supported though the latter was by the Pope. Rumor now alleged that he was in the hands of the mendicant friars. The Franciscan Galapio was his confessor and influential adviser, the very man who had instigated the burning of Luther's works. He was, however, by no means so dependent on those about him as might have been supposed. His counselors, in the general interests of his government, pursued an independent line of policy, and Charles himself, even in these his youthful days, knew to assert his independence as a monarch and display his cleverness as a statesman. He saw the prudence of cultivating friendship and contracting, if possible, an alliance with the Pope. The pressure desirable for this purpose could now be supplied by means of the very danger with which the papacy was threatened by the great German heresy, and against which Rome so sorely needed the aid of a temporal power. At the same time, Charles was far too astute to allow his regard for the Pope and his desire for the unity of the Church to entangle his policy in measures for which his own power was inadequate, or by which his authority might be shaken and possibly destroyed. Strengthened as was his monarchical power in Spain, in Germany he found it hemmed in and fettered by the estates of the empire, and the whole contexture of political relations. Such were the main points of view which determined for Charles V his conduct toward Luther and his cause. Luther thus was at least a passive sharer in the game of high policy, ecclesiastical and temporal, now being played, and had to pursue his own course accordingly. The imperial court was quickly enough acquainted with the state of feeling in Germany. The emperor showed himself prudent at this juncture, and accessible to opinions differing from his own, however small cause his proclamations gave to the friends of Luther to hope for any positive act of favor on his part. While Charles was on his way up the Rhine to hold, at the beginning of the new year, a diet at Worms, the Elector Frederick approached him with a request that Luther should at least be heard before the emperor took any proceedings against him. The emperor informed him in reply that he might bring Luther for this purpose to Worms, promising that the monk should not be molested. The emperor, on March the 6th, issued a citation to Luther, summoning him to Worms to give information concerning his doctrines and books. An imperial herald was sent to conduct him. In the event of his disobeying the citation or refusing to retract, the estates declared their consent to treat him as an open heretic. Luther, therefore, had to renounce at once all hope of having the truth touching his articles of faith tested fairly at Worms by the standard of God's word in Scripture. Spalatin indicated to him the points on which he would in any case be expected to make a public recantation. Luther formed his resolve at once on the 2 points required of him. He determined to obey the summons to the diet, and if there unconvicted of error, to refuse the recantation demanded. The emperor's citation was delivered to him on March 26th by the imperial herald Caspar Sturm, who was to accompany him to Worms. Within 21 days after its receipt, Luther was to appear before the emperor. He was due therefore at Worms on April 16th at the latest. On April 2nd, the Tuesday after Easter, he set out on his way to Worms. His friend Amsdorf and the Pomeranian nobleman Peter Swaven, who was then studying at Wittenberg, accompanied him. He took with him also, according to the rules of the order, a brother of the order, John Peasantsteiner. The Wittenberg magistracy provided carriages and horses. The way led past Leipzig, through Thuringia, from Naumburg to Eisenach, southward past Birka, Hersfeld, Gruenberg, Friedberg, Frankfurt, and Oppenheim. The herald rode on before in his coat of arms, and announced the man whose word had everywhere so mightily stirred the minds of people, and for whose future behavior and fate friend and foe were alike anxious. Everywhere people collected to catch a glimpse of him. On April 6th he was very solemnly received at Erfurt. The large majority of the university there were by this time full of enthusiasm for his cause. Meanwhile at Worms disquietude and suspense prevailed on both sides. Hutton from the castle of Ebernburg sent threatening and angry letters to the papal legates, who became really anxious lest a blow might be struck from that quarter. Some anxious friends of Luther's were afraid that, according to papal law, the safe conduct would not be observed in the case of a condemned heretic. Spalatin himself sent from Worms a second warning to Luther after he had left Frankfurt, intimating that he would suffer the fate of Huss. But Luther continued on his way. To Spalatin he replied, though Huss were burned, yet the truth was not burned. He would go to Worms though there were as many devils there as there were tiles on the roofs of the houses. On April 16th, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Luther entered Worms. He sat in an open carriage with his 3 companions from Wittenberg, clothed in his monk's habit. He was accompanied by a large number of men on horseback, some of whom, like Jonas, had joined him earlier in his journey. Others, like some gentlemen belonging to the Elector's court, had ridden out from Worms to receive him. The Imperial herald rode on before. The watchman blew a horn from the tower of the cathedral on seeing the procession approach the gate. Thousands streamed hither to see Luther. The gentlemen of the court escorted him into the house of the Knights of St. John, where he lodged with 2 councillors of the Elector. As he stepped from his carriage, he said, "God will be with me." Aleander, writing to Rome, said that he looked around with the eyes of a demon. Crowds of distinguished men, ecclesiastics and laymen, who were anxious to know him personally, flocked daily to see him. On the evening of the following day he had to appear before the Diet, which was assembled in the bishop's palace, the residence of the emperor, not far from where Luther was lodging. He was conducted thither by side streets, it being impossible to get through the crowds assembled in the main thoroughfare to see him. On his way into the hall where the Diet was assembled, tradition tells us how the famous warrior George von Fronsberg clapped him on the shoulder and said, my poor monk, thou art on thy way to make such a stand as I and many of my knights have never done in our toughest battles. If thou art sure of the justice of thy cause, then forward in the name of God, and be of good courage. God will not forsake thee." The Elector had given Luther as his advocate the lawyer Jerome Scherf, his Wittenberg colleague and friend. When at length, after waiting 2 hours, Luther was admitted to the Diet, Eck, the official of the Archbishop of Treves, put to him simply in the name of the Emperor 2 questions: whether he acknowledged the books, pointing to them on a bench beside him, to be his own, and next, whether he would retract their contents or persist in them. Scherf here exclaimed, "Let the titles of the books be named." Eck then read them out. Among them there were some merely edifying writings, such as a commentary on the Lord's Prayer, which had never been made the subject of complaint. Luther was not prepared for this proceeding, and possibly the first sight of the august assembly made him nervous. He answered in a low voice, and as if frightened, that the books were his, but that since the question as to their contents concerned the highest of all things, the Word of God and the salvation of souls, he must beware of giving a rash answer, and must therefore humbly entreat further time for consideration. After a short deliberation, the emperor instructed Eck to reply that he would, out of his clemency, grant him a respite till the next day. So Luther had again, on April 18th, a Thursday, to appear before the Diet. Again he had to wait 2 hours till 6 o'clock. He stood there in the hall among the dense crowd, talking unconstrained and cheerfully with the ambassador of the Diet, Peutinger, his patron at Augsburg. After he was called in, Eck began by reproaching him for having wanted time for consideration. He then put the second question to him in a form more befitting and more conformable with the wishes of the members of the Diet. Wilt thou defend all the books acknowledged by thee to be thine, or recant some part? Luther now answered with firmness and modesty in a well-considered speech. He divided his works into 3 classes. In some of them he had set forth simple evangelical truths, professed alike by friend and foe. Those he could on no account retract. In others he had attacked corrupt laws and doctrines of the papacy, which no one could deny had miserably vexed and martyred the consciences of Christians, and had tyrannically devoured the property of the German nation. If he were to retract these books, he would make himself a cloak for wickedness and tyranny. In the 3rd class of his books he had written against individuals who endeavored to shield that tyranny and to subvert godly doctrine. Against these he freely confessed that he had been more violent than was befitting. Yet even these writings it was impossible for him to retract without lending a hand to tyranny and godlessness. But in defense of his books he could only say in the words of the Lord Jesus Christ, "If I have spoken evil, bear witness of the evil; but if well, why smitest thou me?" If anyone could do so, let him produce his evidence and confute him from the sacred writings, the Old Testament and the Gospel, and he would be the first to throw his books into the fire. And now, as in the course of his speech he had sounded a new challenge to the papacy, so he concluded by an earnest warning to emperor and empire, lest by endeavoring to promote peace by a condemnation of the divine word, they might rather bring a dreadful deluge of evils, and thus give an unhappy and inauspicious beginning to the reign of the noble young emperor. He said not these things as if the great personages who heard him stood in any need of his admonitions, but because it was a duty that he owed to his native Germany, and he could not neglect to discharge it. Luther, like Eck, spoke in Latin, and then by desire repeated his speech with equal firmness in German. Scherff, who was standing by his side, declared afterward with pride, quote, how Martin had made this answer with such bravery and modest candor, with eyes upraised to heaven, that he and everyone were astonished. Unquote. The princes held a short consultation after this harangue. Then Eck, commissioned by the emperor, sharply reproved him for having spoken impertinently, and not really answered the question put to him. He rejected his demand that evidence from Scripture might be brought against him by declaring that his heresies had already been condemned by the Church, and in particular by the Council of Constance, and such judgments must suffice if anything were to be held settled in Christianity. He promised him, however, if he would retract the offensive articles, that his other writings should be fairly dealt with, and finally demanded a plain answer, without horns, to the question whether he intended to adhere to all he had written, or would retract any part of it. To this Luther replied he would give an answer with neither horns nor teeth. Unless he were refuted by proofs from Scripture or by evident reason, his conscience bound him to adhere to the Word of God, which he had quoted in his defense. Popes and councils, as was clear, had often erred and contradicted themselves. He could not therefore, and he would not, retreat anything, for it was neither safe nor honest to act against one's conscience. Eck exchanged only a few more words with him in reply to his assertion that councils had erred. "You cannot prove that," said Eck. "I will pledge myself to do it," was Luther's answer. Pressed and threatened by his enemy, he concluded with the famous words, "Here I stand. I can do no otherwise. God help me. Amen." The emperor reluctantly broke up the Diet at about 8 o'clock in the evening. Darkness had meanwhile come on. The hall was lighted with torches, and the audience were in a state of general excitement and agitation. Luther was led out, whereupon an uproar arose among the Germans, who thought that he had been taken prisoner. As he stood among the heated crowd, Duke Eric of Brunswick sent him a silver tankard of Einbeck beer, after having first drunk of it himself. On reaching his lodging, Luther, to use the words of a Nuremberger present there, stretched out his hands, and with a joyful countenance exclaimed, "I am through, I am through." Spalatin says, "He entered the lodging so courageous, comforted, and joyful in the Lord, that he said before others and myself, if he had 1,000 heads, he would rather have them all cut off than make one recantation." He relates also how the Elector Frederick before his supper sent for him from Luther's dwelling, took him into his room, and expressed to him his astonishment and delight at Luther's speech. How excellently did Father Martin speak both in Latin and German before the emperor and the orders. He was bold enough, if not too much so. The emperor, on the contrary, had been so little impressed by Luther's personality, and had understood so little of it, that he fancied the writings ascribed to him must have been written by someone else. Many of his Spaniards had pursued Luther as he left the Diet with hisses and shouts of scorn. Luther, by refusing thus point blank to retract, effectually destroyed whatever hopes of mediation or reconciliation had been entertained by the milder and more moderate adherents of the Church, who still wished for reform. Nor was any union possible with those who, while looking to a truly representative council as the best safeguard against the tyranny of a pope, were anxious also to obtain at such a council a secure and final settlement of all questions of Christian faith and morals. It was these very councils about which Eck purposely called on Luther for a declaration, and Luther's words on this point might well have been considered by the Elector as too bold. Luther remained faithful to himself. True it was that he had often formerly spoken of yielding in mere externals, and of the duty of living in love and harmony, and respecting the weaknesses of others, and his conduct during the elaboration of his own church system will show us how well he knew to accommodate himself to the time, and, where perfection was impossible, to be content with what was imperfect. But the question here was not about externals, or whether a given proceeding were judicious or not, for the attainment of an object admittedly good. It was a question of confessing or denying the truth. the highest and holiest truths, as he expressed it, relating to God and the salvation of man. In this matter his conscience was bound, and the trial thus offered for his endurance was not yet over. On the morning of the 19th, the emperor sent word to the Estates that he would now send Luther back in safety to Wittenberg, but treat him as a heretic. The majority insisted on attempting further negotiations with him through a committee specially appointed. These were conducted accordingly by the Elector of Treves. The friendliness and the visible interest in his cause with which Luther now was urged were more calculated to move him than Eck's behavior at the Diet. He himself bore witness afterward how the archbishop had shown himself more than gracious to him, and would willingly have arranged matters peaceably. Instead of being urged simply to retract all his propositions condemned by the Pope, or his writings directed against the papacy, he was referred in particular to those articles in which he rejected the decisions of the Council of Constance. He was desired to submit in confidence to a verdict of the emperor and the empire when his books should be submitted to judges beyond suspicion. After that, he should at least accept the decision of a future council, unfettered by any acknowledgment of the previous sentence of the Pope. So freely and independently of the Pope did this committee of the German Diet, including several bishops, and Duke George of Saxony, proceed in negotiating with a papal heretic. But everything was shipwrecked on Luther's firm reservation that the decision must not be contrary to the word of God, and on that question his conscience would not allow him to renounce the right of judging for himself. After 2 days' negotiations, he thus, on April 25th, according to Spalatin, declared himself to the archbishop, "Most gracious Lord, I cannot yield. It must happen with me as God wills," and continued, "I beg of your grace that you will obtain for me the gracious permission of his Imperial Majesty that I may go home again. For I have now been here for 10 days, and nothing yet has been effected." 3 hours later the emperor sent word to Luther that he might return to the place he came from, and should be given a safe conduct for 21 days, but would not be allowed to preach on the way. Free residence, however, and protection at Wittenberg, in case Luther were condemned by the empire, was more than even Frederick the Wise would be able to assure him. But he had already laid his plan for the emergency. Spalatin refers to it in these words: "Now was my most gracious lord somewhat disheartened. He was certainly fond of Dr. Martin, and was also most unwilling to act against the word of God, or to bring upon himself the displeasure of the emperor. Accordingly, he devised means how to get Dr. Martin out of the way for a time, until matters might be quietly settled, and caused Luther also to be informed, the evening before he left Worms, of his scheme for getting him out of the way. At this Dr. Martin, out of deference to his elector, was submissively content, though certainly, then and at all times, he would much rather have gone courageously to the attack." The very next morning, Friday the 26th, Luther departed. The imperial herald went behind him, so as not to attract notice. They took the usual road to Eisenach. At Friedberg, Luther dismissed the herald, giving him a letter to the emperor and the estates, in which he defended his conduct at Worms, and his refusal to trust in the decision of men, by saying that when God's word and things eternal were at stake, one's trust and dependence should be placed, not on one man or many men, but on God alone. At Hersfeld, where Abbot Crato, in spite of the ban, received him with all marks of honor, and again at Eisenach he preached, notwithstanding the emperor's prohibition, not daring to let the word of God be bound. From Eisenach, while Sueven, Scherf, and several other of his companions went straight on, he struck southward, together with Amsdorf and brother peasant Steiner, in order to go and see his relations at Mohra. Here, after spending the night at the house of his uncle Heinz, he preached the next morning, Saturday, May 4th. Then, accompanied by some of his relations, he took the road through Schweine, past the castle of Altenstein, and then across the back of the Thuringian forest to Waltershausen and Gotha. Toward evening, when near Altenstein, he bade leave of his relations. About half an hour farther on, at a spot where the road enters the wooded heights, and ascending between hills along a brook, leads to an old chapel, which even then was in ruins and has now quite disappeared, armed horsemen attacked the carriage, ordered it to stop with threats and curses, pulled Luther out of it, and then hurried him away at full speed. Peasant Steiner had run away as soon as he saw them approach. Amsdorf and the coachman were allowed to pass on. The former was in the secret, and pretended to be terrified, to avoid any suspicion on the part of his companion. The Wartburg lay to the north, about 8 miles distant, and had been the starting point of the horsemen, as it now was their goal. But precaution made them ride first in an eastern direction with Luther. The coachman afterward related how Luther, in the haste of the flight, dropped a gray hat he had worn, and now Luther was given a horse to ride. The night was dark, and at about 11 o'clock they arrived at the stately castle, situated above Eisenach. Here he was to be kept as a night prisoner. The secret was kept as strictly as possible toward friend and foe. For many weeks afterward, even Frederick's brother John had no idea of it. Among his friends and followers, the terrible news had spread, immediately upon his capture, that he had been made away with by his enemies. At Worms, however, while the Pope was concluding an alliance with Charles against France, the papal legate Aleander, by commission of the emperor, prepared the edict against Luther on the 8th of May. It was not, however, until the 25th, after Frederick the Elector of the Palatinate and a great part of the other members of the Diet had already left, that it was deemed advisable to have it communicated to the rest of the estates. Nevertheless, it was antedated the 8th, and issued, by the unanimous advice of the electors and estates. It pronounced upon Luther, applying the customary strong expressions of papal bulls, the ban and reban. No one was to receive him any longer, or feed him, etc. But wherever he was found, he was to be seized and handed over to the emperor. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Luther begins the Reformation in Germany, A.D. 1517, by Jean M. V. Audin. Part 3. The Reformation was a revolution, and they who rebelled against the authority of the Church were revolutionists. However slightly you look into the constitution of the Church, you will be convinced that the Reformation possessed the character of an insurrection. What is the meaning of this fine word, reformation? Amelioration, doubtless. Well then, with history before us, it is easy to show that it was only a prostration of the human mind. glutted with the wealth of which it robbed the Catholics, and the blood which it shed, it gives us, instead of the harmony and Christian love of which it deprived our ancestors, nothing but dissensions, resentments, and discords. No, the Reformation was not an era of happiness and peace. It was only established by confusion and anarchy. Do you feel your heart beat at the mention of justice and truth? Acknowledge, then, what it is impossible to deny, that Luther must not be compared with the apostles. The apostles came teaching in the name of Jesus Christ, their Master, and the Catholics are entitled to ask us from whom Luther had his mission. We cannot prove that he had a mission direct or indirect. Luther perverted Christianity. He withdrew himself criminally from the communion in which regeneration alone was possible. It has been said that all Christendom demanded a reformation. Who disputes it? But long before the time of Luther, the papacy had listened to the complaints of the faithful. The Council of Lateran had been convened to put an end to the scandals which afflicted the Church. The papacy labored to restore the discipline of the early ages in proportion as Europe, freed from the yoke of brute force, became politically organized, and advanced with slow but sure step to civilization. Was it not at that time that the source of all religious truth was made accessible to scientific study, since by means of the watchful protection of the papacy, the Holy Scriptures were translated into every language? The New Testament of Erasmus, dedicated to Leo X, had preceded the quarrel about indulgences. A reformer should take care that, in his zeal to get rid of manifest abuses, he does not at the same time shake the faith and its wholesome institutions to the foundation. When the reformers violently separated themselves from the Church of Rome, they thought it necessary to reject every doctrine taught by her. Luther, that spirit of evil, who scattered gold with dirt, declared war against the institutions without which the Church could not exist. He destroyed unity. Who does not remember that exclamation of Melanchthon, "We have committed many errors, and have made good of evil without any necessity for it"? In justification of the brutal rupture of Germany with Rome, the scandals of the clergy are alleged. But if at the period of the Reformation there were priests and monks in Germany whose conduct was the cause of regret to Christians, their number was not larger than it had been previously. When Luther appeared, there was in Germany a great number of Catholic prelates, whose piety the reformers themselves have not hesitated to admire. What pains they take to deceive us! In books of every size they teach us, even at the present day, that the beast, the man of sin, the creature of Babylon, are the names which God has given in his scriptures to the Pope and the papacy. Can it be imagined that Christ, who died for our sins and saved us by his blood, would have suffered that for 10 or 12 centuries his church should be guided by such an abominable wretch? That he would have allowed millions of his creatures to walk in the shadow of death, and that so many generations should have had no other pastor but Antichrist? Luther mistook the genius of Christianity in introducing a new principle into the world, the immediate authority of the Bible as the sole criterion of the truth. If tradition is to be rejected, it follows that the Bible cannot be authoritatively explained by acquired knowledge. In a word, human interpretation based upon its comprehensions of the Greek and Hebrew languages. So by this theory, the palladium of orthodoxy is to be found in a knowledge of foreign tongues, and living authority is replaced by a dead letter, a slavery 1,000 times more oppressive than the yoke of tradition. Has any dogmatist succeeded in drawing up a confession of faith by means of the Bible, which could not be attacked by means of reason? This formula, that the Bible must be the unicum principium theologiae, is the source of contradictory doctrines in Protestant theology. Hence this question arises: what Protestant theology is there in which there are not errors more or less? It was the Bible that inspired all the neologists of the 16th century, the Bible that they made use of to persecute and condemn themselves as heretics. When Luther maintained that the Bible contains the enunciation of all the truths of which a knowledge is necessary to salvation, and that no doctrine which is not distinctly laid down in the Bible can be regarded as an article of faith, he did not imagine that the time was at hand when everybody from this very volume would form a confession for himself, and reject all others which contradicted his individual creed. This necessity for inquiry so occupies the minds of men at the present day, that the principal articles of the original creed are rejected by those who call themselves the disciples of Jesus. But what are we to understand by the Bible? The question was a difficult one to solve even at the beginning of the Reformation, when Luther, in his preface to the translation of the Bible, laid down a difference between the canonical books by preferring the Gospel of St. John to the 3 other evangelists, by depreciating the Epistle of St. James as an epistle of straw that contained nothing of the Gospel in it, and which an apostle could not have written, since it attributes to works a merit which they did not possess. It was in the Bible that Luther discovered these 2 great truths of salvation, which he revealed to the world at the beginning of his apostleship: the slavery of man's will, and the impeccability of the believer. It is said in Exodus chapter 9 that God hardened the heart of Pharaoh. It was questioned whether these words were to be construed literally. This Erasmus rightly denied, and it roused the doctor's wrath. Luther, in his reply, furiously attacks the fools who, calling reason to their aid, dare call for an account from God why he condemns or predestines to damnation innocent beings before they have even seen the light. Truly, Luther, in the eyes of all God's creatures, must appear a prodigy of daring, when he ventures to maintain that no one can reach heaven unless he adopts the slavery of the human will. And it is not merely by the spirit of disputation, but by settled conviction, that he defends this most odious of all ideas. He lived and died teaching that horrible doctrine, which the most illustrious of his disciples, among others Melanchthon and Matthew Albert of Reutlingen, condemned. How rich is the Christian, repeated Luther. Even though he wished it, he cannot forfeit heaven by any stain. Believe then, and be assured of your salvation. God in eternity cannot escape you. Believe, and you shall be saved. Repentance, confession, satisfaction, good works, all these are useless for salvation. It is sufficient to have faith. Is not this a fearful error, a desolating doctrine? If you demonstrate to Luther its danger or absurdity, he replies that you blaspheme the Spirit of light. Neither attempt to prove to him that he is mistaken. He will tell you that you offend God. No, no, my brother, you will never convince me that the Holy Spirit is confined to Wittenberg any more than to your person. Not content with maledictions, Luther then turns himself to prophecy. He announces that his doctrine, which proceeds from heaven, will gain, one by one, all the kingdoms of the world. He says of Zwingli's explanation of the Eucharist, "I am not afraid of this fanatical interpretation lasting long." On the other hand, Zwingli predicted that the Swiss creed would be handed down from generation to generation, crossing the Elbe and the Rhine. Prophet against prophet, if success be the test of truth, Luther will inevitably have to yield in this point. The Reformation, which at first was entirely a religious phenomenon, soon assumed a political character. It could not fail to do so. When people began to exclaim, like Luther on the housetops, "The Emperor Charles V ought not to be supported longer, let him and the Pope be knocked on the head," that "he is an excited madman, a bloodhound, who must be killed with pikes and clubs," how could civil society continue subject to authority? It is natural that the monk's virulent writings against the bishop's spiritual power should be reduced by the subjects of the ecclesiastical superiors into a political theory. When he proclaimed that the yoke of priests and monks must be shaken off, we might expect that this wild appeal would be directed against the tithes which the people paid to the prelates and the abbots. The Saxon's doctrine being based wholly on the Holy Scriptures, the peasant considered himself authorized in virtue of their text to break violently with his lord. Hence that long war between the cottage and the castle. This it was that made Erasmus write sorrowfully to Luther, "You see that we are now reaping the fruits of what you sowed. You will not acknowledge the rebels, but they acknowledge you, and they know only too well that many of your disciples, who clothed themselves in the mantle of the gospel, have been the instigators of this bloody rebellion. In your pamphlet against the peasants, you in vain endeavor to justify yourself. It is you who have raised the storm by your publications against the monks and the prelates, and you say that you fight for gospel liberty and against the tyranny of the great. From the moment that you began your tragedy, I foresaw the end of it." That civil war in which Germany had to mourn the loss of more than 100,000 of her children was the consequence of Luther's preaching. It is fortunate that, through the efforts of a Catholic prince, Duke George of Saxony, it was speedily brought to an end. Had it lasted but a few years longer, of all the ancient monuments with which Germany was filled, not a single vestige would have remained. Karlstadt might then have sat upon their ruins and sung, with his Bible in his hand, the downfall of the images. The iconoclast theories, all drawn from the Word of God, held their ground in spite of Luther, and dealt a fatal blow to the arts. When a gorgeous worship requires magnificent temples, imposing ceremonies, and striking solemnities, when religion presents to the eye sensible images as objects of public veneration, when earth and heaven are peopled with supernatural beings to whom imagination can lend a sensible form, then it is that the arts, encouraged and ennobled, reach the zenith of their splendor and perfection. The architect, raised to honors and fortune, conceives the plans of those basilicas and cathedrals whose aspect strikes us with religious awe, and whose richly adorned walls are ornamented with the finest efforts of art. Those temples and altars are decorated with marbles and precious metals, which sculpture has fashioned into the similitude of angels, saints, and the images of illustrious men. The choirs, the jubes, the chapels, and sacristies are hung with pictures on all sides. Here Jesus expires on the cross. There he is transfigured on Mount Tabor. Art, the friend of imagination, which delights only in heaven, finds there the most sublime creations, a St. John, a Cecilia, above all a Mary, that patroness of tender hearts. that virgin model to all mothers, that mediatrix of graces, placed between man and his God, that august and amiable being, of whom no other religion presents either the resemblance or the model. During these solemnities the most costly stuffs, precious stones, and embroidery cover the altars, vessels, priests, and even the very walls of the sanctuary. Music completes the charm by the most exquisite strains, by the harmony of the choir. These powerful incentives are repeated in 100 different places. The metropolises, parishes, the numerous religious houses, the simple oratories, sparkle with emulation to captivate all the powers of the religious and devout mind. Thus a taste for the arts becomes general by means of so potent a lever, and artists increase in number and rivalry. Under this influence the celebrated schools of Italy and Flanders flourished, and the finest works, which now remain to us, testify the splendid encouragement which the Catholic religion lavished upon them. After this natural progress of events, it cannot be doubted that the Reformation has been unfavorable to the fine arts, and has very much restrained the exercise of them. It has severed the bonds which united them to religion, which sanctified them, and secured for them a place in the veneration of the people. The Protestant worship tends to disenchant the material imagination. It makes fine churches and statues and paintings unnecessary. It renders them unpopular, and takes from them one of their most active springs. The Peasants' War was soon succeeded by the spoliation of the monasteries, an invasion of the most sacred of all rights, more important in certain respects than liberty itself, property. From that time not a day passed without Luther preaching up the robbery of the religious houses. To excite the greed of the princes whom he wished to secure to his views, he loved to direct their attention to the treasures which the abbeys, cloisters, sacristies, and sanctuaries contained. "Take them," he said, "all these are your own, all belong to you." Luther was convinced that to the value of the golden remonstrances which shone on the Catholic altars he was indebted for more than one conversion. In a moment of humor he said, "The gentry and princes are the best Lutherans. They willingly accept both monasteries and chapters, and appropriate their treasures." The Landgrave of Hesse, to obtain authority for giving his arm to 2 lawful wives, took care to make the wealth of the monasteries glitter in the eyes of the Church of Wittenberg, so that as the price of their permission he was willing to give it to the Saxon ministers. The plunder of church property preached by Luther will be the eternal condemnation of the Protestants. Though Naboth's vineyard may serve as a bait or reward for apostasy, it cannot justify crime. A laureate of the Institute of France has discovered grounds for palliating this blow to property. He congratulates the princes who embrace the Reformation for having, by means of the ecclesiastical property, filled their coffers, paid their debts, applied the confiscated wealth to useful establishments, clubs, universities, hospitals, orphanages, retreats, and rewards for the old servants of the state. But Luther himself took care, on more than one occasion, to denounce the avarice of the princes, who, when once masters of the monastic property, employed its revenues for the support of mistresses and packs of hounds. We remember the eloquent complaints which he uttered in his old age against these carnal men, who left the Protestant clergy in destitution, and did not even pay the schoolmasters their salaries. He mourned them, but it was too late. Sometimes the chastisement of heaven fell, even in this life, on the spoiler, and Luther has mentioned instances of several of those iron hands, who, after having enriched themselves by the plunder of a monastery, church, or abbey, fell into abject poverty. Besides, we will admit that Luther never thought of consoling the plundered monks by asserting, like Charles Villers, that one of the finest effects of these terrible commotions, which unsettle all properties, the fruits of social institutions, is to substitute for them greatness of mind, virtues, and talents, the fruits of nature exclusively. If the triumph of the peasants in the fields of Thuringia might have been an irreparable misfortune to Germany and to Christianity, we cannot deny that Luther's appeal to the secular arm to suppress the rebellion may have thoroughly altered the character of the first Reformation. Till then it had been established by preaching, but from the moment of that bloody episode it required the civil authority to move it. The sword, therefore, took the place of the word, and to perpetrate itself the Reformation was bound to exaggerate the theory of passive obedience. One of the distinguished historians of Heidelberg, Carl Hagen, has recently favored us with some portions of the political code, in which Protestantism commands subjects to be obedient to the civil power, even when it commands them to commit sin. Thus, the democratic element, first developed by the Reformation, was effaced to become absorbed in the despotic. It was no longer the people, but the prince, who chose or rejected the Protestant minister. When the Landgrave of Hesse consulted Melanchthon in 1525 as to the line he should pursue in the appointment of a pastor, the doctor told him that he had the right to interfere in the election of the ministers, and that, if he surmounted the struggles in which the word of God had involved him, he ought not to commit that sacred word, but to such preacher as seemed best to him. In other terms, observes the historian, to him whom the civil power thinks competent. And Martin Bucer contrived to extend Melanchthon's theory by constituting the civil power supreme judge of religious orthodoxy, by conferring on it the right of ultimate decision in questions of heresy, and of punishing, if necessary, by fire and sword, innovators who are 1,000 times more culpable, he says, than the robber or murderer, who only steal the material bread and slay the body, while the heretic steals the bread of life and kills the soul. Intolerance then entered into the councils of the Reformation. It was no longer with the peasants that Luther declared war. Whoever did not believe in his doctrines was denounced as a rebel. In the Saxons' eyes, the peasant was only an enemy to be despised. The real Satan was Karlstadt, Zwingli, and Krautwald. His disciples were no longer satisfied with plundering the monasteries. They desired to live in ease. They must have servants, a fine house, a well-supplied table, and plenty of money. The struggle then was no longer with piety and knowledge, but with power and influence. Every city and town had its own Lutheran pope. At Nuremberg, Osiander was a regular pasha. Those who among the Protestants endeavored to reprove his scandalous ostentation were abused and maligned. When he ascended the pulpit, his fingers were adorned with diamonds which dazzled the eyes of his hearers. The religious disputes which disturbed men's minds in Germany retarded rather than advanced the march of intellect. Blind people who fought furiously with each other could not find the road to truth. These quarrels were only another disease of the human mind. Although printing served to disseminate the principles of the Reformers, the sudden progress of Lutheranism, and the zeal with which it was embraced, prove that reason and reflection had no part in their development. Villers has drawn a brilliant sketch of the influence which the Reformation exercised over biblical criticism. It may be said that criticism of the Scripture text was unknown previous to the time of Luther, and if by this is meant that captious, whimsical, and shuffling criticism which De Wet has so justly condemned, certainly so. But that which relates to languages, antiquities, the knowledge of times, places, authors, in a word, hermeneutics, was known and practised in our schools before the Reformation, as is proved by the works of Cajetan and Sadoletus, and a multitude of learned men whom Leo X had encouraged and rewarded. We have seen, besides, in the history of the Reformation, what that vain science has produced. It was by means of his critical researches that, from the time of Luther, Karlstadt found such a meaning of semen immolare Moloch as made his disciples shrug their shoulders, that Munzer preached community of goods and wives, that Melanchthon taught that the dogma of the Trinity deprives our minds of all liberty, that at a later period Ammon asserted that the resurrection of the dead could not be deduced from the New Testament, Wieder, that the Pentateuch was not written by Moses, that the history of the Jews to the time of the Judges is only a popular tradition, Bretschneider, that the Psalms cannot be looked upon as inspired, Augusti, that the true doctrine of Jesus Christ has not been preserved intact in the New Testament, and Geiss, that not one of the four Gospels was written by the evangelist whose name it bears. Since the days of Semler, Germany presents a singular spectacle. Every 10 years, or nearly so, its theological literature undergoes a complete revolution. What was admired during the one decennial period is rejected in the next, and the image which they adored is burned to make way for new divinities. The dogmas which were held in honor fall into discredit. The classical treatise of morality is banished among the old books out of date. Criticism overturns criticism, and the commentary of yesterday ridicules that of the previous day. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Negro Slavery in America, A.D. 1517, by Sir Arthur Helps. In 1442, the first Negro slaves were imported into Europe. They were taken from Africa to Portugal in ships of Prince Henry the Navigator. From that time there was little traffic in Negroes until after the discovery of America. Then there was great destruction of American Indians by war, disease, and killing work, and the importation of Negroes into Spanish America was begun in order to fill the void in the labour market. Influenced by the spirit of Bartolomé de las Casas, a Spanish monk, celebrated as the defender of the Indians against his own countrymen who conquered them, the monarchs of Spain prohibited Indian slavery. It is a very significant fact that the great protector of the Indians, Las Casas, should, however innocently, have been concerned with the first large grant of licences to import Negroes into the West India Islands. We first hear of the introduction of Negro slaves in those islands through the instructions given in 1501 to Nicolas de Ovando, who in the following year succeeded Columbus as governor. During the 9 years of his governorship, Negro slavery in the Spanish possessions of the New World was greatly extended. A few years later, as shown by Helps, official license gave it a legal sanction. Helps's account begins with an abstract of Las Casas' memorials to the King of Spain looking to a remedy for the bad government of the West Indies. The outline of Las Casas' scheme was as follows. The King was to give to every labourer willing to emigrate to Hispaniola his living during the journey from his place of abode to Seville, at the rate of half a real a day throughout the journey, for great and small, child and parent. At Seville the emigrants were to be lodged in the Casa de la Contratación, the India House, and were to have from 11 to 13 maravedis a day. From thence they were to have a free passage to Hispaniola, and to be provided with food for a year, and if the climate should try them so much that at the expiration of this year they should not be able to work for themselves, the King was to continue to maintain them. But this extra maintenance was to be put down to the account of the emigrants, as a loan which they were to repay. The King was to give them lands, his own lands, furnish them with ploughshares and spades, and provide medicines for them. Lastly, whatever rights and profits accrued from their holdings were to become hereditary. This was certainly a most liberal plan of emigration, and in addition there were other privileges held out as inducements to these labourers. In connection with the above scheme, Las Casas, unfortunately for his reputation in after ages, added another provision, namely, that each Spanish resident in the island should have licence to import a dozen Negro slaves. The origin of this suggestion was, as he informs us, that the colonists had told him that, if licence were given them to import a dozen Negro slaves each, they, the colonists, would then set free the Indians. And so, recollecting that statement of the colonists, he added this provision. Las Casas, writing his history in his old age, thus frankly owns his error. This advice, that licence should be given to bring Negro slaves to these lands, the Clérigo Casas first gave, not considering the injustice with which the Portuguese take them and make them slaves, which advice, after he had apprehended the nature of the thing, he would not have given for all he had in the world, for he always held that they had been made slaves unjustly and tyrannically, for the same reason holds good of them as of the Indians. The above confession is delicately and truthfully worded, not considering, he does not say not being aware of, but though it was a matter known to him, his moral sense was not watchful, as it were, about it. We must be careful not to press the admissions of a generous mind too far, or to exaggerate the importance of the suggestion of Las Casas. It would be quite erroneous to look upon this suggestion as being the introduction of Negro slavery. From the earliest times of the discovery of America, Negroes had been sent there. But what is of more significance, and what it is strange that Las Casas was not aware of, or did not mention, his Hieronymite fathers had also come to the conclusion that Negroes must be introduced into the West Indies. Writing in January 1518, when the fathers could not have known what was passing in Spain in relation to this subject, they recommended licences to be given to the inhabitants of Hispaniola, or to other persons, to bring Negroes there. From the tenor of their letter it appears that they had before recommended the same thing. Suazo, the judge of Residencia, and the legal colleague of Las Casas, wrote to the same effect. He, however, suggested that the Negroes should be placed in settlements and married. Fray Bernardino de Manzanedo, the Hieronymite father, sent over to counteract Las Casas, gave the same advice as his brethren about the introduction of Negroes. He added a proviso, which does not appear in their letter, perhaps it did exist in one of the earlier ones, that there should be as many women as men sent over, or more. The suggestion of Las Casas was approved of by the Chancellor, and indeed it is probable there was hardly a man of that time who would have seen further than the excellent Clérigo did. Las Casas was asked what number of Negroes would suffice. He replied that he did not know, upon which a letter was sent to the officers of the India House at Seville to ascertain the fit number in their opinion. They said that 4,000 at present would suffice, being 1,000 for each of the islands, Española, Porto Rico, Cuba, and Jamaica. Somebody now suggested to the Governor, de Bresa, a Fleming of much influence and a member of the Council, that he should ask for this licence to be given to him. De Bresa accordingly asked the King for it, who granted his request, and the Fleming sold this licence to certain Genoese merchants for 25,000 ducats, having obtained from the King a pledge that for 8 years he should give no other licence of this kind. The consequence of this monopoly enjoyed by the Genoese merchants was that Negroes were sold at a great price, of which there are frequent complaints. Both Las Casas and Pasamonte, rarely found in accord, suggested to the King that it would be better to pay the 25,000 ducats and resume the licence, or to abridge its term. Figueroa, writing to the Emperor from Santo Domingo in July, 1500, says: "Negroes are very much in request. None have come for about a year. It would have been better to have given the Bressa the customs duties, that is, the duties that had been usually paid on the importation of slaves, than to have placed a prohibition. I have scarcely a doubt that the immediate effect of the measure adopted in consequence of the clerigo's suggestion was greatly to check that importation of negro slaves which otherwise, had the licence been general, would have been very abundant." Before quitting this part of the subject, something must be said for Las Casas which he does not allege for himself. This suggestion of his about the negroes was not an isolated one. Had all his suggestions been carried out, and the Indians thereby been preserved, as I firmly believe they might have been, these negroes might have remained a very insignificant number in the general population. By the destruction of Indians, a void in the laborious part of the community was being constantly created, which had to be filled up by the labour of negroes. The negroes could bear the labour in the mines much better than the Indians, and any man who perceived that a race, of whose Christian virtues and capabilities he thought highly, were fading away by reason of being subjected to labour which their natures were incompetent to endure, and which they were most unjustly condemned to, might prefer the misery of the smaller number of another race treated with equal injustice, but more capable of enduring it. I do not say that Las Casas considered all these things, but at any rate, in estimating his conduct, we must recollect that we look at the matter centuries after it occurred, and see all the extent of the evil arising from circumstances which no man could then be expected to foresee, and which were inconsistent with the rest of the clerigo's plans for the preservation of the Indians. I suspect that the wisest among us would very likely have erred with him, and I am not sure that, taking all his plans together, and taking for granted, as he did then, that his influence at Court was to last, his suggestion about the negroes was an impolitic one. One more piece of advice Las Casas gave at this time, which, if it had been adopted, would have been most serviceable. He proposed that forts for mercantile purposes, containing about 30 persons, should be erected at intervals along the coast of the Tierra Firma, to traffic with merchandise of Spain for gold, silver, and precious stones. And in each of these ports ecclesiastics were to be placed, to undertake the superintendence of spiritual matters. In this scheme may be seen an anticipation of subsequent plans for commercial intercourse with Africa. And indeed one is constantly reminded by the proceedings in those times of what has occurred much later and under the auspices of other nations. Of all these suggestions, some of them certainly excellent, the only questionable one was at once adopted. Such is the irony of life. If we may imagine superior beings looking on at the affairs of men, and bearing some unperceived part of the great contest in the world, this was a thing to have gladdened all the hosts of hell. Section 5 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. First Circumnavigation of the Globe, A.D. 1519. By Joan Baptista. Magellan reaches the Ladrones and Philippines, A.D. 1519. Ferdinand Magellan, whose name in Portuguese is Fernão de Magalhães, was born in Portugal about 1480. After serving with the Portuguese in the East Indies, 1505 to 1512, and in Morocco in 1514, where during an action he was lamed for life, he became disaffected toward his country, and in 1517 renounced his allegiance and turned to Spain in hope of better reward for his service. In conjunction with a fellow countryman, Ruy Faleiro, a geographer and astronomer, he offered to find for Spain the Moluccas in the Malay Archipelago, and to prove that they were within the Spanish and not the Portuguese lines of demarcation. The acceptance of this proposal by the Emperor, Charles V., who was also King of Spain, gave Magellan the opportunity, which he so well improved, to immortalize his name in the annals of maritime discovery. While the specific object of the expedition failed on account of the leader's death, his performance made him worthy, as some historians think, to be considered the most undaunted and in many respects the most extraordinary man that ever traversed an unknown sea. A squadron of 5 ships with 265 men was fitted out by the Emperor, and the 2 friends were named as joint commanders, but Faleiro was afterwards detached from the expedition, leaving full command to Magellan, who sailed from Sanlúcar, Spain, September 20, 1519, first touching at Madeira. Magellan passed through the straits that bear his name, and so penetrated to the Pacific, that ocean being first so called by him. He was the first European to reach it from the Atlantic. Magellan was killed by natives in the Philippines, April 27, 1521, but his ships continued their course. One by one they were lost from the expedition, except the Victoria, on which was Pigafetta, who wrote for Charles V an account of the voyage. The Victoria returned to Spain in September 1522, completing the first circumnavigation of the earth. Baptista was pilot and afterward captain of the Trinidad, one of the lost vessels. In 1898 the Philippines and Guam, one of the Ladrones, were acquired by the United States as a result of the Spanish-American War. João Bautista. Magellan steered to the southwest to make the island of Tenerife, and they reached the said island on the day of St. Michael, which was September 29th. Thence he made his course to fetch the Cape Verde Islands, and they passed between the islands and the Cape without sighting either the one or the other. Having to make for Brazil, and as soon as they sighted the other coast of Brazil, he steered to the southeast along the coast of Cape Frio, which is in 23 degrees south latitude, and from this cape he steered to the west, a matter of 30 leagues, to make the Rio Janeiro, which is in the same latitude as Cape Frio, and they entered the said river on the day of St. Lucy, which was December 13th, in which place they took in wood, and they remained there until the first octave of Christmas, which was December 26th of the same year. They sailed from this Rio de Janeiro on December 26th, and navigated along the coast to make Cape of St. Mary, which is only 35 degrees. As soon as they sighted it, they made their course west-northwest, thinking they would find a passage for their voyage, and they found that they had got into a great river of fresh water, to which they gave the name of River St. Christopher, and it is in 34 degrees, and they remained in it till February 2nd, 1520. He sailed from this river of St. Christopher on the 2nd of the said month of February. They navigated along the said coast, and farther on to the south they discovered a point, which is in the same river more to the south, to which they gave the name of Point St. Anthony. It is in 36 degrees. Hence they ran to the southwest a matter of 25 leagues, and made another cape, which they named Cape St. Apollonia, which is in 36 degrees. Thence they navigated to the west-southwest to some shoals, which they named Shoals of the Currents, which are in 39 degrees. And thence they navigated out to the sea and lost sight of land for a matter of 2 or 3 days, when they again made for the land, and they came to a bay, which they entered, and ran within it the whole day, thinking that there was an outlet for Molucca. And when night came they found that it was quite closed up, and in the same night they again stood out by the way which they had come in. This bay is in 34 degrees. They named it the Island of St. Matthew. They navigated from this Island of St. Matthew along the coast until they reached another bay, where they caught many sea wolves and birds. To this they gave the name of Bay of Labours. It is in 37 degrees. Here they came near losing the flagship in a storm. Thence they navigated along the said coast, and arrived on the last day of March of the year 1520 at the port of St. Julian, which is in 49 degrees. Here they wintered, and found the day a little more or less than 7 hours. In this port 3 of the ships rose up against the Captain Major, their captains saying that they intended to take him to Castile in arrest, as he was taking them all to destruction. Here, through the exertions of the said Captain Major, and the assistance and favour of the foreigners whom he carried with him, the Captain Major went to the said 3 ships which were already mentioned, and there the captain of one of them was killed, who was the treasurer of the whole fleet, and named Luis de Mendoza. He was killed in his own ship by stabs with a dagger by the chief constable of the fleet, who was sent to do this by Ferdinand Magellan in a boat with certain men. The said 3 ships having thus been recovered, 5 days later Ferdinand Magellan ordered Gaspar de Quejada to be decapitated and quartered. He was captain of one of the ships, and was one of those who had mutinied. In this port they refitted the ship. Here the Captain Major made Alvaro de Mesquita, a Portuguese, a captain of one of the ships, the captain of which had been killed. There sailed from this port on August 24th 4 ships, for the smallest of the ships had been already lost. He had sent it to reconnoitre, and the weather had been heavy and had cast it ashore, where all the crew had been recovered along with the merchandise, artillery, and fittings of the ship. They remained in this port, in which they wintered 5 months and 24 days, and they were 70 degrees less 10 minutes to the southward. They sailed on August 24th of the said year from this port of St. Julian, and navigated a matter of 20 leagues along the coast, and so they entered a river which was called Santa Cruz, which is in 50 degrees, where they took in goods and as much as they could obtain. The crew of the lost ship were already distributed among the other ships, for they had returned by land to where Ferdinand Magellan was, and they continued collecting goods which had remained there during August and up to September 18th, and there they took in water and much fish which they caught in this river, and in the other, where they wintered, there were people like savages, and the men are from 9 to 10 spans in height, very well made. They have not got houses, they only go about from one place to another with their flocks, and eat meat nearly raw. They are all of them archers, and kill many animals with arrows, and with the skins they make clothes, that is to say, they make the skins very supple and fashion them after the shape of the body, as well as they can. Then they cover themselves with them and fasten them by a belt round the waist. When they do not wish to be clothed from the waist upward, they let that half fall, which is above the waist, and the garment remains hanging down from the belt which they have girt around them. They wear shoes which cover them 4 inches above the ankle, full of straw inside to keep their feet warm. They do not possess any iron, nor any other ingenuity of weapons, only they make the points of their arrows with flints, and so also the knives with which they cut, and the adze and awls with which they cut and stitch their shoes and clothes. They are very agile people and do no harm, and thus follow their flocks. Wherever night finds them, there they sleep. They carry their wives along with them, with all the chattels they possess. The women are very small and carry heavy burdens on their backs. They wear shoes and clothes just like the men. Of these men they obtained 3 or 4 and brought them in the ships, and they all died except one, who went to Castile in a ship which went thither. They sailed from this river of Santa Cruz on October 18th. They continued navigating along the coast until the 21st day of the same month, October, when they discovered a cape, to which they gave the name of Cape of the Virgins, because they sighted it on the day of the 11,000 Virgins. It is in 52 degrees, a little more or less, and from this cape, a matter of 2 or 3 leagues distance, we found ourselves at the mouth of a strait. We sailed along the said coast within that strait, which they had reached the mouth of. They entered in it a little and anchored. Ferdinand Magellan sent to discover what there was farther in, and they found 3 channels, that is to say, 2 more in a southerly direction, and one traversing the country in the direction of Molucca, but at that time this was not yet known, only the 3 mouths were seen. The boats went thither and brought back word, and they set sail and anchored at these mouths of the channels, and Ferdinand Magellan sent 2 ships to learn what there was within, and these ships went. one returned to the Captain Major, and the other, of which Alvaro de Mesquita was captain, entered into one of the bays which was to the south, and did not return any more. Ferdinand Magellan, seeing that it did not come back, set sail, and the next day he did not choose to make for the bays, and went to the south and took another which runs north west and south east and a quarter west and east. He left letters in the place from which he sailed, so that if the other ship returned it might make the course which he left prescribed. After this they entered into the channel, which at some places had a width of 3 leagues, and 2, and 1, and in some places half a league, and he went through it as long as it was daylight, and anchored when it was night. And he sent the boats, and the ships went after the boats, and they brought news that there was an outlet, for they already saw the great sea on the other side, on which account Ferdinand Magellan ordered artillery to be fired for rejoicing. And before they set forth from this strait they found 2 islands, the first one larger, and the other, nearer toward the outlet, is the smaller one. And they went out between these islands and the coast on the southern side, as it was deeper than on the other side. This strait is 100 leagues in length to the outlet. That outlet and the entrance are in 52 degrees latitude. They made a stay in this strait from October 21st to November 22nd, which makes 36 days of the said year of 1520, and as soon as they went out from the strait to the sea they made their course, for the most part, to west-northwest, when they found that their needles varied to the northwest almost 1/2, and after they had navigated thus for many days, they found an island in a little more or less than 18 or 19 degrees, and also another which was in from 13 to 14 degrees, and this in south latitude. They are uninhabited. They ran on until they reached the line, when Ferdinand Magellan said that now they were in the neighbourhood of Molucca, and that he would go in a northerly direction as far as 10 or 12 degrees, and they reached to as far as 13 degrees north, and in this latitude they navigated to the west and a quarter southwest, a matter of 100 leagues, where on March 6, 1521, they fetched 2 islands inhabited by many people of little truth, and they did not take precautions against them until they saw that they were taking away the skiffs of the flagship, and they cut the rope with which it was made fast, and took it ashore without their being able to prevent it. They gave this island the name of Thieves' Island, Dos Ladroes. Ferdinand Magellan, seeing that the skiff was lost, set sail, it being already night, tacking about until the next day. As soon as it was morning they anchored at the place where they had seen the skiff carried to, and he ordered 2 boats to be got ready with a matter of 50 or 60 men, and he went ashore in person and burned the whole village, and they killed 7 or 8 persons, between men and women, and recovered the skiff and returned to the ships. And while they were there they saw 40 or 50 paraos come from the same land, and which brought much refreshments. Ferdinand Magellan would not make any further stay, and at once set sail, and ordered the course to be steered west and a quarter southwest, and so they made land, which is in barely 11 degrees. This land is an island, but he would not touch at this one, and they went to touch at another farther on which appeared first. Ferdinand Magellan sent a boat ashore to observe the nature of the island. When the boat reached land they saw from the ships paraos come out from behind the point, then they called back their boat. The people of the paraos, seeing that the boat was returning to the ships, turned back the paraos, and the boat reached the ships, which at once set sail for another island very near to this island, which is 10 degrees, and they gave it the name of Island of Good Signs, because they observed some gold in it. While they were thus anchored at this island there came to them 2 paraos, and brought them fowls and coconuts, and told them they had already seen there other men like them, from which they presumed that these may be Lequillos or Mogores, a nation of people who have this name, or Chees, and thence they set sail, and navigated farther on among many islands, to which they gave the name of Valley Without Peril, and also St. Lazarus. And they ran on to another island 20 leagues from that from which they sailed, which is in 10 degrees, and came to anchor at another island, which is named Macangor, which is in 9 degrees. And in this island they were very well received, and they placed a cross in it. This king conducted them thence a matter of 30 leagues to another island named Cabo, which is in 10 degrees, and in this island Ferdinand Magellan did what he pleased with the consent of the country, and in one day 800 people became Christian, on which account Ferdinand Magellan desired that the other kings, neighbours to this one, should become subjects to this one who had become Christian. And these did not choose to yield to such obedience. Ferdinand Magellan, seeing that, got ready one night with his boats and burned the villages of those who would not yield the said obedience. And a matter of 10 or 12 days after this was done he sent to a village about half a league from that which he had burned, which is named Matam, and which is also an island, and ordered them to send him at once 3 goats, 3 pigs, 3 loads of rice, and 3 loads of millet for provisions for the ship. They replied that, of each article which he sent to ask them 3 of, they would send him by 2s, and if he was satisfied with this they would at once comply, if not, it might be as he pleased, but that they would not give it. Because they did not choose to grant what he demanded of them, Ferdinand Magellan ordered 3 boats to be equipped with a matter of 50 or 60 men, and went against the said place, which was on April 28th in the morning. There they found many people, who might well be as many as 3,000 or 4,000 men, who fought with such will that the said Ferdinand Magellan was killed there, with 6 of his men, in the year 1521. When Ferdinand Magellan was dead, the Christians got back to the ships, where they thought fit to make 2 captains and governors whom they should obey. And having done this they took counsel and decided that the captains should go ashore where the people had turned Christians, to ask for pilots to take them to Borneo, and this was on May 1st of the said year. When the 2 captains went, being agreed upon what had been said, the same people of the country who had become Christians armed themselves against them and killed the 2 captains and 26 gentlemen, and the other people who remained got back to the boats and returned to the ships, and finding themselves again without captains, they agreed, inasmuch as the principal persons were killed, that one Joan Lopez, who was the chief treasurer, should be captain major of the fleet, and the chief constable of the fleet should be captain of one of the ships. He was named Gonzalo Vaz de Espinosa. Having done this, they set sail and ran about 25 leagues with 3 ships, which they still possessed. They then mustered, and found that they were altogether 108 men in all these 3 ships, and many of them were wounded and sick, on which account they did not venture to navigate the 3 ships, and thought it would be well to burn one of them, the one that should be most suitable for that purpose, and to take into the 2 ships those that remained. This they did out at sea, out of sight of any land. While they did this many Paraos came to speak to them, and navigating among the islands, for in that neighbourhood there are a great many, they did not understand one another, for they had no interpreter, for he had been killed with Ferdinand Magellan. Sailing farther on among islets, they came to anchor at an island which is named Carpiam, where there is gold enough, and this island is in fully 8 degrees. While at anchor in this port of Carpiam, they had speech with the inhabitants of the island, and made peace with them, and Carvalho, who was captain major, gave them the boat of the ship which had been burned. This island has 3 islets in the offing. Here they took in refreshments, and sailed farther on to the west-south-west, and fell in with another island, which is named Caram, and is in 11 degrees. From this they went on farther to west-south-west, and fell in with a large island, and ran along the coast of this island to the northeast, and reached as far as 9 degrees, where they went ashore one day, with 10 boats equipped to seek for provisions, for in the ships there was now not more than 8 days' food. On reaching shore the inhabitants would not suffer them to land, and shot at them with arrows of cane hardened in fire, so that they returned to the ships. Seeing this they agreed to go to another island, where they had had some dealings, to see if they could get some provisions. Then they met with a contrary wind, and going about in the direction in which they wished to go, they anchored, and while at anchor they saw people on shore hailing them to go thither. They went there with the boats, and as they were speaking to those people by signs, for they did not understand each other otherwise, a man at arms, named Joan de Campos, told them to let him go on shore, since there were no provisions in the ships, and it might be that they would obtain some means of getting provisions, and that if the people killed him they would not lose much with him, for God would take thought of his soul, and also if he found provisions, and if they did not kill him, he would find means for bringing them to the ships, and they thought well of this. So he went on shore, and as soon as he reached it the inhabitants received him and took him into the interior the distance of a league. And when he was in the village all the people came to see him, and they gave him food and entertained him well, especially when they saw that he ate pig's flesh, because in this island they had dealings with the Moors of Borneo, and because the country people were greedy they made them neither eat pigs nor bring them up in the country. The country is called Diguacam and is in 9 degrees. The said Christian, seeing that he was favoured and well treated by the inhabitants, gave them to understand by his signs that they should carry provisions to the ships, which would be well paid for. In the country there was nothing except rice, not pounded. Then the people set to pounding rice all the night, and when it was morning they took the rice and the said Christian and came to the ships, where they did them great honour, and took in the rice and paid them, and they returned on shore. This man being already set on shore, inhabitants of another village a little farther on came to the ships and told them they would give them much provisions for their money. And as soon as the said man whom they had sent arrived, they set sail and went to anchor at the village of those who had come to call them, which was named Vaipalai Cucarecambam, where Carvalho made peace with the king of the country, and they settled the price of rice, and they gave them 2 measures of rice, which weighed 114 pounds. For 3 fathoms of linen stuff of Brittany, they took there as much rice as they wanted, and goats and pigs. And while they were at this place there came a Moor, who had been in the village of Diguacam, which belongs to the Moors of Borneo, as had been said above, and after that he went to his country. While they were at anchor at this village of Diguacam, there came to them a parao in which there was a Negro named Bastiam, who asked for a flag and a passport for the governor of Diguacam, and they gave him all this and other things for a present. They asked the said Bastiam, who spoke Portuguese sufficiently well, since he had been in Molucca, where he had become a Christian, if he would go with them and show them Borneo. He said he would be very willing, and when the departure arrived he hid himself, and, seeing that he did not come, they set sail from this port of Diguacam on July 21st to seek for Borneo. As they set sail there came to them a parao, which was coming to the port of Diguacam, and they took it, and in it they took 3 Moors, who said they were pilots and that they would take them to Borneo. Having got these Moors, they steered along this island to the southwest, and fell in with 2 islands at its extremity, and passed between them. That on the north side is named Bolina, and that on the south Bamdim. Sailing to the west-southwest a matter of 14 leagues, they fell in with a white bottom, which was a shoal below the water, and the black men they carried with them told them to draw near to the coast of the island, as it was deeper there, and that was more in the direction of Borneo, for from that neighbourhood the island of Borneo could already be sighted. This same day they reached and anchored at some islands, to which they gave the name of Islets of St. Paul, which was a matter of 2½ or 3 leagues from the great island of Borneo, and they were in about 7 degrees at the south of these islands. In the island of Borneo there is an exceedingly big mountain, to which they gave the name of Mount St. Paul, and from thence they navigated along the coast of Borneo to the southwest, between an island and the island of Borneo itself, and they went forward on the same course and reached the neighbourhood of Borneo, and the Moors they had with them told them that there was no Borneo, and the wind did not suffer them to arrive thither, as it was contrary. They anchored at an island which is there, and which may be 8 leagues from Borneo. Close to this island is another which has many mirobalans, and the next day they set sail for the other island, which is nearer to the port of Borneo, and going along thus they saw so many shoals that they anchored and sent the boats ashore in Borneo, and they took the aforesaid Moorish pilots on shore, and there went a Christian with them, and the boats went to set them on land, from whence they had to go to the city of Borneo, which was 3 leagues off, and there they were taken before the Shahbender of Borneo, and he asked what people they were, and for what they came in the ships, and they were presented to the King of Borneo with the Christian. As soon as the boats had set the said men on shore, they sounded, in order to see if the ships should come in closer, and during this they saw 3 junks which were coming from the port of Borneo, from the said city, out to sea, and as soon as they saw the ships they returned in shore. Continuing to sound, they found the channel by which the Cortes entered. Then they set sail and entered this channel, and being within the channel they anchored, and would not go further in until they received a message from the shore, which arrived next day with 2 paraus. These carried certain swivel guns of metal, and 100 men in each parao, and they brought goats and fowls and 2 cows, and figs and other fruit, and told them to enter farther in opposite the islands which were near there, which was the true berth, and from this position to the city there might be 3 or 4 leagues. While thus at anchor they established peace, and settled that they should trade in what there was in the country, especially wax, to which they answered that they would be willing to sell all that there was in the country for their money. This port of Borneo is in 8 degrees. For the answer thus received from the King, they sent him a present by Gonzalo Mendez de Espinosa, captain of the ship Victoria, and the King accepted the present and gave to all of them china stuffs, and when there had passed 20 or 23 days that they were there trading with the people on the island, and had got 5 men on shore in the city itself, there came to anchor at the bar, close to them, 5 junks at the hour of vespers, and they remained there that evening and the night until next day in the morning, when they saw coming from the city 200 paraus, some under sail, others rowing. Seeing in this manner the 5 junks and the paraus, it seemed to them that there might be treachery, and they set sail for the junks, and as soon as the crews of the junks saw them under sail, they also set sail and made off where the wind best served them, and they overhauled one of the junks with boats, and took it with 27 men, and the ships went and anchored abreast of the island of the Mirobalans, with the junk made fast to the poop of the flagship, and the paraus returned to the shore, and when night came there came a squall from the west in which the said junk went to the bottom alongside the flagship, without being able to receive any assistance from it whatever. Next day in the morning they saw a sail and went to it and took it. This was a great junk in which the son of the King of Lucam came as captain, and had with him 90 men, and as soon as they took them they sent some of them to the King of Borneo, and they sent him word by these men to send the Christians whom they had got there, who were 7 men, and they would give him all the people they had taken in the junk. On which account the King sent 2 men of 7 whom he had got there in the parao, and they again sent him word to send the 5 men who still remained, and they would send all the people they had got from the junk. They waited 2 days for the answer, and there came no message, and they took 30 men from the junk and sent them to the King of Borneo, and set sail with 14 men of those they had taken and 3 women, and they steered along the coast of the said island to the northeast, returning backward, and they again passed between the islands and the great island of Borneo, where the flagship grounded on a point of the island, and so remained more than 4 hours, and the tide turned and it got off, by which it was seen clearly that the tide was of 24 hours. While making the aforesaid course the wind shifted to northeast, and they stood out to sea, and they saw a sail coming, and the ships anchored, and the boats went to it and took it. It was a small junk, and carried nothing but coconuts, and they took in water and wood, and set sail along the coast of the island to the northeast, until they reached the extremity of the said island, and met with another small island, where they overhauled the ships, and they gave it the name of Port St. Mary of August, and it is in fully 7 degrees. As soon as they had taken these precautions they set sail and steered to the southwest, until they sighted the island, which is called Fagaham, and this is a course of 38 to 40 leagues, and as soon as they sighted this island they steered to the southwest, and again made an island which is called Seloque, and they had information that there were many pearls there, and when they had already sighted the island the wind shifted to a head wind, and they could not fetch it by the course they were sailing, and it seemed to them that it might be in 6 degrees. This same night they arrived at the island of Quipe, and ran along it to the southeast, and passed between it and another island called Tamgim, and always running along the coast of the said island, and going thus, they fell in with a parao laden with sago leaves, which is of a tree which is named caraje, which the people of that country eat as bread. The parao carried 21 men, and the chief of them had been in Molucca, in the house of Francisco Semrin. This was in 5 degrees, a little more or less. The inhabitants of this land came to see the ships, and so they had speech of one another, and an old man of these people said he would conduct them to Molucca. In this manner, having fixed a time with the old man, an agreement was made with him, and they gave him a certain price for this, and when the next day came, and they were to depart, the old man intended to escape, and they understood it, and took him and others who were with him, and who also said that they knew pilot's work, and they set sail, and as soon as the inhabitants saw them go, they fitted out to go after them, and of the Paraos there did not reach the ships more than 2, and these reached so near that they shot arrows into the ships, and the wind was fresh, and they could not come up with them. At midnight of that day they sighted some islands, and they steered more towards them, and next day they saw land which was an island, and at night following that day they found themselves very close to it, and when night fell the wind calmed and the currents drew them very much inshore. There the old pilot cast himself into the sea and betook himself to land. Sailing thus forward, after one of the pilots had fled, they sighted another island and arrived close to it, and another Moorish pilot said that Molucca was still farther on, and navigating thus, the next day in the morning they sighted 3 high mountains which belonged to a nation of people whom they called Salabos, and then they saw a small island and they anchored to take in some water, because they feared that in Molucca they would not be allowed to take it in, and they omitted doing so because the Moorish pilot told them that there were some 400 in that island, and that they were all very bad, and might do them some injury, as they were men of little faith, and that he would give them no such advice as to go to that island, and also because Molucca, which they were seeking, was now near, and that its kings were good men, who gave a good reception to all sorts of men in their country. And while still in this neighbourhood they saw the islands themselves of Molucca, and for rejoicing they fired all the artillery, and they arrived at the island on November 8, 1521, so that they spent from Spain to Molucca 2 years and 2 months. As soon as they arrived at the island of Tidor, which is in 30 degrees, the king thereof did them great honour, which could not be exceeded. There they treated with the king for their cargo, and the king engaged to give them whatever there was in the country for their money, and they settled to give for the bahar of cloves 14 ells of yellow cloth of 77 tem, which are worth in Castile a ducat the ell; of red cloth of the same kind 10 ells. They also gave 30 ells of Brittany linen cloth, and for each of these quantities they received a bahar of cloves. Likewise for 30 knives, 8 bahars. Having thus settled all the above mentioned prices, the inhabitants of the country gave them information that further on, in another island near, there was a Portuguese man. This island might be 2 leagues distant, and it was named Targatel. This man was the chief person of Molucca. There we now have got a fortress. They then wrote letters to the said Portuguese to come and speak with them, to which he answered that he did not dare, because the king of the country forbade it, that if they obtained permission from the king he would come at once. This permission they soon got, and the Portuguese came to speak with them. They gave him an account of the prices which they had settled, at which he was amazed, and said on that account the king had ordered him not to come, as they did not know the truth about the prices of the country. and while they were thus taking in cargo, there arrived the King of Baraham, which is near there, and said that he wished to be a vassal of the King of Castile, and also that he had got 400 bahars of cloves, and that he had sold them to the King of Portugal, and that they had bought it, and that he had not yet delivered it, and if they wished for it he would give it all to them, to which the captains answered that if he brought it to them and came with it, they would buy it, but not otherwise. The King, seeing that they did not wish to take the cloves, asked them for a flag and a letter of safe conduct, which they gave him, signed by the captains of the ships. While they were thus waiting for the cargo, it seemed to them, from the delay in delivery, that the King was preparing some treachery against them, and the greater part of the ship's crews made an uproar and told the captains to go, as the delays which the King made were for nothing else than treachery, as it seemed to them all that it might be so. They were abandoning everything and were intending to depart, and being about to unfurl the sails, the King, who had made the agreement with them, came to that flagship and asked the captain why he wanted to go, because that which he had agreed upon with him he intended to fulfil it, as had been settled. The captain replied that the ship's crews said they should go and not remain any longer, as it was only treachery that was being prepared against them. To this the King answered that it was not so, and on that account he at once sent for his Koran, upon which he wished to make oath that nothing should be done to them. They at once brought him his Koran, and upon it he made oath, and told them to rest at ease with that. At this the crews were set at rest, and he promised them that he would give them their cargo by December 15, 1521, which he fulfilled within the set time, without being wanting in anything. When the two ships were already laden and about to unfurl their sails, the flagship sprung a large leak, and the King of the country learning this, he sent them 25 divers to stop the leak, which they were unable to do. They settled that the other ship should depart, and that this one should again discharge all its cargo and unload it, and as they could not stop the leak, the King promised that they, the people of the country, should give them all that they might be in need of. This was done, and they discharged the cargo of the flagship, and when the said ship was repaired, they took in her cargo and decided on making for the country of the Antilles, and the course from Molucca to it was 2,000 leagues, a little more or less. The other ship, which set sail first, left on December of the said year, and went out to sea for the Timor, and made its course behind Java, 2,055 leagues, to the Cape of Good Hope. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in February 2022. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 6. First Circumnavigation of the Globe, A.D. 1519, by Antonio Pigafetta. In order to double the Cape of Good Hope, we went as far as 42 degrees south latitude, and we remained off that cape for 9 weeks, with the sails struck, on account of the western and northwestern gales, which beat against our bows with fierce squalls. The Cape of Good Hope is in 34 degrees 30 minutes south latitude, 1,600 leagues distant from Cape of Molucca, and it is the largest and most dangerous cape in the world. Some of our men, and among them the sick, would have liked to land at a place belonging to the Portuguese called Mozambique, both because the ship made much water and because of the great cold which we suffered, and much more because we had nothing but rice water for food and drink, all the meat of which we had made provision having putrefied, for the want of salt had not permitted us to salt it. But the greater number of us, prizing honour more than life itself, decided on attempting at any risk to return to Spain. At length, by the aid of God, on the 6th of May, we passed the terrible cape, but we were obliged to approach it within only 5 leagues distance, or else we should never have passed it. We then sailed toward the northwest for 2 whole months without ever taking rest, and in this short time we lost 21 men, between Christians and Indians. We made then a curious observation on throwing them into the sea, that was, that the Christian remained with the face turned to the sky, and the Indians with the face turned to the sea. If God had not granted us favorable weather, we should all have perished of hunger. Constrained by extreme necessity, we decided on touching at the Cape Verde island named St. James. Knowing that we were in an enemy's country and among suspicious persons, on sending the boat ashore to get provision of victuals, we charged the seamen to say to the Portuguese that we had sprung our foremast under the equinoctial line, although this misfortune had happened at the Cape of Good Hope, and that our ship was alone, because while we tried to repair it, our Captain-General had gone with the other 2 ships to Spain. With these good words, and giving our merchandise in exchange, we obtained 2 boatloads of rice. In order to see whether we had kept an exact account of the days, we charged those who went ashore to ask what day of the week it was, and they were told by the Portuguese inhabitants of the island that it was Thursday, which was a great cause of wondering to us, since with us it was only Wednesday. We could not persuade ourselves that we were mistaken, and I was more surprised than the others, since, having always been in good health, I had every day, without intermission, written down the day that was current. But we were afterward advised that there was no error on our part, since, as we had always sailed toward the west, following the course of the sun, and had returned to the same place, we must have gained 24 hours, as it is clear to anyone who reflects upon it. The boat, having returned for rice a second time to the shore, was detained with 13 men who were in it. As we saw that, and from the movement in certain caravels, suspected that they might wish to capture us and our ship, we at once set sail. We afterward learned, some time after our return, that our boat and men had been arrested, because one of our men had discovered the deception and said that the Captain-General was dead, and that our ship was the only one remaining of Magellan's fleet. At last, when it pleased Heaven, on Saturday, September 6, 1522, we entered the Bay of San Lucar, and of 60 men who composed our crew when we left Malacca, we were reduced to only 18, and these for the most part sick. Of the others, some died of hunger, some had run away at the island of Timor, and some had been condemned to death for their crimes. From the day when we left this Bay of San Lucar until our return thither, we reckoned that we had run more than 14,460 leagues, and we had completed going round the earth from east to west. Monday, September 8th, we cast anchor near the mole of Seville, and discharged all the artillery. Tuesday we all went in shirts and barefoot, with a taper in our hands, to visit the shrine of Santa Maria de Antigua. Then, leaving Seville, I went to Valladolid, where I presented to His Sacred Majesty Don Carlos neither gold nor silver, but things more precious in the eyes of so great a sovereign. I presented to him, among other things, a book written by my hand of all the things that occurred day by day in our voyage. I departed thence as I was best able, and went to Portugal, and related to King John the things which I had seen. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Field of the Cloth of Gold, A.D. 1520, by J.S. Brewer. From the magnificence of the preparations made for the famous meeting described in the following pages, the plain on which it took place, between Guines and Ardres, France, received the name of the Field of the Cloth of Gold. The meeting of the two kings, Henry VIII of England and Francis I of France, was brought about by circumstances connected with the rivalry between Francis and the Emperor Charles V. The enmity of the two latter and their repeated wars form a principal subject of European history during many years. Francis came to the throne in 1515, and the first 4 years of his reign were marked by brilliant successes, which brought him fame as a ruler and a warrior. But in 1519, he was an unsuccessful candidate for the imperial dignity, and Charles, being preferred before him, became Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Great was the mortification of Francis, and he soon after declared war against his rival. Both sought the alliance of Henry VIII, and in hopes of securing his friendship, and thereby preventing a union of the emperor and the English king against himself, Francis arranged the meeting so brilliantly pictured by Brewer. But Francis, by overdoing this gorgeous reception, gave offense to Henry, whom he seemed to eclipse in magnificence. Meanwhile, Charles, anticipating the interview, had visited Henry in England, and by his more politic address he secured the favor both of the English monarch and his great minister, Cardinal Wolsey. Situated in a flat and uninviting plain, poor and barren as the uncultivated border land of the two kingdoms, Guines and its castle offered little attraction, and if possible less accommodation, to the gay throng now to be gathered within its walls. Its weedy moat and dismantled battlements, its keep too ruinous to mend, defied the efforts of carpenters and bricklayers, as the English commissioners pathetically complained, and could not by any artifice or contrivance be made to assume the appearance of the formidable or even a respectable fortress to friend or enemy. But on the castle green, within the limits of a few weeks, and in the face of great difficulties, the English artists of that day contrived a summer palace, more like a vision of romance, the creation of some fairy dream, if the accounts of eyewitnesses of all classes may be trusted, than the dull, everyday reality of clay-born bricks and mortar. No palace of art in these beclouded climates of the West ever so truly deserved its name. As if the imagination of the age, pent up in wretched alleys and narrow dwelling houses, had resolved for once to throw off its ordinary trammels and recompense itself for its long restraint, it prepared to realize those visions of enchanted bowers and ancient pageantry on which it had fed so long in the fictions and romances of the Middle Ages. I have thought it worthwhile to notice so much of the details as will enable the reader to form some slight conception for himself of this scene of enchantment which the genius of the age had contrived for its own amusement. The palace was an exact square of 328 feet. It was pierced on every side with oriel windows and clear stories curiously glazed, the mullions and posts of which were overlaid with gold. An embattled gate, ornamented on both sides with statues representing men in various attitudes of war, and flanked by an embattled tower, guarded the entrance. From this gate to the entrance of the palace arose in long ascent a sloping dais or half-pace, along which were grouped images of sore and terrible countenances, in armor of argentine or bright metal. At the entrance, under an embowed landing place, facing the great doors, stood antique, classical figures girt with olive branches. The passages, the roofs of the galleries from place to place and from chamber to chamber were sealed and covered with white silk, fluted and embowed with silken hangings of diverse colors and braided cloths, which showed like bullions of fine burnished gold. The roofs of the chambers were studded with roses, set in lozenges and diapered on a ground of fine gold. Panels enriched with antique carving and gilt bosses covered the spaces between the windows, while along all the corridors and from every window hung tapestry of silk and gold, embroidered with figures. Chairs covered with cushions of Turkey work, cloths of estate, of various shapes and sizes, overlaid with golden tissue and rich embroidery, ornamented the state apartments. The square on every side was decorated with equal richness, and blazed with the same profusion of glass, gold, and ornamental hangings, and every quarter of it, even the least, was a habitation fit for a prince, says Fleurange, who had examined it with the critical eye of a rival and a Frenchman. To the palace was attached a spacious chapel, still more sumptuously adorned. Its altars were hung with cloth of gold tissue, embroidered with pearls. Cloth of gold covered the walls and desks. Basins, censers, cruets, and other vessels of the same precious materials lent their luster to its services. On the high altar, shaded by a magnificent canopy of immense proportions, stood enormous candlesticks and other ornaments of gold. 12 golden images of the apostles, as large as children of 4 years old, astonished the eyes of the spectator. The copes and vestments of the officiating clergy were cloth of tissue powdered with red roses, brought from the looms of Florence, and woven in one piece, thickly studded with gold and jewelry. No less profusion might be seen in the 2 closets left apart for the king and the queen. Images and sacred vessels of solid gold, in gold cloth, cumbrous with pearls and precious stones, attested the rank, the magnificence, and devotion of the occupants. The ceilings of these closets were gilded and painted. The hangings were of tapestry embroidered with fretwork of pearls and gems. The chapel was served by 35 priests and a proportionate number of singing boys. From the palace, a secret gallery led into a private apartment in Gien Castle, along which the royal visitors could pass and repass at pleasure. The king was attended by squires of the body, sewers, gentlemen ushers, grooms, and pages of the chamber, for all of whom suitable accommodation had to be provided. The Lord Chamberlain, the Lord Steward, the Lord Treasurer of the household, the Comptroller, with their numerous staffs, had to be lodged in apartments adapted to their rank and services. As it was one great object of the interview to entertain all comers with masques and banquetings of the most sumptuous kind, the mere rank and file of inferior officers and servants formed a colony of themselves. The bakehouse, pantry, cellar, buttery, kitchen, larder, acatry were amply provided with ovens, ranges, and culinary requirements, to say nothing of the stables, the troops of grooms, farriers, saddlers, stirrup-makers, furbishers, and footmen. Upward of 200 attendants were employed in and about the kitchen alone. Outside the palace gate, on the greensward, stood a quiet fountain of antique workmanship, with a statue of Bacchus birling the wine. 3 runlets, fed by secret conduits hid beneath the earth, spouted claret, hippocras, and water into as many silver cups to quench the thirst of all comers. On the opposite side was a pillar wreathed in gold and supported by 4 gilt lions, and on the top stood an image of blind Cupid armed with bow and arrows. The gate itself, built in massive style, was pierced with loopholes. Its windows and recesses were filled with images of Hercules, Alexander, and other ancient worthies, richly gilt and painted. In long array, in the plain beyond, 2,800 tents stretched their white canvas before the eyes of the spectator, gay with the pennons, badges, and devices of the various occupants, while miscellaneous followers in tens of thousands, attracted by profit or the novelty of the scene, camped on the grass and filled the surrounding slopes in spite of the severity of provost-marshal and reiterated threats of mutilation and chastisement. Multitudes from the French frontiers, or the populous cities of Flanders, indifferent to the political significance of the scene, swarmed from their dingy homes to gaze on kings, queens, knights, and ladies dressed in their utmost splendor. Beggars, itinerant minstrels, vendors of provisions and small luxuries, mixed with wagoners, ploughmen, laborers, and the motley troop of camp followers, crowded round or stretched themselves beneath the summer sun on bundles of straw and grass in drunken idleness. No better lodging awaited many a gay knight and lady who had traveled far to be present at the spectacle, and were obliged to content themselves with such open-air accommodation. Backward and forward surged the excited and unwieldy crowd, as every hour brought its fresh contingent of curiosity or criticism in the shape of some newcomer conspicuous for his fantastic bearing or the quaint fashion of his armor. Each new candidate for the love and honor of the ladies, for popular applause, or less noble objects, was greeted with shouts and acclamations as he succeeded in distinguishing himself from the throng by the strangeness or splendor of his appointments. Christendom had never witnessed such a scene. The fantastic usages of the courts of love and beauty were revived once more. The medieval age had gathered up its departing energies for this last display of its favorite pastime, henceforth to be consigned, without regret, to the mouldered lodges of the past. At the time that Henry set sail for Calais, Francis started from Montre for Ardres. It was a meager old town, long since in ruins, the fosse and castle of which had been hastily repaired. He was attended on his route by a vast and motley multitude. No less than 10,000 of this poor vagrant crew were compelled to turn back by a proclamation ordering that no person, without special permission, should approach within 2 leagues of the king's train on pain of the halter. As the French had proposed that both parties should lodge in tents erected on the field, they had prepared numerous pavilions, fitted up with halls, galleries, and chambers, ornamented within and without with gold and silver tissue. Amid golden balls and quaint devices glittering in the sun rose a gilt figure of St. Michael, conspicuous for his blue mantle powdered with golden fleur-de-lis, and crowning a royal pavilion of vast dimensions, supported by a single mast. In his right hand he held a dart, in his left a shield emblazoned with the arms of France. Inside the roof of the pavilion represented the canopy of heaven, ornamented with stars and figures of the zodiac. The lodgings of the Queen, of the Duchess of Alençon, the king's favorite sister, and of other ladies and princes of the blood were covered with cloth of gold. The rest of the tents, to the number of 300 or 400, emblazoned with the arms of the owners, were pitched on the banks of a small river outside the city walls. A large house in the town, built for the occasion, served as a place of reception for royal visitors. From June 4, 1520, when Henry first entered Gien, the festivities continued with unabated splendor for 20 days. They were opened by a visit of Wolsey to the French king, and gave the cardinal an opportunity for displaying his love of magnificence, not unaptly reckoned by poets and philosophers as the nearest virtue to magnanimity. 100 archers of the guard, followed by 50 gentlemen of his household, clothed in crimson velvet with chains of gold, bareheaded, bonnet in hand, and mounted on magnificent horses richly caparisoned, led the way. After them came 50 gentlemen ushers, also bareheaded, carrying gold maces with knobs as big as a man's head. Next, a cross-bearer in scarlet, supporting a crucifix adorned with precious stones. Then 4 lackeys followed, with gilt batons and poleaxes, in paletot of crimson velvet, their bonnets in hand adorned with plumes, their coats ornamented before and behind with the cardinal's badge in goldsmith's work. Lastly came the legate himself, mounted on a barded mule trapped in crimson velvet, with gold front stalls, studs, buckles, and stirrups. Over a chemire of figured crimson velvet he wore a fine linen rochet. Bishops and other ecclesiastics succeeded, and the whole procession was brought up by 50 archers of the king's guard, their bows bent, their quivers at their sides, their jackets of red cloth adorned with a gold rose before and behind. In this state the procession approached the town of Ardres. Arrived at the king's lodgings, Wolsey dismounted, amid the roar of artillery and the sound of drums, trumpets, fifes, and other instruments of music. He was received by the King of France, bonnet in hand, with the greatest demonstrations of affection. The visit was returned next day by the French. These ceremonies were preliminary to the meeting of the two sovereigns on Thursday, June 7th. On that day, the King of England, apparelled in cloth of silver damask, thickly ribbed with cloth of gold and mounted on a charger arrayed in the most dazzling trappings, overlaid with fine gold and curiously wrought in mosaic, advanced toward the valley of Ardres. No man, from personal inclinations or personal qualities, was better calculated to sustain his part in a brilliant ceremonial such as then struck the eyes of the spectators. An admirable horseman, tall and muscular, slightly inclined to corpulence, with a red beard and ruddy countenance, Henry VIII was at this time, by the admission of his rivals, the most comely and commanding prince of his age. Closely attending on the king was Sir Henry Guilford, the master of the horse, leading a spare charger, not less splendidly arrayed in trappings of fine gold, wrought in ciphers, with headstall, reins, and saddle of the same material. 9 henchmen followed in cloth of tissue, the harness of their horses covered with gold scales. In front rode the old Marquis of Dorset, bearing the sword of estate before the king. Behind came the cardinal, the Dukes of Buckingham and Suffolk, with the Earl of Shrewsbury and others. A shot fired from the castle of Geijer and responded to by a shot from the castle of Ardres gave warning that the two princes were ready to set forward. As Henry advanced toward the valley with all his company in military array, the French king might be descried on the opposite hill with his dazzling company, in dress, deportment, and the splendor of his retinue not less glorious or conspicuous than his rival. Over a short cassock of gold frieze he wore a mantle of cloth of gold, covered with jewels. The front and the sleeves were studded with diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and large loose-hanging pearls. On his head he wore a velvet bonnet adorned with plumes and precious stones. Far in advance rode the provost marshal, with his archers to clear the ground. Then followed the marshals of the army in cloth of gold, their orders about their necks, mounted on horses covered with gold trappings. Next, the Grand Master, the princes of the blood, and the King of Navarre. After them came the Swiss Guard on foot, in new liveries, with their drums, flutes, trumpets, clarions, and hautboys. Then the gentlemen of the household, and immediately preceding the king was the Grand Constable Bourbon, bearing the sword naked, and the Grand Ecuyer, with the sword of France, powdered with gold fleur-de-lis. As the two companies approached each other, there was a momentary pause. The French watched with some jealousy the close array of the English footmen, who, stretched in a long line on the king's left, marched step for step with all the solemn gravity of their nation, as if they were rather preparing for battle than pastime, while, on the other side, the superior numbers of the French awakened the national jealousy of the Englishmen. "Sir, ye be my king and sovereign," broke in the Lord Abergavenny in breathless haste, "wherefore, above all, I am bound to show you truth, and not to let stop for none. I have been in the French party, and they may be more in numbers, double as many as ye be." Then spoke up the Earl of Shrewsbury. "Sire, whatever my Lord of Abergavenny saith, I myself have been there, and the Frenchmen be more in fear of you and your subjects than your subjects be of them. Wherefore," said the Earl, "if I were worthy to give counsel, your grace should march forward." "So we intend, my lord," replied the king. "On afore, my masters," shouted the officers of arms, and the whole company halted, face foremost, close by the valley of Ardres. A minute's pause, a breathless silence, followed by a slight stir on both sides. Then, from the dense array of cloth of gold, silver, and jewelry, of white plumes and waving pennons, amid the acclamations of myriads of spectators on the surrounding hills, and the shrill burst of pipes, trumpets, and clarions, 2 horsemen were seen to emerge and, in the sight of both nations, slowly descend into the valley from opposite sides. These were the 2 sovereigns. As they approached nearer, they spurred their horses to a gallop. Then, uncovering, embraced each other on horseback, and after dismounting, embraced again, while the two sovereigns proceeded arm in arm to a rich pavilion, which no one else was allowed to enter except Wolsey on one side and the Admiral of France on the other. The officers on both sides, intermingling their ranks, made good cheer and toasted each other in broken French and English. Bon ami, French and English. Friday and Saturday were occupied in preparing the field for the tournament. The lists, 900 feet in length and 320 feet broad, were pitched on a rising ground in the territory of Gien, about halfway between Gien and Ardres. Galleries hung with tapestry surrounded the enclosure, and on the right side, in the place of honor, were two glazed chambers for the two queens. A deep fosse served to keep off the crowd. The entrances were guarded by 12 French and 12 English archers, and at the foot of the lists, under a triumphal arch, stood the perron, or tree of nobility, from which the shields of the two kings were suspended on a higher line than those of the other challengers and answerers. The perron for Henry VIII was formed of a hawthorn, and for Francis I, a raspberry, from Boisier, in supposed allusion to his name. Cloth of gold served for the trunk and dried leaves. The foliage was of green silk, the flowers and fruits of silver and Venetian gold. Under the tree, which measured in compass not less than 129 feet, the heralds took their stand on an artificial mound, surrounded by railings of green damask. On Sunday, while the French king dined at Gien with the Queen of England, the English king dined with the French queen and the Duchess of Alençon at Ardres. On arriving at the queen's lodgings, Henry was received by Louis of Savoy and a bevy of ladies magnificently dressed. Passing slowly through their ranks in leisurely admiration of their charms, he reached the apartment where the queen attended his coming. As he made his reverence to the queen, she rose from her chair of state to meet him. Kneeling with one knee on the ground, his bonnet in his hand, he first kissed the queen, next Madame, then the Duchess of Alençon, and finally all the princesses and ladies of the company. This done, dinner was announced. At the third service, Montjoy's herald entered with a great golden goblet, crying in the name of the King of England, "Largesse to the Most High, mighty and excellent Prince, Henry, King of England, etc. Largesse, largesse." The banquet ended at 5 in the evening, when the king took his leave. To display his skill before the ladies, he set spurs to his horse, making it bound and curvet as valiantly as any man could do. The jousts commenced on Monday the 11th. The rules adopted to secure fair play and guard against accidents may be read by those curious in such matters in the original black-letter ordonnance printed at the time. On the first day the kings of England and France, with their aids, held the lists against all comers, and, with the exception of Wednesday, when the wind was too high, the jousts continued without interruption throughout the week. On Sunday, the two kings exchanged hospitality as before. On this occasion, Francis, dropping all reserve, visited the King of England before 8 in the morning, attended by 4 companions only, and entering his apartment without ceremony, embraced him as he was seated at breakfast. The jousts were concluded in the following week, with a solemn mass sung by the cardinal in a chapel erected on the field. The arrangements observed on this occasion, not less elaborate than those by which the feats of arms were regulated, may be read in the same volume as the ordonnance. Here, as in the ceremonial of the lists, the spirit of chivalry reigned triumphant. When the Cardinal of Bourbon, according to the usages of the time, presented the gospel to the French king to kiss, Francis, declining, commanded it to be offered to the King of England, who was too well bred to accept the honor. When the pax was presented at the Agnus Dei, the two sovereigns repeated the same mannerly breeding. The two queens were equally ceremonious. After a polite altercation of some minutes, when neither would decide who should be the first to kiss the pax, Womanlike, they kissed each other instead. A sermon in Latin, enlarging on the blessings of peace, was delivered by Pace at the close of the service, and a salamander was sent up in the air in the direction of Gien, to the astonishment and terror of the beholders. The whole was concluded with a banquet, at which the royal ladies, too polite to eat, spent their time in conversation. But the legates, cardinals, and prelates dined, drank, and ate sans fiction in another room by themselves. On Sunday, June 24th, the kings met in the lists to interchange gifts and bid each other farewell. Henry and his court left for Calais. Francis returned to Abbeville. The two kings parted on the best of terms, as the world thought, and with mutual feelings of regret. Yet Henry had already arranged to meet the emperor at Gravelines, there settle the terms of a new convention, to the disadvantage of the French king. The imperial envoy, the Marquis d'Archambault, arrived at Calais on July 4th and was received by the Duke of Buckingham. On the 5th, the king visited Gravelines and returned with the emperor to Calais 3 days after. The interview, graced by the presence of Charles, his brother Ferdinand, Herman, the Archbishop of Cologne, and the Lord Chièvre, though less splendid, was more cordial than the interview with the French king, and was meant for business. Frugal and reserved, the emperor contrived, by his simple and unostentatious habits, to render himself more agreeable to his English guests than even Francis had been able to do with all his profuse and expensive civilities. Not, as some may condemn us, in consequence of our national fickleness, nor, as others may excuse us, because Englishmen preferred the plainer manners of the German or the Fleming, but because in the interview with Francis, in spite of appearances, there was no real cordiality. A tournament, in fact, was the least eligible method of promoting friendly feeling. It was more likely to engender unpleasant disputes and jealousies. To enforce the rules laid down for preserving order and fair play among the combatants was not an easy or a popular task. National rivalry was apt to break out, and it was hard for the judges to escape the imputation of partiality. Nor did the English, it must be admitted, return from the field in much good humor. With a feeling of complacency engendered by their insular position and their long isolation from the continent, they had been wont to consider themselves as far superior to the French in all exercises of strength and agility. The French knights had shown themselves fully equal to their English opponents. The French king was not inferior in personal courage and activity to his English rival. Then rumors, such as spring up like the dragon's teeth in vast and motley multitudes, evidently fanned and fostered by Flemish emissaries, continually represented the French as engaged in contriving some act of treachery against the English king and nation. Among the nobles, also the Dukes of Suffolk and Buckingham, the Lord Abergavenny, and others were glad of any pretext for maligning a pageant of which Wolsey had the prime direction. Francis still hovered on the frontier in the fruitless hope of being invited to take part in this interview with the emperor. The day before Charles left Ghent, the Lady Vendôme and the Duchess, her daughter-in-law, contrived to have business in that town, but their artifice was not successful. Francis was obliged to content himself with the assurance that the visage and countenance of his English ally appeared not to be so replenished with joy as at the valley of Ardres, and that he had given proofs of undiminished affection by riding a courser that Francis had given him. With an impressiveness intended to be candid, he told Sir Richard Wingfield, who had succeeded as English resident at the French court, that if the King Catholic were a prince of like faith unto the king his brother, Henry, and that he might perceive from Wolsey that his coming thither to Calais might be the cause of any good conclusion between them, that is, between himself and the emperor, he would not fail to come in post, and not to have looked for rank and place to him belonging, but would have put him into the king's chamber as one of the number of the same. But neither his extreme humility nor his flattering proposal that Henry and himself, the chief pillars of Christendom, should handle the Pope, whom Francis knew to be at some season the fearfullest creature of the world, and at some other to be as brave, nor the schemes and blandishments of the ladies availed. He chafed under disappointment, still more at his ill success in counteracting the growing intimacy of Henry and the Emperor. He had exhausted, to little purpose, that liberal and unsuspicious confidence which too credulous historians are apt to think characterized his proceedings at the Field of the Cloth of Gold, to the disadvantage of his less attractive and engaging contemporary. He could neither prevent the meetings of his two rivals, nor penetrate their secrets. He was utterly foiled, yet dared not show his resentment, while the Pope and the Spaniards, unable to penetrate beneath the surface or read the signs of the times, were puzzled and scandalized at the Emperor's condescension. The world looked on with astonishment, as well it might, to see the two monarchs of the West thus anxiously soliciting the Cardinal's good graces. What could there be in the son of a butcher to command such deference? Of the projects discussed at this interview, we are not precisely informed. The English version, intended for the meridian of the French court, and to lull the suspicions of Francis, is the only account we possess. If any credit be due to a statement prepared under such circumstances, and calculated to alienate the French king irrecoverably from the emperor, we are to believe that the imperial ambassadors had already proposed to Henry to break off his matrimonial engagement with France and transfer the hand of the Princess Mary to the emperor. As an inducement for the king to coincide in this arrangement, the emperor undertook to make war on France by sea and land, and not desist until Henry had recovered his right and title in the same. The king, according to the same document, rejected such a treacherous overture with the utmost horror, vehemently protesting against its immorality and perfidiousness. That such a proposal was made, though probably not by Geijer, to whom it is attributed, that it was accepted by England, but with none of the indignation described in the document, is clear beyond dispute. Long before any interruption had occurred in the amicable relations between the two countries, before even the landing of Charles at Canterbury, or in the interview in the valley of Ardres, it had been secretly proposed that the French engagement should be set aside, and the hand of Mary be transferred to the emperor. The king's horror at this act of faithlessness, if it had any existence beyond the paper on which it was written, must have been tardy and gratuitous, seeing that the chief purpose of the meeting at Calais was to settle the basis of this matrimonial alliance and obtain the solemn ratification of the emperor. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aman Bogle. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Cortes captures the city of Mexico, A.D. 1521, by William H. Prescott. Spain had already begun to conquer and colonize the New World when in 1519 Hernando Cortes, with about 700 men, landed in Mexico, having previously served in Hispaniola and Cuba. He was born in Medellin, Extremadura, Spain, in 1485, and was therefore now about 34 years of age. To make the retreat of his force impossible, he destroyed his ships and marched into the interior and established himself in the capital city, Tenochtitlan, on the site of the present city of Mexico. Cortes found southern Mexico under the rule of the Aztecs, more correctly Aztecas, a partly civilized and powerful branch of the Nahuatl Indians of central Mexico. They had formed a confederacy with other tribes, and now maintained a formidable empire in the Mexican Valley Plateau. Their emperor was Montezuma II, who sent messengers to remonstrate against the advance of Cortes. The Spaniard continued his march, entered the city, and soon made Montezuma his prisoner, holding him as a hostage in June 1520. The Spaniards were besieged in the city. During a parley Montezuma was killed. On the night of the 30th the Spaniards, while trying to leave the city, lost half their men in a severe fight, and only another battle, July 7th, escaped into La Scala. Reorganizing his force, strengthened by Indian allies and by ships he built on the lakes, Cortes, in May 1521, began the siege of Mexico, as historians call the Aztec capital. Guatemotzin, the last of the Aztec emperors, made a desperate defense, and before its capture, the city was almost destroyed. On August 12th, the Spaniards made a strong assault, which so weakened the defenders that the following day was to be the last of the once flourishing empire. Cortes' chief lieutenants were Pedro de Alvarado, Gonzalo de Sandoval, and Olid, famous Spanish soldiers. After taking the capital city, Cortes, being empowered by Guatemotzin, conquered the whole of Mexico, which was called New Spain, and in 1523 he was appointed governor. On the morning of August 13th, 1521, the Spanish commander again mustered his forces, having decided to follow up the blow of the preceding day before the enemy should have time to rally, and at once to put an end to the war. He had arranged with Alvarado on the evening previous to occupy the marketplace of Tlatelolco, and discharge of an arquebus was to be the signal for a simultaneous assault. Sandoval was to hold the northern causeway, and with the fleet, to watch the movements of the Indian emperor, and to intercept the flight to the mainland, which Cortes knew he meditated. To allow him to effect this would be to leave a formidable enemy in his own neighborhood, who might at any time kindle the flame of insurrection throughout the country. He ordered Sandoval, however, to do no harm to the royal person, and not to fire on the enemy at all, except in self-defense. It was the day of St. Hippolytus, from this circumstance selected as the patron saint of modern Mexico, that Cortes led his warlike array for the last time across the black and blasted environs which lay around the Indian capital. On entering the Aztec precincts, he paused, willing to afford its wretched inmates one more chance of escape before striking the fatal blow. He obtained an interview with some of the principal chiefs, and expostulated with them on the conduct of their prince. "He will surely not," said the general, "see you all perish when he can easily save you." He then urged them to prevail on Guatemotzin to hold a conference with him, repeating the assurances of his personal safety. The messengers went on their mission, and soon returned with the Teoctl at their head, a magistrate of high authority among the Mexicans. He said, with a melancholy air, in which his own disappointment was visible, that Guatemotzin was ready to die where he was, but would hold no interview with the Spanish commander, adding in a tone of resignation, "It is for you to work your pleasure." "Go then," replied the stern conqueror, "and prepare your countrymen for death. Their hour is come." He still postponed the assault for several hours, but the impatience of his troops at the delay was heightened by the rumor that Guatemotzin and his nobles were preparing to escape, with their effects in the periaguas and the canoes, which were moored on the margin of the lake. Convinced of the fruitlessness and impolicy of further procrastination, Cortes made his final dispositions for the attack, and took his own station on an azotea which commanded the theatre of operations. When the assailants came into the presence of the enemy, They found them huddled together in the utmost confusion, all ages and both sexes, in masses so dense that they nearly forced one another over the brink of the causeways into the water below. Some had climbed on the terraces, others feebly supported themselves against the walls of the buildings. Their squalid and tattered garments gave a wildness to their appearance which still further heightened the ferocity of their expression, as they glared on their enemy with eyes in which hate was mingled with despair. When the Spaniards had approached within bowshot, the Aztecs let off a flight of impotent missiles, showing to the last the resolute spirit, though they had lost the strength of their better days. The fatal signal was then given by the discharge of an arquebus, speedily followed by peals of heavy ordnance, the rattle of firearms, and the hellish shouts of the Confederates as they sprang upon their victims. It's unnecessary to stain the page with a repetition of the horrors of the preceding day. Some of the wretched Aztecs threw themselves into the water and were picked up by the canoes. Others sank and were suffocated in the canals. The number of those became so great that a bridge was made of their dead bodies, over which the assailants could climb to the opposite banks. Others, again, especially the women, begged for mercy, which, as the chroniclers assure us, was everywhere granted by the Spaniards, and, contrary to the instructions and entreaties of Cortes, everywhere refused by the Confederates. While this work of butchery was going on, numbers were observed pushing off in the barks that lined the shore, and making the best of their way across the lake. They were constantly intercepted by the brigantines, which broke the flimsy array of boats, sending off their volleys to the right and left as the crews of the latter hotly assailed them. The battle raged as fiercely on the lake as on the land. Many of the Indian vessels were shattered and overturned. Some few, however, under cover of smoke which rolled darkly over the waters, succeeded in clearing themselves of the turmoil, and were fast nearing the opposite shore. Sandoval had particularly charged his captains to keep an eye on the movements of any vessels in which it was at all probable that Guatemotzin might be concealed. At this crisis, 3 or 4 of the largest periaguas were seen skimming over the water, and making their way rapidly across the lake. A captain named Garcia Holguin, who had commanded of one of the best sailors in the fleet, instantly gave them chase. The wind was favorable, and every moment he gained on the fugitives, who pulled their oars with a vigor that despair alone could have given. But it was in vain, and after a short race, Holguin, coming alongside of one of the periaguas, which, whether from its appearance or from information he had received, he conjectured might bear the Indian emperor, ordered his men to level their crossbows at the boat. But, before they could discharge them, a cry arose from those in it that their lord was on board. At the same moment a young warrior, armed with buckler and maquahoto, rose up, as if to beat off the assailants, but, as the Spanish captain ordered his men not to shoot, he dropped his weapons and explained, "I am Guatemotzin. Lead me to Malanzin. I am his prisoner, but let no harm come to my wife and my followers." Holguin assured him that his wishes should be respected, and assisted him to get on board the brigantine, followed by his wife and attendants. These were 20 in number, consisting of Coanico, the deposed lord of Tlacopan, the lord of Tlacopan, and several other caciques and dignitaries, whose rank, probably, had secured them some exemption from the general calamities of the siege. When the captives were seated on the deck of the vessel, Holguin requested the Aztec prince to put an end to the combat by commanding his people in the other canoes to surrender. But with a dejected air he replied, "It is not necessary. They will fight no longer when they see their prince is taken." He spoke the truth. The news of Guatemotzin's capture spread rapidly through the fleet and on shore, where the Mexicans were still engaged in conflict with their enemies. It ceased, however, at once. They made no further resistance, and those on the water quickly followed the brigantines, which conveyed their captive monarch to land. It seemed as if the fight had been maintained thus long the better to divert the enemy's attention and cover their master's retreat. Meanwhile, Sandoval, on receiving tidings of the capture, brought his own brigantine alongside of Holguin's and demanded the royal prisoner to be surrendered to him, but the captain claimed him as his prize. A dispute arose between the parties, each anxious to have the glory of the deed and perhaps the privilege of commemorating it on his escutcheon. The controversy continued so long that it reached the ears of Cortes, who, in his station on the azotea, had learned with no little satisfaction the capture of his enemy. He instantly sent orders to his wrangling officers to bring Guatemotzin before him, that he might adjust the difference between them. He charged them, at the same time, to treat their prisoner with respect. He then made preparations for the interview, caused the terrace to be carpeted with crimson cloth and matting, and a table to be spread with provisions, of which the unhappy Aztecs stood so much in need. His lovely Indian mistress, Doña Marina, was present to act as interpreter. She stood by his side through all the troubled scenes of the conquest, and she was there now to witness its triumphant termination. Guatemotzin, on landing, was escorted by a company of infantry to the presence of the Spanish commander. He mounted the azotea with a calm and steady step, and was easily to be distinguished from his attendant nobles, though his full, dark eye was no longer lighted up with its accustomed fire, and his features wore an expression of passive resignation that told little of the fierce and fiery spirit that burned within. His head was large, his limbs well proportioned, his complexion fairer than that of his bronze-colored nation, and his whole deportment singularly mild and engaging. Cortes came forward with a dignified and studied courtesy to receive him. The Aztec monarch probably knew the person of his conqueror, for he first broke silence by saying, "I have done all that I could to defend myself and my people. I am now reduced to this state. You will deal with me, Malenzin, as you list." Then, laying his hand on the hilt of a poniard stuck in the general's belt, he added with vehemence, "Better dispatch me with this and rid me of life at once." Cortes was filled with admiration at the proud bearing of this young barbarian, showing in his reverses a spirit worthy of an ancient Roman. "Fear not," he replied. "You shall be treated with all honor. You have defended your capital like a brave warrior. A Spaniard knows how to respect valor even in an enemy." He then inquired of him where he had left the princess, his wife, and being informed that she still remained under protection of a Spanish guard on board the brigantine, the general sent to have her escorted to his presence. She was the youngest daughter of Montezuma, and was hardly yet on the verge of womanhood. On the accession of her cousin Guatemotzin to the throne, she had been wedded to him as his lawful wife. She is celebrated by her contemporaries for her personal charms, and the beautiful Princess Tocuichpo is still commemorated by the Spaniards, since from her, by a subsequent marriage, are descended some of the illustrious families of their own nation. She was kindly received by Cortes, who showed her the respectful attentions suited to her rank. Her birth, no doubt, gave her an additional interest in his eyes, and he may have felt some touch of compunction as he gazed on the daughter of the unfortunate Montezuma. He invited his royal captives to partake of refreshments which their exhausted conditions rendered so necessary. Meanwhile, the Spanish commander made his dispositions for the night, ordering Sandoval to escort the prisoners to Cojuacan, whither he proposed himself immediately to follow. The other captains, Olid and Alvarado, were to draw off their forces to their respective quarters. It was impossible for them to continue in the capital, where the poisonous effluvia from the unburied carcasses loaded the air with infection. A small guard only was stationed to keep order in the wasted suburbs. It was the hour of vespers when Gaudeamotzen surrendered, and the siege might be considered as then concluded. The evening set in the dark, and the rain began to fall before the several parties had evacuated the city. During the night, a tremendous tempest, such as the Spaniards had rarely witnessed, and such as is known only within the tropics, burst over the Mexican valley. The thunder, reverberating from the rocky amphitheater of hills, bellowed over the waste of waters, and shook the teocallis and crazy tenements of Tenochtitlan, the few that yet survived, to their foundations. The lightning seemed to cleave asunder the vault of heaven, as its vivid flashes wrapped the whole scene in a ghastly glare for a moment, to be again swallowed up in darkness. The war of elements was in unison with the fortunes of the ruined city. It seemed as if the deities of Anahuac, scared from their ancient bodies, were borne along, shrieking and howling in the blast, as they abandoned the fallen capital to its fate. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Liberation of Sweden, A.D. 1523, by Erik Gustave Geijer. Gustavus Vasa, son of Erik Johansson, and hence called Gustavus Eriksson, was descended from the house of Vasa, and before the beginning of his long reign, 1523 to 1560, as King of Sweden, had served his country against the Danes, who were the controlling power in the union with Sweden and Norway. In a battle fought at the Brennkirk, July 22, 1518, Gustavus, then 22 years old, bore the Swedish banner. This battle resulted in the defeat of Christian II of Denmark. Gustavus was given as a hostage to Christian during his interview with the Swedish administrator, and the Dane treacherously carried the young patriot off to Denmark. In the following year he escaped in the disguise of a peasant. Sweden was conquered by Christian in 1520, and in the same year, having taken Stockholm, he ordered there the massacre of the nobility known as the Bloodbath. 90 of the leading men of Sweden, including the father of Gustavus, were put to death. This outrage provoked an uprising, in which the province of Dalecarlia bore the leading part, and its people followed Gustavus in a movement for independence. He soon gathered an army of his adherents called dalesmen, men of the dales, strong enough to meet the enemy. Gustavus Vasa is not only famed as the deliverer of Sweden, but also as the promoter of popular education in his country, and for the support which he gave to the Reformation, he himself having early embraced the doctrines of Luther. The heroic aspects of this Scandinavian patriot and king have alike endeared his memory to his own people, and made his fame to endure in the world annals of mankind. His last appearance and address before the estates of his kingdom, in the closing year of his life, have been finely commemorated in art, with a commingling of power and pathos, the aged monarch taking leave of his people and his throne. "He took his place in the hall of assemblage, accompanied by all his sons. The king having saluted the estates, they listened for the last time to the accents of that eloquence so well liked by the people." The most influential yeomen of all the parishes in the eastern and western dales elected Gustavus to be "lord and chieftain over them, and the commons of the realm of Sweden." Some scholars who had arrived from Westeros brought with them new accounts of the tyranny of Christian. Gustavus placed them amid a ring of peasants to tell their story, and answer the questions of the crowd. Old men represented it as a comfortable sign for the people, that as often as Gustavus discoursed to them, the north wind always blew, "which was an old token to them that God would grant them good success." 16 active peasants were appointed to be his bodyguard, and 200 more youths who joined him were called his foot-goers. The chronicles reckon his reign from this small beginning, while the Danes and their abettors in Stockholm long continued to speak of him and his party as a band of robbers in the woods. Thus the dalesmen swore fidelity to Gustavus, the inhabitants, namely, of the upper parishes on both arms of the Dalalf, where a numerous people, living amid wild yet grand natural scenery and hardened by privations, is still known by that name. Gustavus came to the Kopperberg with several hundred men in the early part of February 1521. There took prisoner his enemy Christopher Olsen, the powerful warden of the mines, made himself master of the money collected for the crown dues, and of the wares of the Danish traders on the spot, distributed both the money and goods among his men, who made their first standard from the silk stuffs there taken, and then returned to the dales. Not long afterward, on a Sunday, when the people of the Kopperberg were at church, Gustavus again appeared at the head of 1500 dalesmen. He spoke to the people after divine service, and now the miners likewise swore fidelity to his cause. Thereupon the commonalty of the mining districts and the dalesmen wrote to the commons of Helsingland, requesting that the Helsingers might bear themselves like true Swedish men against the overbearing violence and tyranny of the Danes. Those cruelties which King Christian had already exercised on the best in the land, they said, would soon reach every man's door, and fill all the houses of Sweden with the tears and shrieks of widows and orphans. If they would take up arms and show themselves to be stout-hearted men, there was now good hope for victory and triumph under a praiseworthy captain, the Lord Gustavus Ericsson, whom God had preserved "as a drop of the knightly blood of Sweden." Wherefore they begged them to give their help for the sake of the brotherly league by which, since early times, the commonalty of both countries had been united. 10 years afterward, the Dalecarlians recall the fact that they had received a friendly answer to the request which their accredited messengers had preferred on that occasion. and that their neighbors, the Helsingers, had promised to stand by them as one man, "whatever evils might befall them from the oppression of foreign or native masters." When Gustavus had begun the siege of Stockholm, every third man of the Helsingers, in fact, marched thither to strengthen his army. Yet at first they hesitated to embrace the cause, although Gustavus himself went among them, and spoke to the assembled people from the barrow on the royal domain of Norrella. Thence he proceeded to Gästrikland, where fugitives from Stockholm had already prepared men's minds. The burghers of Gefle and commissioners from several parishes swore fidelity to him in the name of the whole province. Here the rumor reached him that the Dalecarlians had already suffered a defeat. He hastened back, and soon received an account of the first victory of his followers. Letters of the magistracy of Stockholm, which were sent over the whole kingdom, warned the people to avoid all participation in the revolt. Relief was supplicated from the king. Additions were made to the fortifications of the capital. Sloops and barks were equipped in order, as it was said, to deprive "Gustavus Ericsson and his company of malefactors of all opportunity of quitting the country," but really to keep the approaches on the side of the sea open, which were obstructed by the fishers and peasants of the islets, who had begun to take arms for Gustavus. Special admonitory letters were dispatched to Helsingland and Dalecarlia, signed by Gustavus Troll, his father Eric Troll, and Canute Bennetson Spar of Engso, styling themselves the Council of the Realm of Sweden, by which, however, say the chronicles, the royal cause was rather damaged than strengthened. "For when the dalesmen and miners heard the letter, they said it was manifest to them that the council at this time was but small and thin, since it consisted of only 3 men, and these of little weight." Gustavus Troll, the Danish bishops, Canute Bennetson, above named, and Henry of Melun, the king's lieutenant at Westeros, where they had recently been assembled with commissioners from the magistracy of Stockholm by Bishop Otho, now marched with 6,000 men of horse and foot toward the Dal River, and encamped at the ferry of Brunbach. On the other side, the Dalecarlians guarded this frontier of their country, under the command of Peter Swenson of Vidderboda, a powerful miner, whom Gustavus had appointed their captain in his absence. When those in the Danish camp observed how the dalesmen shot their arrows across the stream, Bishop Beldinaki is said to have inquired of the Swedish lords present, to use the words of the chronicles, "how great a force the tract above the Long Wood, the forest on the boundary between Westmanland and Dalecarlia, could furnish at the utmost." Answer was made to him, full 20,000 men. Yet further he asked where so many mouths might obtain sustenance. To this it was replied that the people were not used to dainty meats. They drunk for the most part nothing but water, and, if need were, could be satisfied with bark bread. Then Beldinaki declared, "Men who eat wood and drink water the devil himself could not overcome, much less any one else. Brethren, let us leave this place." The story makes the Danes hereupon prepare for breaking up their encampment. However this may be, it is certain that Peter Swenson with the dalesmen crossed the Dal secretly, by a circuit, at Utsson's ferry, surprised the camp, and put the foe to rout. Gustavus had himself dealt with the inhabitants of Helsingland and Gästrikland, in order to ensure himself against leaving foes in the rear. and after his return to the Dales he prepared for an expedition into the lower country. He assembled his troops at Hedemora, and sought to inure them to habits of order and obedience by military exercises. The Dale peasant had no firearms, and knew little of discipline. His weapons were the axe, the bow, the pike, and the sling, the latter sometimes throwing pieces of red-hot iron. Gustavus instructed his men to fashion their arrows in a more effective shape, and increase the length of the spear by 4 or 5 feet, with a view to repel the attacks of cavalry. He caused monetary tokens to be struck, an expedient which seems to have been not uncommon in Sweden, since from a remote period even leather money is mentioned. The coins now struck at Hedemora were of copper, with a small admixture of silver, similar to those introduced by the king, and called Christians' clippings. On one side was the impress of an armed man, on the other arrows laid crosswise with 3 crowns. Gustavus broke from his quarters and marched across the long wood into Westmanland. His course lay through districts which bore traces yet fresh of the enemy's passage. The peasantry rose as he advanced. On St. George's Day, April 23rd, he mustered his army at the church of Ramfortuna. The number is stated by the chronicles at from 15,000 to 20,000 men. Yet on the correctness of this little reliance can be placed, even if we did not absolutely class this account with those which compare the multitude of Dalesmen in the fight of Brunneback to the sands of the seashore and the leaves of the forest, and their arrows to the hail of the storm cloud. The liberation of Sweden by Gustavus Vasa is a history written by the people, and they counted neither themselves nor their foes. The army was now divided under 2 generals, Lawrence Olavson and Lawrence Eriksson, both practiced warriors. Gustavus next issued his declaration of war against Christian, and marched to Westeros. He expected here to be met by the peasants of the western mining district from Lindsberg and Nora, who had already taken the oath of fidelity to him through his deputies. But instead of this, he was informed that Peter Ugla, one of those entrusted with the performance of this duty, had allowed himself to be surprised at Coping, and cut to pieces with his whole force. On the other hand, tidings arrived that the peasants on Wormed Isle had revolted, slain a band of Christian's men in the church itself, and made themselves master of 2 of his ships. The letters conveying the news, and magnifying the advantages gained, Gustavus caused to be read aloud to his followers. Theodore Slagheck, exercising power with barbarous cruelty and outrage, had himself taken the command of the castle of Westeros. He caused all the fences of the neighborhood to be broken down, in order to be able to use his cavalry without impediment against the insurgent peasants, who on April 29th approached the town. Both horsemen and foot with field pieces marched against them, and Gustavus, who had interdicted his men from engaging in a contest with the enemy, intending to defer the attack till the following day, was still at Balanças, half a mile from the town, when news reached him that his young soldiers were already at blows with their adversaries, and he hastened to their assistance. The Dalecarlians opposed their long pikes to the onset of the cavalry with such effect, that, more than 400 horses having perished in the assault, they were driven back on the infantry, who were posted in their rear, and compelled to flee along with them, while Lawrence Eriksson pushed into the town by a circuitous road, and possessed himself of the enemy's artillery in the marketplace. When the garrison of the castle observed this, they set fire to the houses by shooting their combustibles, and burned the greatest part of the town. The miners and peasants dispersed to extinguish the flames or to plunder, bartered with one another the goods of the traders in the booths, possessed themselves of the stock of wine in the cathedral and the council house, seated themselves round the vats, drank and sang. The Danes, reinforced from the castle, rallied anew, and the victory would undoubtedly have been changed into an overthrow had not Gustavus sent Lawrence Olavson, with the followers he had kept about him, again into the town, where, after a renewal of the conflict, the foe was put to an utter rout. Many cast away their arms, and threw themselves between fire and sword into the waters. Gustavus caused all the stores of spirituous liquors to be destroyed, and beat in the wine casks with his own hand. The fight of Westeros, from its influence on public opinion, acquired greater importance than of itself it would have possessed. Little was gained by the conquest of the town, so long as the castle held out; and how unserviceable a force of peasants was for a siege, Gustavus was often subsequently to experience. Wherever the tidings of his victory came, the people revolted, and he was already enabled to divide his power, and to invest the castles of several provinces. Siege was accordingly laid to Stegborg, Nicoping, and Orebro. A division of the Vermelanders, with the peasants of Recarne, in Sudermania, was employed in beleaguering the castle of Westeros, of whose exploits, however, nothing else is told than that they shot the councillor Canute Bennetson, Spar, to whom Slackheg transferred the command, so that he tumbled in his wolfskin coat from the wall into the stream. Howbeit, another detachment reduced Horningsholm in Sudermania. Christian's governors in Vermeland and Dalsland were slain. The people of the former province, under the command of their justiciary, prepared for an attack upon the councillor Thor Johnson, the king's lieutenant in West Gothland, and crossing Lake Venner, entered that district. In Dalsland 1,500 men took up arms. Several thousand peasants from Nericki marched across the Tiwed with the same object. Gustavus had been obliged to grant a furlough to his dalesmen about seed time, and, to supply their place, he caused the people of several districts of Upland to be summoned to assemble in the forest of Rimningen at Eresundsbro, from which point his two captains essayed an attack upon the Archbishop of Upsala. It was St. Eric's Day, May 18th, and a great confluence of people was present at the fair. An assault was expected, for a deputation of 4 priests and 2 burgesses, sent from Upsala to the forest, had received from the leaders the answer that it must be Swedes, not outlandish men, who should bear the shrine of Holy Eric, and that they would come to take their part in the festival. Bennet Bugh Barley, the archbishop's bailiff, to show his contempt of such foes, caused a banquet to be set out in the open space between the larger and smaller episcopal manor houses of that day, where, before the eyes of the people, he made himself and his fellows merry till late in the night with drinking, dancing, and singing. Roused from a late sleep by an assault on the gates of the fortified house, and finding it beset by the enemy, they attempted to escape by a concealed passage, which then connected the bishop's house with the cathedral. But the peasants set fire to this passage, which was of wood, and shot fire arrows at the roof of the episcopal residence, in which the flames soon burst forth. The building was laid in ashes, and next day the females of the household, with some burghers of Upsala, crept out of its cellars, in which they had taken refuge. Great part of the garrison perished. The bailiff escaped with a wound from an arrow, of which he died after rejoining his master at Stockholm. This prelate, Archbishop Gustavus Trolle, had lately returned from a journey to Helsingland, undertaken in order to retain this part of his diocese in its allegiance to the king. Shortly afterward he received, by a messenger from Gustavus, who had himself come to Upsala at Whitsuntide, a letter exhorting him to embrace the cause of his country, to which his chapter had been persuaded to annex a memorial to the same effect. The archbishop detained the messenger, saying that he would carry the answer himself. He broke up immediately with 500 German horse and 3,000 foot of the garrison of Stockholm, and had come within half a mile of Upsala before Gustavus received intelligence of his approach. This the latter did not at first credit, but remained, expecting an answer to his overture of negotiation, until about 6 in the morning, being on horseback upon the sandhill near Upsala, the spot where he afterward built a royal castle, he saw the archbishop marching across the King's Mead, Kongsand, toward the town. Gustavus had but 200 of his so-called foot-goers, and a small number of horse with him, for the peasants had returned to their homes. He made a hasty retreat, but was overtaken by Trolle's horsemen at the ford of Leby. Here a young Finnish noble who was next to him, in the confusion, rode down his horse in the midst of the stream, and he would have been lost had not the rest of his followers turned upon the enemy with such effect as to make them desist from the pursuit. Gustavus now betook himself to the forest of Rimningen, raised the peasantry of the adjoining districts, and sent out young men under his best captains to surprise the archbishop on his return. The remains of cattle slaughtered on the road betrayed the ambush to the prelate, who drew off in another direction. He was nevertheless overtaken and attacked, escaping the spear of Lawrence Olavson only by bending downward on his horse, so that the weapon pierced his neighbor, and he brought back to Stockholm hardly a sixth part of his army. Gustavus followed close after with his collected force, and encamped under the Brunkenberg. 4 gibbets on this eminence, stocked with corpses of Swedish inhabitants, attested the character of the government in the capital. Thus began, at the midsummer of 1521, the siege of Stockholm, which was to last full 2 years, amid difficulties little thought of nowadays, after the lapse of ages. And the admiration which men so willingly render to the exertions in the cause of freedom have deprived events of their original colors. The path of Gustavus was not in general one of glittering feats, although his life is in itself one grand achievement. What he accomplished was the effect of strong endurance and great sagacity, and though he wanted not for intrepidity, it was of a kind before which the mere warrior must veil his crest. All the remaining movements of the War of Liberation consist in sieges of the various castles and fortresses of the country, undertaken as opportunity offered, with levies of the peasantry, whose detachments relieved each other, though sometimes neglecting this duty when pressed by the cares or necessities of their own families. Hence the object of these investments, which was to deprive the besieged of provisions, could only be imperfectly attained, and there were many fortified mansions of which the proprietors adhered to the Danish party, as that of Wick in Upland, which remained blockaded throughout the whole year. These difficulties were the most formidable where, as at Stockholm, access was open by the sea, of which Severin Norby, with the Danish squadron, was master. The scantiness of the means of attack may be discovered from the circumstance that 60 German spearmen, whom Clement Rensel, a burgher of Stockholm, himself a narrator of these events, brought from Danzig in July for the service of Gustavus, were regarded as a reinforcement of the highest importance. At this time, says the chronicle, Lord Gustave enjoyed not much repose, or many pleasant days, when he kept his people in so many campaigns and investments, since he bore for them all great anxiety, fear, and peril, how he might lend them help in their need, so that they might not be surprised through heedlessness and laches. So likewise his pain was not small when he had but little in his money chest, and it was grievous to give this answer when the folk cried for stipend. Therefore he stayed not many days in the same place, but travelled day and night between the camps. In the month of August he arrived at Stegborg, which was now besieged by his general, Arwid the West Goth, who had recently repulsed with great bravery Severin Norby's attempt to relieve the castle, and had even begun to take homage for Gustavus from the people of his province. Although in this he experienced difficulties, the East Goths declared that they had been so chastised for their attack on the bishop's castle at Linkoping the preceding year, that they no longer dared to provoke either King Christian or Bishop Hans Brask. The personal presence of Gustavus decided the waverers, and even the bishop received him as a friend, because he would otherwise have stood in danger of a hostile visitation. Gustavus now convoked a diet of barons at Vadstena, which was attended by 70 Swedish gentlemen of noble family, and by many other persons of all classes in Gothland. These made him a tender of the crown, which he refused to accept. On August 24th, therefore, they swore fealty and obedience to him as administrator of the kingdom, "in like manner," add the chronicles, "as had formerly been done in Upland," whence they seem to have assumed that he had already been acknowledged as such in Upper Sweden, here called Upland, as we often find it in the chronicles of the Middle Age. This was the first public declaration of the nobility in favor of Gustavus and his cause. Although the greatest barons in this division of the kingdom, such as Niels Boson, Grip, Holger Karlsson, Geijer, and Thur Jensen, Rus in West Gothland, all 3 councillors of state, were still in arms for Christian. That the first named nobleman joined the party of Gustavus before the end of the year, we know from his letter of thanks for a fief of which he received the investure. Both the latter were proclaimed in 1523 to be enemies of the realm, as also was the Archbishop Gustavus Trolle. He had repaired to Denmark 2 years before, in order to obtain, by his personal instances with the king, the often promised relief for the besieged garrison of Stockholm, but was received with coldness and reproaches. After the baronial diet of Vadstena, the Gothlanders acknowledged the authority of the administrator, and the Danes having been driven out, West Gothland and Smaland, the seat of the war, was removed to Finland. By the commencement of the next year, the principal castles of the interior had fallen into the hands of Gustavus, and some, as those of Westeros and Orrebo, were razed to the ground by the now exasperated peasantry. Stockholm and Kalmar, as well as Abo in Finland, yet stood out, and by help of reinforcement which they received at the beginning of 1522, through the Danish admiral Severin Norby, the enemy were again able to resume the offensive. By sallies from the beleaguered capital on April 7th, 8th, and 13th, the camp of Gustavus was set on fire and destroyed, and for a whole month afterward no Swedish force was seen before the walls of Stockholm. The besiegers of Abo were likewise driven off, and the chief adherents of Gustavus being obliged to flee from Finland, Arvid, Bishop of Abo, with many noble persons of both sexes, perished at sea. Christian himself, by new cruelties, added to the detestation with which he was regarded in Sweden. The wives and children of the most distinguished among the barons beheaded in Stockholm had been conveyed to Denmark, and among them the mother and 2 sisters of Gustavus, whom the king, in spite of the entreaties of his consort, threw into a dungeon. Here they died, either by violence, as Gustavus himself complains in a letter of 1522 concerning the cruel oppression of King Christian, directed to the Pope, the Emperor, and all Christian princes, or, as others assert, of the plague. An order had also been recently issued by the king to commanders in Sweden to put to death all the Swedes of distinction who had fallen into their hands. The chronicles say that Severin Norby had received this order so early as the summer of 1521, but, instead of complying with it, permitted the escape of many noblemen, who afterward did homage to Gustavus at Vadstena, in order, as he expressed it, that they might rather guard their necks like warriors than be slaughtered like chickens. But in Abo a new massacre was perpetrated at the beginning of the next year by Lord Thomas, the royalist commander there, who afterward, in an attempt to relieve Stockholm, fell with all his ships into the hands of Gustavus, and was hanged upon an oak in Tinnell's Island. After Severin Norby had relieved the capital, the secretary, Master Gottschalk Ericsson, wrote thence to Christian that there were but 80 of the burghers, for the most part Germans, who could be counted on for the king's service, but of footmen and gunners in the castle there were now 850 men, well furnished with all. The peasants were indeed weary of the war, but were still more fearful of the king's vengeance, and put faith in no assurances, whence the country could only be reduced to obedience by violent methods. If a sufficient force were sent, East Gothland, Sodermanland, and Upland would submit to the king, and his grace could then punish the Dale Carlians and Helsingers, who first stirred up these troubles. The governor of the castle of Stockholm informs the king, in a report on military occurrences of the winter, that his men had compelled him to consent to an increase of pay on account of the successes they had gained, that he had expelled from the town or imprisoned the suspected Swedish burghers, that the peasants would rather be hanged on their own hearths than longer endure the burden of war, that Gustavus, who had in vain tempted his fidelity, had already sent his plate and the chief part of his own movable property to a priest in Helsingland. He, the governor, also transmitted an inventory of the goods of the decapitated nobles." But But by the end of 1 month, Gustavus, who in this letter is styled "a forest thief and robber," had again filled 3 camps around Stockholm with Dalesmen and Norrlanders; and when, pursuant to a convention with Lubeck, he received thence in the month of June an auxiliary force of 10 ships, a number that was afterward augmented, he was enabled to dispense with the greatest portion of his peasants, and retained about him only those who were young and unmarried. The assistance of the Lubeckers, it was true, was given only by halves, and from selfish motives. They did not forget their profit on the arms, purchased Swedish iron and copper for clippings, with which worthless coins they came well provided, and exacted a dear price for their men, ships, and military stores, refusing even, it is said, to supply Gustavus with 2 pieces of cannon at a decisive moment, although upon the proffered security of 2 of the royal castles. This occurred on occasion of a second, and this time unsuccessful, attempt made by Norby to relieve Stockholm, in which he was only saved from ruin by the refusal of the Admiral of Lubeck to attack. Meanwhile Gustavus, despite the losses which he sustained by sallies, pushed his 3 camps by degrees close to the town, then covering little more than the island still contains, the town properly so called. At length, after Kingsholm, Langholm, Saldermalm, Valdemar's Island, now the Zoological Gardens, had been connected by blockhouses and chains, the place was invested on all sides. Yet it held out through the winter, until the news of Christian's fate, joined to the pangs of hunger, deprived the garrison of all spirit for further resistance. He did not dare to trust either his subjects or his soldiers, collected 20 ships, in which he embarked the public records, with the treasure and crown jewels, his consort and child, and his adviser Sigbert, who was concealed in his chest. Deserting his kingdom, he sailed away in the face of the whole population of Copenhagen, April 20th, 1523. Thus ended the reign of Christian II, a king in whom one knows not which rivets the attention, the multiplied undertakings he commenced and abandoned in a career so often stained with blood, his audacity, his feebleness, or that misery of many years by which he was to expiate a short and ill-used tenure of power. There are men who, like the storm birds before the tempest, appear in history as foretokens of the approaching outburst of great convulsions. Of such a nature was Christian, who, tossed hither and thither between all the various currents of his time, without central consistence, awakened alternately the fear or pity of the beholders. Frederick I, who was chosen to succeed him in Denmark, wrote to the Estates of Sweden, demanding that in accordance with the stipulations of the Union of Kalmar, he might also be acknowledged king in Sweden. They replied, that they had elected Gustavus Eriksson to be Sweden's king. That event came to pass at the Diet of Strängnäs, June 7, 1523. Thus was the Union dissolved, after enduring 126 years. Norway wavered at this critical moment. The inhabitants of the southern portion declared, when the Swedes under Thor Jensen, Rus, and Lawrence Sigisson, Spar, had penetrated into their country as far as Opslo, that they would unite with Sweden if they might rely upon its support. Bohusland was subdued, Bleking likewise on another side, and Gustavus sought, both by negotiation and arms, to enforce the old claims of Sweden to Scania and Halland. The town of Kalmar was taken on May 27th and the castle on July 7th. Stockholm having surrendered on June 20th on condition of the free departure of the garrison with their property and arms, and of every other person who adhered to the cause of Christian, Gustavus made his public entry on Midsummer's Eve. Before the end of the year, Finland also was reduced to obedience. The kingdom was freed from foreign enemies, but internal foes still remained, and Lubeck was an ally whose demands made it more troublesome than it would have been as an enemy. A town wasted in the Civil War had been the scene of the election of Gustavus Vasa to the throne. In the capital, when he made his public entry, 1/2 of the houses were empty, and of population scarcely a 4th part remained. To fill up the gap, he issued an invitation to the burghers in other towns to settle there, a summons which he was obliged 12 years afterward to renew, "seeing that Stockholm had not yet revived from the days of King Christian." The spectacle which here met his eyes was a type of the condition of the whole kingdom, and never was it said of any sovereign with more justice that the throne to which he had been elevated was more difficult to preserve than to win. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter John, and John Rudd. The Peasants' War in Germany, A.D. 1524, by J. H. Merle Dobbin. The Peasants' War was the most widespread and most bloody of the medieval forerunners of the French Revolution. Like the rebellion of the Jacquerie and many another ferocious, desperate outburst of the downtrodden common folk, it foretold a day of vengeance to come. These early uprisings were all hopeless from their start, because the untrained and naked bodies of the people, however numerous, could not possibly hold an open battlefield against skilled and armed men of war. Each revolt terminated in the butchery of the unhappy rebels. The Peasants' War has acquired special notoriety because of its connection with the Reformation. The people rose in the name of religion, and as their ignorance and ferocity led them into hideous excesses of revenge upon their oppressors, the new religion was blamed for all the evil thus done in its name. This revolt, because of the fear and disgust it roused, became the most severe setback Protestantism received in all its struggle with the more ancient and conservative church. The following account of the outbreak and its consequences is by a standard Protestant historian, president of the College of Geneva, a student who can see justice on both sides of the great controversy. A political ferment, very different from that produced by the gospel, had long been at work in the empire. The people, bowed down by civil and ecclesiastical oppression, bound in many countries to the seigneurial estates, and transferred from hand to hand along with them, threatened to rise with fury, and at last to break their chains. This agitation had showed itself long before the Reformation by many symptoms, and even then the religious element was blended with the political. In the 16th century it was impossible to separate these two principles, so closely associated in the existence of nations. In Holland, at the close of the preceding century, the peasants had revolted, placing on their banners, by way of arms, a loaf and a cheese, the two great blessings of these poor people. The alliance of the shoes had shown itself in the neighborhood of Spires in 1502. In 1513 it appeared again in Bresgau, being encouraged by the priests. In 1514, Württemberg had seen the League of Poor Conrad, whose aim was to maintain by rebellion the right of God. In 1515, Carinthia and Hungary had been the theaters of terrible agitations. These seditions had been quenched in torrents of blood, but no relief had been accorded to the people. A political reform, therefore, was not less necessary than a religious reform. The people were entitled to this, but we must acknowledge that they were not ripe for its enjoyment. Since the commencement of the Reformation, these popular disturbances had not been renewed. Men's minds were occupied by other thoughts. Luther, whose piercing glance had discerned the condition of the people, had already from the summit of the Wartburg addressed them in serious exhortations calculated to restrain their agitated minds. Rebellion, he had said, never produces the amelioration we desire, and God condemns it. What is it to rebel, if it be not to avenge oneself? The devil is striving to excite to revolt those who embrace the gospel, in order to cover it with opprobrium. But those who have rightly understood my doctrine do not revolt. Everything gave cause to fear that the popular agitation could not be restrained much longer. The government that Frederick of Saxony had taken such pains to form, and which possessed the confidence of the nation, was dissolved. The emperor, whose energy might have been an efficient substitute for the influence of this national administration, was absent. The princes whose union had always constituted the strength of Germany were divided, and the new declaration of Charles V against Luther, by removing every hope of future harmony, deprived the reformer of part of the moral influence by which in 1522 he had succeeded in calming the storm. The chief barriers that hitherto had confined the torrent being broken, nothing could any longer restrain its fury. It was not the religious movement that gave birth to political agitations, but in many places it was carried away by their impetuous waves. Perhaps we should even go further and acknowledge that the movement communicated to the people by the Reformation gave fresh strength to the discontent fermenting in the nation. The violence of Luther's writings, the intrepidity of his actions and language, the harsh truths that he spoke, not only to the Pope and prelates, but also to the princes themselves, must all have contributed to inflame minds that were already in a state of excitement. Accordingly, Erasmus did not fail to tell him, "We are now reaping the fruits that you have sown." And further, the cheering truths of the gospel, at last brought to light, stirred all hearts and filled them with anticipation and hope. But many unregenerated souls were not prepared by repentance for the faith and liberty of Christians. They were very willing to throw off the papal yoke, but they would not take up the yoke of Christ. And hence, when princes devoted to the cause of Rome endeavored in their wrath to stifle the Reformation, real Christians patiently endured these cruel persecutions. But the multitude resisted and broke out, and seeing their desires checked in one direction, gave vent to them in another. Why, said they, should slavery be perpetuated in the state, while the Church invites all men to a glorious liberty? Why should governments rule only by force, when the gospel preaches nothing but gentleness? Unhappily, at a time when the religious reform was received with equal joy, both by princes and people, the political reform, on the contrary, had the most powerful part of the nation against it, and while the former had the gospel for its rule and support, the latter had soon no other principles than violence and despotism. Accordingly, while the one was confined within the bounds of truth, the other rapidly, like an impetuous torrent, overstepped all limits of justice. But to shut one's eyes against the indirect influence of the Reformation on the troubles that broke out in the empire would betoken partiality. A fire had been kindled in Germany by religious discussions from which it was impossible to prevent a few sparks escaping, which were calculated to inflame the passions of the people. The claims of a few fanatics to divine inspiration increased the evil, while the Reformation had continually appealed from the pretended authority of the Church to the real authority of the Holy Scriptures. These enthusiasts not only rejected the authority of the Church, but of the Scriptures also. They spoke only of an inner world, of an internal revelation from God, and overlooking the natural corruption of their hearts, they gave way to all the intoxication of spiritual pride, and fancied they were saints. To them the Holy Scriptures were but a dead letter, said Luther, and they all began to cry, "The Spirit, the Spirit!" But most assuredly, I will not follow where their spirit leads them. May God of his mercy preserve me from a church in which there are none but saints. I desire to dwell with the humble, the feeble, the sick, who know and feel their sins, and who groan and cry continually to God from the bottom of their hearts to obtain his consolation and support. These words of Luther have great depth of meaning, and point out the change that was taking place in his views as to the nature of the Church. They indicate at the same time how contrary were the religious opinions of the rebels to those of the Reformation. The most notorious of these enthusiasts was Thomas Munzer. He was not devoid of talent, had read his Bible, was zealous, and might have done good if he had been able to collect his agitated thoughts and find peace of heart. But as he did not know himself, and was wanting in true humility, he was possessed with a desire of reforming the world, and forgot, as all enthusiasts do, that the Reformation should begin with himself. Some mystical writings that he had read in his youth had given a false direction to his mind. He first appeared at Zwickau, quitted Wittenberg after Luther's return, dissatisfied with the inferior part he was playing, and became pastor of the small town of Allstadt in Thuringia. He could not long remain quiet, and accused the reformers of founding, by their adherence to the letter, a new popery, and of forming churches which were not pure and holy. Luther, said he, has delivered men's consciences from the yoke of the Pope, but he has left them in a carnal liberty, and not led them in spirit toward God. He considered himself as called of God to remedy this great evil. The revelations of the Spirit were in his eyes the means by which his reform was to be effected. He who possesses this Spirit, said he, possesses the true faith, although he should never see the Scriptures in his life. Heathens and Turks are better fitted to receive it than many Christians who style us enthusiasts. It was Luther whom he here had in view. To receive this Spirit, we must mortify the flesh, said he at another time. Wear tattered clothing, let the beard grow, be of sad countenance, keep silence, retire into desert places, and supplicate God to give us a sign of his favor. Then God will come and speak with us, as formerly he spoke with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. If he were not to do so, he would not deserve our attention. I have received from God the commission to gather together his elect into a holy and eternal alliance. The agitation and ferment which were at work in men's minds were but too favorable to the dissemination of these enthusiastic ideas. Man loves the marvelous, and whatever flatters his pride. Munzer, having persuaded a part of his flock to adopt his views, abolished ecclesiastical singing and all other ceremonies. he maintained that obedience to princes, void of understanding, was at once to serve God and Belial. Then, marching out at the head of his parishioners to a chapel in the vicinity of Altstadt, whither pilgrims from all quarters were accustomed to resort, he pulled it down. After the exploit, being compelled to leave that neighborhood, he wandered about Germany, and went as far as Switzerland, carrying with him, and communicating to all who would listen to him, the plan of a general revolution. Everywhere he found men's minds prepared, he threw gunpowder on the burning coals, and the explosion forthwith took place. Luther, who had rejected the warlike enterprises of Sickingen, could not be led away by the tumultuous movements of the peasantry. He wrote to the elector, "It causes me especial joy that these enthusiasts themselves boast, to all who are willing to listen to them, that they do not belong to us. The Spirit urges them on, say they, and I reply, it is an evil spirit, for he bears no other fruit than the pillage of convents and churches. The greatest highway robbers upon earth might do as much." At the same time, Luther, who desired that others should enjoy the liberty he claimed for himself, dissuaded the prince from all measures of severity. "Let them preach what they please, and against whom they please," said he, "for it is the word of God that must march in front of the battle and fight against them. If their spirit be the true spirit, he will not fear our severity. If ours is the true one, he will not fear their violence. Let us leave the spirits to struggle and contend with one another. Perhaps some persons may be led astray. There is no battle without wounds, but he who fighteth faithfully shall be crowned. Nevertheless, if they desire to take up the sword, let your highness forbid it, and order them to quit the country." The insurrection began in the Black Forest and near the sources of the Danube, so frequently the theater of popular commotions. On the 19th of July, 1524, some Thurgovian peasants rose against the abbot of Reichenau, who would not accord them an evangelical preacher. Ere long, thousands were collected round the small town of Tengen to liberate an ecclesiastic who was there imprisoned. The revolt spread with inconceivable rapidity from Swabia as far as the Rhenish provinces, Franconia, Thuringia, and Saxony. In the month of January 1525, all these countries were in a state of rebellion. About the end of this month, the peasants published a declaration in 12 articles, in which they claimed the liberty of choosing their own pastors, the abolition of small tithes, of slavery, and of fines on inheritance, the right to hunt, fish, and cut wood, etc. Each demand was backed by a passage from Holy Writ, and they said in conclusion, "If we are deceived, let Luther correct us by Scripture." The opinions of the Wittenberg divines were consulted. Luther and Melanchthon delivered theirs separately, and they both gave evidence of the difference of their characters. Melanchthon, who thought every kind of disturbance a crime, oversteps the limits of his usual gentleness and cannot find language strong enough to express his indignation. The peasants are criminals against whom he invokes all laws human and divine. If friendly negotiation is unavailing, magistrates should hunt them down as if they were robbers and assassins. And yet, adds he, and we require at least one feature to remind us of Melanchthon, let them take pity on the orphans when having recourse to the penalty of death. Luther's opinion of the revolt was the same as Melanchthon's, but he had a heart that beat for the miseries of the people. On this occasion he manifested a dignified impartiality and spoke the truth frankly to both parties. He first addressed the princes, and more especially the bishops. "It is you," said he, "who are the cause of this revolt. It is your clamors against the gospel, your guilty oppressions of the poor, that have driven the people to despair. It is not the peasants, my dear lords, that rise up against you. It is God himself who opposes your madness. The peasants are but the instrument he employs to humble you. Do not imagine you can escape the punishment he is preparing for you. Even should you have succeeded in destroying all these peasants, God is able from the very stones to raise up others to chastise your pride. If I desired revenge, I might laugh in my sleeve and look on while the peasants were carrying on their work, or even increase their fury. But may God preserve me from such thoughts. My dear lords, put away your indignation. Treat those poor peasants as a man of sense treats people who are drunk or insane. Quiet these commotions by mildness, lest a conflagration should arise and burn all Germany. Among these 12 articles, there are certain demands which are just and equitable." This prologue was calculated to conciliate the peasants' confidence in Luther, and to make them listen patiently to the truths he had to tell them. He represented to them that the greater number of their demands were well-founded, but that to revolt was to act like heathens, that the duty of a Christian is to be patient, not to fight, that if they persisted in revolting against the gospel in the name of the gospel, he should look upon them as more dangerous enemies than the Pope. "The Pope and the Emperor," continued he, "combined against me, but the more they blustered, the more did the gospel gain ground. And why was this? Because I have never drawn the sword or called for vengeance, because I never had recourse to tumult or insurrection. I relied wholly on God and placed everything in his almighty hands. Christians fight not with swords or arquebuses, but with sufferings and with the cross. Christ, their captain, handled not the sword. He was hung upon a tree." But to no purpose did Luther employ this Christian language. The people were too much excited by the fanatical speeches of the leaders of the insurrection to listen, as of old, to the words of the reformer. "He is playing the hypocrite," said they. "He flatters the nobles. He has declared war against the Pope, and yet wishes us to submit to our oppressors." The revolt, instead of dying away, became more formidable. At Weinsberg, Count Louis of Helfenstein and the 70 men under his orders were condemned to death by the rebels. A body of peasants drew up with their pikes lowered, while others drove the count and his soldiers against this wall of steel. The wife of the wretched Helfenstein, a natural daughter of the Emperor Maximilian, holding an infant 2 years old in her arms, knelt before them, and with loud cries begged for her husband's life, and vainly endeavored to arrest this march of murder. A boy who had been in the Count's service and had joined the rebels capered gaily before him, and played the Dead March upon his fife, as if he had been leading his victims in a dance. All perished. The child was wounded in its mother's arms, and she herself thrown upon a dung cart, and thus conveyed to Heilbronn. At the news of these cruelties, a cry of horror was heard from the friends of the Reformation, and Luther's feeling heart underwent a terrible conflict. On the one hand, the peasants, ridiculing his advice, pretended to receive revelations from heaven, made an impious use of the threatenings of the Old Testament, proclaimed an equality of rank and a community of goods, defended their cause with fire and sword, and indulged in barbarous atrocities. On the other hand, the enemies of the Reformation asked the reformer, with a malicious sneer, if he did not know that it was easier to kindle a fire than to extinguish it. Shocked at these excesses, alarmed at the thought that they might check the progress of the gospel, Luther hesitated no longer temporized. He inveighed against the insurgents with all the energy of his character, and perhaps overstepped the just bounds within which he should have contained himself. The peasants, said he, commit 3 horrible sins against God and man, and thus deserve the death of body and soul. First, they revolt against their magistrates, to whom they have sworn fidelity. Next, they rob and plunder convents and castles. And lastly, they veil their crimes with the cloak of the gospel. If you do not put a mad dog to death, you will perish, and all the country with you. Whoever is killed fighting for the magistrates will be a true martyr, if he has fought with a good conscience. Luther then gives a powerful description of the guilty violence of the peasants, who force peaceful and simple men to join their alliance, and thus drag them to the same condemnation. He then adds, "For this reason, my dear lords, help, save, deliver. Have pity on these poor people. Let everyone strike, pierce, and kill who is able. If thou diest, thou canst not meet a happier death, for thou diest in the service of God, and to save thy neighbor from hell." Neither gentleness nor violence could arrest the popular torrent. The church bells were no longer rung for divine service. Whenever their deep and prolonged sounds were heard in the fields, it was the tocsin, and all ran to arms. The people of the Black Forest had rallied round John Müller of Bulgenbach. With an imposing aspect, covered with a red cloak and wearing a red cap, this leader boldly advanced from village to village, followed by the peasantry. Behind him, on a wagon decorated with ribbons and branches of trees, was raised the tricolor flag, black, red, and white, the signal of revolt. A herald dressed in the same colors read the 12 Articles and invited the people to join in the rebellion. Whoever refused was banished from the community. Ere long this march, which at first was peaceful, became more disquieting. "We must compel the lords to submit to our alliance," exclaimed they, and to induce them to do so, they plundered the granaries, emptied the cellars, drew the seigneurial fish ponds, demolished the castles of the nobles who resisted, and burned the convents. Opposition had inflamed the passions of these rude men. Equality no longer satisfied them. They thirsted for blood, and swore to put to death every man who wore a spur. At the approach of the peasants, the cities that were unable to resist them opened their gates and joined them. In whatever place they entered, they pulled down the images and broke the crucifixes. Armed women paraded the streets and threatened the monks. If they were defeated in one quarter, they assembled in another, and braved the most formidable forces. A committee of peasants was established at Heilbronn. The counts of Loewenstein were taken prisoners, dressed in a smock frock, and then a white staff having been placed in their hands, they were compelled to swear to the 12 Articles. "Brother George, and thou, brother Albert," said a tinker of Oringen to the counts of Hohenlohe, who had gone to their camp, "swear to conduct yourselves as our brethren, for you also are now peasants. You are no longer lords. Equality of rank. the dream of many Democrats was established in aristocratic Germany. Many nobles, some through fear, others from ambition, then joined with the insurgents. The famous Gotz von Berlichingen, finding his vassals refused to obey him, desired to flee to the Elector of Saxony. But his wife, who was lying in, wishing to keep him near her, concealed the Elector's answer. Gotz, being closely pursued, was compelled to put himself at the head of the rebel army. On the 7th of May, the peasants entered Würzburg, where the citizens received them with acclamations. The forces of the princes and knights of Swabia and Franconia, which had assembled in this city, evacuated it, and retired in confusion to the citadel, the last bulwark of the nobility. But the movement had already extended to other parts of Germany. Spires, the Palatinate, Alsace, and Hesse accepted the 12 Articles, and the peasants threatened Bavaria, Westphalia, the Tyrol, Saxony, and Lorraine. The Margrave of Baden, having rejected the Articles, was compelled to flee. The coadjutor of Fulda acceded to them with a smile. The smaller towns said they had no lances with which to oppose the insurgents. Mentz, Treves, Frankfurt obtained the liberties they had claimed. An immense revolution was preparing in all the empire. The ecclesiastical and secular privileges that bore so heavily on the peasants were to be suppressed. The possessions of the clergy were to be secularized. To indemnify the princes and provide for the wants of the empire, taxes were to be abolished, with the exception of a tribute payable every 10 years. The imperial power was to subsist alone, as being recognized by the New Testament. All the other princes were to cease to reign. 64 free tribunals were to be established, in which men of all classes should have a seat. All ranks were to return to their primitive condition. The clergy were to be henceforward merely the pastors of the churches. Princes and knights were to be simply the defenders of the weak. Uniformity in weights and measures was to be introduced, and only one kind of money was to be coined throughout the empire. Meanwhile, the princes had shaken off their first lethargy, and George von Truchsess, commander-in-chief of the Imperial army, was advancing on the side of the Lake of Constance. On the 2nd of May, he defeated the peasants at Böblingen, then marched on the town of Weinsberg, where the unhappy Count of Helfenstein had perished, burned and razed it to the ground, giving orders that the ruins should be left as an eternal monument of the treason of its inhabitants. At Fairfield he united with the Elector Palatine and the Elector of Treves, and all three moved toward Franconia. The Frauenburg, the citadel of Würzburg, held out for the princes, and the main army of the peasants still lay before its walls. As soon as they heard of the Truchsesses' march, they resolved on an assault, and at 9 o'clock at night, on the 15th of May, the trumpet sounded, the tricolor flag was unfurled, and the peasants rushed to attack with horrible shouts. Sebastian von Rottenhahn, one of the warmest partisans of the Reformation, was governor of the castle. He had put the fortress in a formidable state of defense, and having exhorted the garrison to repel the assault with courage, the soldiers, holding up 3 fingers, had all sworn to do so. A most terrible conflict took place. To the vigor and despair of the insurgents, the fortress replied from its walls and towers by petards, showers of sulfur and boiling pitch, and the discharges of artillery. The peasants, thus struck by their unseen enemies, were staggered for a moment, but in an instant their fury grew more violent. The struggle was prolonged as the night advanced. The fortress, lit up by 1,000 battle fires, appeared in the darkness like a towering giant, who, vomiting flames, struggled alone amid the roar of thunder for the salvation of the empire against the ferocious valor of these furious hordes. 2 hours after midnight the peasants withdrew, having failed in all their efforts. They now tried to enter into negotiations, either with the garrison or with the Truchsess, who was advancing at the head of his army. But this was going out of their path. Violence and victory alone could save them. After some little hesitation, they resolved to march against the Imperial forces, but the cavalry and artillery made terrible havoc in their ranks. At Königshofen, and afterward at Engelstadt, those unfortunate creatures were totally defeated. The princes, the nobles, and bishops, abusing their victory, indulged in the most unprecedented cruelties. The prisoners were hanged on the trees by the wayside. The Bishop of Würzburg, who had run away, now returned, traversed his diocese accompanied by executioners, and watered it alike with the blood of the rebels and of the peaceful friends of the Word of God. Gotz von Berlichingen was sentenced to imprisonment for life. The Margrave Casimir of Ansbach put out the eyes of 85 insurgents who had sworn that their eyes should never look upon the prince again. And he cast this troop of blinded individuals upon the world, to wander up and down, holding each other by the hand, groping along, tottering, and begging their bread. The wretched boy who had played the Dead March on his fife at the murder of Helfenstein was chained to a post, a fire was kindled around him, and the knights looked on, laughing at his horrible contortions. Public worship was now everywhere restored in its ancient forms. The most flourishing and populous districts of the empire exhibited to those who traveled through them nothing but heaps of dead bodies and smoking ruins. 50,000 men had perished, and the people lost nearly everywhere the little liberty they had hitherto enjoyed. Such was the horrible termination of this revolt in the south of Germany. But the evil was not confined to the south and west of Germany. Munzer, after having traversed a part of Switzerland, Alsace, and Swabia, had again directed his steps toward Saxony. A few citizens of Mühlhausen in Thuringia had invited him to their city and elected him their pastor. The town council having resisted, Munzer deposed it and nominated another, consisting of his friends, with himself at their head. Full of contempt for that Christ, sweet as honey, whom Luther preached, and being resolved to employ the most energetic measures, he exclaimed, "Like Joshua, we must put all the Canaanites to the sword." He established a community of goods and pillaged the convents. Munzer, wrote Luther to Arnsdorf on the 11th of April, 1525, Munzer is not only pastor, but king and emperor of Mühlhausen. The poor no longer worked. If anyone needed corn or cloth, he went and demanded it of some rich man. If the latter refused, the poor man took it by force. If the owner resisted, he was hanged. As Mühlhausen was an independent city, Munzer was able to exercise his power for nearly a year without opposition. The revolt in the south of Germany led him to imagine that it was time to extend his new kingdom. He had a number of heavy guns cast in the Franciscan convent, and endeavored to raise the peasantry and miners of Mansfield. "How long will you sleep?" said he to them in a fanatical proclamation. "Arise and fight the battle of the Lord. The time is come. France, Germany, and Italy are moving. On, on, on. Heed not the groans of the impious ones. They will implore you like children. But be pitiless. On, on, on. The fire is burning. Let your sword be ever warm with blood. On, on. Work while it is yet day." The letter was signed, Munzer, servant of God against the wicked. The country people, thirsting for plunder, flocked round his standard. Throughout all the districts of Mansfield, of Stolberg and Schwarzburg and Hesse, and the Duchy of Brunswick, the peasantry rose in insurrection. The convents of Michelstein, Ilsenburg, Walkenfield, Rosselben, and many others in the neighborhood of the Harz, or in the plains of Thuringia, were devastated. At Reinhardsbrunn, which Luther had visited, the tombs of the ancient Landgraves were profaned and the library destroyed. Terror spread far and wide. Even at Wittenberg some anxiety was felt. Those doctors, who had feared neither the emperor nor the pope, trembled in the presence of a madman. They were always on the watch for news. Every step of the rebels was counted. "We are here in great danger," said Melanchthon. "If Munzer succeeds, it is all over with us, unless Christ should rescue us. Munzer advances with a worse than Scythian cruelty, and it is impossible to repeat his dreadful threats." The pious elector had long hesitated what he should do. Munzer had exhorted him and all the princes to be converted, because, said he, their hour was come, and he had signed these letters, Munzer, armed with the sword of Gudien. Frederick would have desired to reclaim these misguided men by gentle measures. On the 14th of April, when he was dangerously ill, he had written to his brother John, "We may have given these wretched people more than one cause for insurrection. Alas, the poor are oppressed in many ways by their spiritual and temporal lords." And when his attention was directed to the humiliation, the revolutions, the dangers to which he would expose himself unless he promptly stifled the rebellion, he replied, "Hitherto I have been a mighty elector, having chariots and horses in abundance. If it be God's pleasure to take them from me now, I will go on foot." The youthful Philip, Landgrave of Hesse, was the first of the princes who took up arms. His knights and soldiers swore to live and die with him. After pacifying his own states, he directed his march toward Saxony. On their side, Duke John, the elector's brother, Duke George of Saxony, and Duke Henry of Brunswick advanced and united their troops with those of Hesse. The peasants, terrified at the sight of this army, fled to a small hill, where without any discipline, without arms, and for the most part without courage, they formed a rampart with their wagons. Munzer had not even prepared ammunition for his large guns. No succors appeared. The rebels were hemmed in by the army. They lost all confidence. The princes, taking pity on them, offered them propositions which they appeared willing to accept. Upon this, Munzer had recourse to the most powerful lever that enthusiasm can put in motion. "Today we shall behold the arm of the Lord," said he, "and all our enemies shall be destroyed." At this moment a rainbow appeared over their heads. The fanatical host, who carried a rainbow on their flags, beheld it in a sure prognostic of the divine protection. Munzer took advantage of it. "Fear nothing," said he to the citizens and peasants. "I will catch all their balls in my sleeve." At the same time he cruelly put to death a young gentleman, Maternus von Geholfen, an envoy from the princes, in order to deprive the insurgents of all hope of pardon. The Landgrave, having assembled his horsemen, said to them, "I well know that we princes are often in fault, for we are but men, but God commands all men to honor the powers that be. Let us save our wives and children from the fury of these murderers. The Lord will give us the victory, for he has said, 'Whosoever resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God.'" Philip then gave the signal of attack. It was the 15th of May, 1525. The army was put in motion, but the peasant host stood immovable, singing the hymn, "Come, Holy Ghost," and waiting for heaven to declare in their favor. The artillery soon broke down their rude rampart, carrying dismay and death into the midst of the insurgents. Their fanaticism and courage at once forsook them. They were seized with a panic terror and ran away in disorder. 5,000 perished in the flight. After the battle, the princes and their victorious troops entered Frankenhausen. A soldier who had gone into a loft in the house where he was quartered found a man in bed. "Who art thou?" said he. "Art thou one of the rebels?" Then, observing a pocket-book, he took it up and found several letters addressed to Thomas Munzer. "Art thou Munzer?" demanded the trooper. The sick man answered, "No." But as the soldier uttered dreadful threats, Munzer, for it was really he, confessed who he was. "Thou art my prisoner," said the horseman. When Munzer was taken before Duke George and the Landgrave, he persevered in saying that he was right to chastise the princes, since they opposed the gospel. "Wretched man," replied they, "think of all those of whose death you have been the cause." But he answered, smiling in the midst of his anguish, "They would have it so." He took the sacrament, and was beheaded at the same time with Pfeiffer, his lieutenant. Mulhausen was taken, and the peasants were loaded with chains. A nobleman, having observed among the crowd of prisoners a peasant of favorable appearance, went up and said to him, "Well, my man, which government do you like best, that of the peasants or of the princes?" The poor fellow made answer with a deep sigh, "Ah, my lord, no knife cuts so deep as the rule of the peasant over his fellows." The remnants of the insurrection were quenched in blood. Duke George, in particular, acted with the greatest severity. In the States of the Elector, there were neither executions nor punishment. The word of God, preached in all its purity, had shown its power to restrain the tumultuous passions of the people. From the very beginning, indeed, Luther had not ceased to struggle against the rebellion, which was, in his opinion, the forerunner of the Judgment Day. Advice, prayers, and even irony had not been spared. At the end of the articles drawn up at Erfurt by the rebels, he had subjoined, as a supplementary article, item, "The following article has been omitted. Henceforward the honorable council shall have no power, it shall do nothing, it shall sit like an idol or a log of wood. the commonalty shall chew its food, and it shall govern with its hands and feet tied. Henceforth the wagon shall guide the horses shall hold the reins, and we shall go on admirably, in conformity with the glorious system set forth in these articles. Luther did not confine himself to writing. While the disturbance was still at its height, he quitted Wittenberg and went through some of the districts where the agitation was greatest. He preached, he labored to soften his hearers' hearts, and his hand, to which God had given power, turned aside, quieted, and brought back the impetuous and overflowing torrents into their natural channels. In every quarter, the doctors of the Reformation exerted a similar influence. At Halle, Brentz had revived the drooping spirits of the citizens by the promise of God's word, and 4,000 peasants had fled before 600 citizens. At Ichterhausen, a mob of peasants having assembled with an intent to demolish several castles and put their lords to death, Frederick Myconius went out to them alone, and such was the power of his words that they immediately abandoned their design. Such was the part taken by the Reformers and the Reformation in the midst of this revolt. They contended against it with all their might, with the sword of the word, and boldly maintained those principles which alone, in every age, can preserve order and subjection among the nations. Accordingly, Luther asserted that, if the power of sound doctrine had not checked the fury of the people, the revolt would have extended its ravages far more widely, and have overthrown both church and state. If the Reformers thus contended against sedition, it was not without receiving grievous wounds. That moral agony which Luther had first suffered in his cell at Erfurt became still more serious after the insurrection of the peasants. No great change takes place among men without suffering on the part of those who are its instruments. The birth of Christianity was affected by the agony of the cross, but he who hung upon that cross addressed these words to each of his disciples: "Are ye able to drink of the cup that I shall drink of, and to be baptized with the same baptism that I am baptized with?" On the side of the princes, it was continually repeated that Luther and his doctrine were the cause of the revolt, and however absurd this idea may be, the reformer could not see it so generally entertained without experiencing the deepest grief. On the side of the people, Munzer and all the leaders of the insurrection represented him as a vile hypocrite, a flatterer of the great, and these calumnies easily obtained belief. The violence with which Luther had declared against the rebels had displeased even moderate men. The friends of Rome exulted, all were against him, and he bore the heavy anger of his times. But his greatest affliction was to behold the work of heaven thus dragged in the mire and classed with the most fanatical projects. Here he felt was his Gethsemane. He saw the bitter cup that was presented to him, and foreboding that he would be forsaken by all, he exclaimed, "Soon, perhaps, I shall also be able to say, 'All ye shall be offended because of me this night.'" Yet in the midst of this deep bitterness he preserved his faith. "He who has given me power to trample the enemy underfoot," said he, "when he rose up against me like a cruel dragon or a furious lion, will not permit this enemy to crush me, now that he appears before me with the treacherous glance of the basilisk." I groan as I contemplate those calamities. Often have I asked myself whether it would not have been better to have allowed the papacy to go on quietly, rather than witness the occurrence of so many troubles and seditions in the world. But no, It is better to have snatched a few souls from the jaws of the devil than to have left them all between his murderous fangs. Now terminated the revolution in Luther's mind that had begun at the period of his return from the Wartburg. The inner life no longer satisfied him. The Church and her institutions now became most important in his eyes. The boldness with which he had thrown down everything was checked at the sight of still more sweeping destructions. He felt it his duty to preserve, govern, and build up, and from the midst of the blood-stained ruins with which the peasant war had covered all Germany, the edifice of the new church began slowly to arise. These disturbances left a lasting and deep impression on men's minds. The nations had been struck with dismay. The masses who had sought in the Reformation nothing but political reform withdrew from it of their own accord when they saw it offered them spiritual liberty only. Luther's opposition to the peasants was his renunciation of the ephemeral favor of the people. A seeming tranquility was soon established, and the noise of enthusiasm and sedition was followed in all Germany by a silence inspired by terror. Thus the popular passions, the cause of revolution, the interests of a radical equality were quelled in the empire, but the Reformation did not yield. These two movements, which many have confounded with each other, were clearly marked out by the difference of their results. The insurrection was from below, the Reformation from above. A few horsemen and cannon were sufficient to put down the one, but the other never ceased to rise in strength and vigor, in despite of the reiterated assaults of the empire and the church. End of section 10. Read by Alex in Arlington, Virginia, January 2022.
Section 11 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Murphy. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. France loses Italy. Battle of Pavia, A.D. 1525. William Robertson. Close upon the election of Charles V as Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire came the first of a series of wars between that sovereign and Francis I, King of France, who had been Charles's rival for the imperial crown. The emperor was at this time, 1521, favored by Henry VIII of England, and a secret treaty with Charles was finally concluded by Pope Leo X, who from the first had hesitated between the two young rivals, and who had already treated with Francis. The papal support proved the foundation of future power for Charles in Italy. The Pope and the Emperor agreed to unite their forces for expulsion of the French from their seat in the Duchy of Milan. In 1521, hostilities broke out in Navarre, and in the Netherlands, and finally in the Milanese, where the people were tired of French government. The various allies drove the French completely out of Italy, and Charles invaded France, but was there repulsed. King Francis, elated by this last success, determined upon another invasion of the Milanese. He went in person to Italy, leaving his mother as regent in France. With largely superior forces, he drove the Imperialists before him. Instead, however, of pursuing the enemy, whom he might have overtaken at an untenable position, Francis, against the almost unanimous advice of his generals, laid siege to the strongly fortified city of Pavia, only to meet before it the crushing defeat which for centuries settled the fate of Italy. Pavia was held by a strong imperialist force under Lannoy. Francis prosecuted the siege with obstinacy equal to the rashness with which he had undertaken it. During 3 months, everything known to the engineers of that age, or that could be effected by the valor of his troops, was attempted, in order to reduce the place, while Lannoy and Pescara, unable to obstruct his operations, were obliged to remain in such an ignominious state of inaction that a pasquinade was published at Rome offering a reward to any person who could find the imperial army, lost in the month of October in the mountains between France and Lombardy, and which had not been heard of since that time. Levia, well acquainted with the difficulties under which his countrymen labored, and the impossibility of their facing, in the field, such a powerful army as formed the siege of Pavia, placed his only hopes of safety in his own vigilance and valor. The efforts of both were extraordinary, and in proportion to the importance of the place with the defense of which he was entrusted. He interrupted the approaches of the French by frequent and furious sallies. Behind the breaches made by their artillery, he erected new works, which appeared to be scarcely inferior in strength to the original fortifications. He repulsed the besiegers in all their assaults, and, by his own example, brought not only the garrison but the inhabitants to bear the most severe fatigues, and to encounter the greatest dangers without murmuring. The rigor of the season conspired with his endeavors in retarding the progress of the French. Francis, attempting to become master of the town by diverting the course of the Ticino, which is its chief defense on one side, a sudden inundation of the river destroyed in one day the labor of many weeks, and swept away all the mounds which his army had raised with infinite toil, as well as at great expense. Notwithstanding the slow progress of the besiegers, and the glory which Levia acquired by his gallant defense, it was not doubted but that the town would at last be obliged to surrender. Pope Clement, who already considered the French arms as superior in Italy, became impatient to disengage himself from his connections with the emperor, of whose designs he was extremely jealous, and to enter into terms of friendship with Francis. As Clement's timid and cautious temper rendered him incapable of following the bold plan which Leo had formed of delivering Italy from the yoke of both the rivals, he returned to the more obvious and practicable scheme of employing the power of the one to balance and to restrain that of the other. For this reason he did not dissemble his satisfaction at seeing the French king recover Milan, as he hoped that the dread of such a neighbor would be some check upon the emperor's ambition, which no power in Italy was now able to control. He labored hard to bring about a peace that would secure Francis in the possession of his new conquests, and as Charles, who was always inflexible in the prosecution of his schemes, rejected the proposition with disdain and with bitter exclamations against the Pope, by whose persuasions, while Cardinal de' Medici, he had been induced to invade the Milanese, Clement immediately concluded a treaty of neutrality with the King of France, in which the Republic of Florence was included. Francis having, by this transaction, deprived the emperor of his two most powerful allies, and at the same time having secured a passage for his own troops through their territories, formed a scheme of attacking the kingdom of Naples, hoping either to overrun that country, which was left altogether without defense, or that at least such an unexpected invasion would oblige the viceroy to recall part of the imperial army out of the Milanese. For this purpose he ordered 6,000 men to march under the command of John Stuart, Duke of Albany. But Pescara, foreseeing that the effect of this diversion would depend entirely upon the operations of the armies in the Milanese, persuaded Lannoy to disregard Albany's motions, and to bend his whole force against the king himself, so that Francis not only weakened his army very unseasonably by this great detachment, but incurred the reproach of engaging too rashly in chimerical and extravagant projects. By this time the garrison of Pavia was reduced to extremity. Their ammunition and provisions began to fail. The Germans, of whom it was chiefly composed, having received no pay for 7 months, threatened to deliver the town into the enemy's hands, and could hardly be restrained from mutiny by all Levia's address and authority. The imperial generals, who were no strangers to his situation, saw the necessity of marching without loss of time to his relief. This they had now in their power. 12,000 Germans, whom the zeal and activity of Bourbon taught to move with unusual rapidity, had entered Lombardy under his command, and rendered the imperial army nearly equal to that of the French, greatly diminished by the absence of the body under Albany, as well as by the fatigues of the siege and the rigor of the season. But the more their troops increased in number, the more sensibly did the Imperialists feel the distress arising from want of money. Far from having funds for paying a powerful army, they had scarcely what was sufficient for defraying the charges of conducting their artillery and of carrying their ammunition and provisions. The abilities of the generals, however, supplied every defect. By their own example, as well as by magnificent promises in name of the emperor, they prevailed on the troops of all the different nations which composed their army to take the field without pay. They engaged to lead them directly toward the enemy, and flattered them with a certain prospect of victory, which would at once enrich them with such royal spoils as would be an ample reward for all their services. The soldiers, sensible that, by quitting the army, they would forfeit the great arrears due to them, and eager to get possession of the promised treasures, demanded a battle with all the impatience of adventurers who fight only for plunder. The imperial generals, without suffering the ardor of their troops to cool, advanced immediately toward the French camp. On the first intelligence of their approach, Francis called a council of war to deliberate what course he ought to take. All his officers of greatest experience were unanimous in advising him to retire, and to decline a battle with an enemy who courted it from despair. The Imperialists, they observe, would either be obliged in a few weeks to disband an army which they were unable to pay, and which they kept together only by the hope of plunder, or the soldiers, enraged at the non-performance of the promises to which they had trusted, would rise in some furious mutiny, which would allow their generals to think of nothing but their own safety, that meanwhile he might encamp in some strong post, and, waiting in safety the arrival of fresh troops from France and Switzerland, might before the end of spring take possession of all the Milanese without danger or bloodshed. But, in opposition to them, Bonnevet, whose destiny it was to give counsels fatal to France during the whole campaign, represented the ignominy that it would reflect on their sovereign if he should abandon a siege which he had prosecuted so long, or turn his back before an enemy to whom he was still superior in number, and insisted on the necessity of fighting the Imperialist, rather than relinquishing an undertaking on the success of which the king's future fame depended. Unfortunately, Francis's notions of honor were delicate to an excess that bordered on what was romantic. Having often said that he would take Pavia or perish in the attempt, he thought himself bound not to depart from that resolution, and, rather than expose himself to the slightest imputation, he chose to forego all the advantages which were the certain consequences of retreat, and determined to wait for the Imperialists before the walls of Pavia. The imperial generals found the French so strongly entrenched that, notwithstanding the powerful motives which urged them on, they hesitated long before they ventured to attack them. But at last the necessities of the besieged and the murmurs of their own soldiers obliged them to put everything to hazard. Never did armies engage with greater ardor or with a higher opinion of the importance of the battle which they were going to fight. Never were troops more strongly animated with emulation, national antipathy, mutual resentment, and all the passions which inspire obstinate bravery. On the one hand, a gallant young monarch, seconded by a generous nobility, and followed by subjects to whose natural impetuosity, indignation at the opposition which they had encountered added new force, contended for victory and honor. On the other side, troops more completely disciplined and conducted by generals of greater abilities fought from necessity, with courage heightened by despair. The Imperialists, however, were unable to resist the first efforts of the French valor, and their firmest battalions began to give way. But the fortune of the day was quickly changed. The Swiss, in the service of France, unmindful of the reputation of their country for fidelity and martial glory, abandoned their post in a cowardly manner. Leyva, with his garrison, sallied out and attacked the rear of the French during the heat of the action with such fury as threw it into confusion, and Pescara, falling on their cavalry with the imperial horse, among whom he had prudently intermingled a considerable number of Spanish foot armed with the heavy muskets then in use, broke this formidable body by an unusual method of attack, against which they were wholly unprovided. The rout became universal, and resistance ceased in almost every part but where the king was in person, who fought now, not for fame or victory, but for safety. Though wounded in several places, and thrown from his horse, which was killed under him, Francis defended himself on foot with heroic courage, Many of his bravest officers, gathering round him and endeavoring to save his life at the expense of their own, fell at his feet. Among these was Bonnevet, the author of this great calamity, who alone died unlamented. The king, exhausted with fatigue and scarcely capable of further resistance, was left almost alone, exposed to the fury of some Spanish soldiers, strangers to his rank and enraged at his obstinacy. At that moment came up Pontparnasse, a French gentleman, who had entered together with Bourbon into the emperor's service, and placing himself by the side of the monarch, against whom he had rebelled, assisted in protecting him from the violence of the soldiers, at the same time beseeching him to surrender to Bourbon, who was not far distant. Imminent as the danger was which now surrounded Francis, he rejected with indignation the thoughts of an action which would have afforded such matter of triumph to his traitorous subject, and, calling for Lannoy, who happened likewise to be near at hand, gave up his sword to him, which he, kneeling to kiss the king's hand, received with profound respect, and, taking his own sword from his side, presented it to him, saying that it did not become so great a monarch to remain disarmed in the presence of one of the emperor's subjects. 10,000 men fell on this day, one of the most fatal France had ever seen. Among these were many noblemen of the highest distinction, who chose rather to perish than to turn their backs with dishonor. Not a few were taken prisoners, of whom the most illustrious was Henri d'Albret, the unfortunate king of Navarre. A small body of the rear guard made its escape under the command of the Duke of Alençon, the feeble garrison of Milan. On the first news of the defeat, retired without being pursued by another road, and in 2 weeks after the battle, not a Frenchman remained in Italy. Lannoy, though he treated Francis with all the outward marks of honor due to his rank and character, guarded him with the utmost attention. He was solicitous, not only to prevent any possibility of his escaping, but afraid that his own troops might seize his person and detain it as the best security for the payment of their arrears. In order to provide against both these dangers, he conducted Francis, the day after the battle, to the strong castle of Pizzicattoni, near Cremona, committing him to the custody of Don Ferdinand Alarcon, general of the Spanish infantry, an officer of great bravery and of strict honor, but remarkable for that severe and scrupulous vigilance which such a trust required. Francis, who formed a judgment of the emperor's dispositions by his own, was extremely desirous that Charles should be informed of his situation, fondly hoping that from his generosity or sympathy he should obtain speedy relief. The imperial generals were no less impatient to give their sovereign an early account of the decisive victory which they had gained, and to receive his instructions with regard to their future conduct. As the most certain and expeditious method of conveying intelligence to Spain at that season of the year was by land, Francis gave the Commendador Palanusa, who was charged with Lannoy's dispatches, a passport to travel through France. Charles received the account of this signal, an unexpected success that had crowned his arms with a moderation which, if it had been real, would have done him more honor than the greatest victory. Without uttering one word expressive of exultation or of intemperate joy, he retired immediately into his chapel, and, having spent an hour in offering up his thanksgivings to heaven, returned to the presence chamber, which by that time was filled with grandees and foreign ambassadors assembled in order to congratulate him. He accepted of their compliments with a modest deportment. He lamented the misfortune of the captive king as a striking example of the sad reverse of fortune to which the most powerful monarchs are subject. He forbade any public rejoicings, as indecent in a war carried on among Christians, reserving them until he should obtain a victory equally illustrious over the infidels, and seemed to take pleasure in the advantage which he had gained, only as it would prove the occasion of restoring peace to Christendom. Charles, however, had already begun to form schemes in his own mind which little suited such external appearances. Ambition, not generosity, was the ruling passion in his mind, and the victory at Pavia opened such new and unbounded prospects of gratifying it as allured him with irresistible force. But it being no easy matter to execute the vast designs which he meditated, he thought it necessary, while proper measures were taken for that purpose, to effect the greatest moderation, hoping under that veil to conceal his real intentions from the other princes of Europe. Meanwhile, France was filled with consternation. The king himself had early transmitted an account of the rout at Pavia in a letter to his mother, delivered by Pennalusa, which contained only these words: "Madam, all is lost except our honor." The officers who made their escape, when they arrived from Italy, brought such a melancholy detail of particulars as made all ranks of men sensibly feel the greatness and extent of the calamity. France, without its sovereign, without money in her treasury, without an army, and without generals to command it, and encompassed on all sides by a victorious and active enemy, seemed to be on the very brink of destruction. But, on that occasion, the great abilities of Louise, the regent, saved the kingdom which the violence of her passions had more than once exposed to the greatest danger. Instead of giving herself up to such lamentations as were natural to a woman so remarkable for her maternal tenderness, she discovered all the foresight and exerted all the activity of a consummate politician. She assembled the nobles at Lyons, and animated them by her example no less than by her words, with such zeal in defense of their country as its present situation required. She collected the remains of the army which had served in Italy, ransomed the prisoners, paid the arrears, and put them in a condition to take the field. She levied new troops, provided for the security of the frontiers, and raised sums sufficient for defraying these extraordinary expenses. Her chief care, however, was to appease the resentment or to gain the friendship of the King of England, and from that quarter the first ray of comfort broke in upon the French. Though Henry, in entering into alliances with Charles or Francis, seldom followed any regular or concerted plan of policy, but was influenced chiefly by the caprice of temporary passions, such occurrences often happened as recalled his attention toward that equal balance of power which it was necessary to keep between the two contending potentates, the preservation of which he always boasted to be his peculiar office. He had expected that his union with the emperor might afford him an opportunity of recovering some part of those territories in France which had belonged to his ancestors, and for the sake of such an acquisition he did not scruple to give his assistance toward raising Charles to a considerable preeminence above Francis. He had never dreamed, however, of any event so decisive and so fatal as the victory at Pavia, which seemed not only to have broken, but to have annihilated the power of one of the rivals, so that the prospect of the sudden and entire revolution which this would occasion in the political system filled him with the most disquieting apprehensions. He saw all Europe in danger of being overrun by an ambitious prince, to whose power there now remained no counterpoise, and, though he himself might at first be admitted, in quality of an ally, to some share in the spoils of the captive monarch, it was easy to discern that with regard to the manner of making the partition, as well as his security for keeping possession of what should be allotted him, he must absolutely depend upon the will of a confederate, to whose forces his own bore no proportion. He was sensible that if Charles were permitted to add any considerable part of France to the vast dominions of which he was already master, his neighborhood would be much more formidable to England than that of the ancient French kings, while at the same time the proper balance on the continent, to which England owed both its safety and importance, would be entirely lost. Concern for the situation of the unhappy monarch cooperated with these political considerations. His gallant behavior in the Battle of Pavia had excited a high degree of admiration, which never fails of augmenting sympathy, and Henry, naturally susceptible of generous sentiments, was fond of appearing as the deliverer of a vanquished enemy from a state of captivity. The passions of the English minister seconded the inclinations of the monarch. Wolsey, who had not forgotten the disappointment of his hopes in 2 successive conclaves, which he imputed chiefly to the emperor, thought this a proper opportunity of taking revenge, and Louise, courting the friendship of England with such flattering submissions as were no less agreeable to the king than to the cardinal, Henry gave her secret assurances that he would not lend his aid toward oppressing France in its present helpless state, and obliged her to promise that she would not consent to dismember the kingdom even in order to procure her son's liberty. During these transactions, Charles, whose pretensions to moderation and disinterestedness were soon forgotten, deliberated, with the utmost solicitude, how he might derive the greatest advantages from the misfortunes of his adversary. Some of his counselors advised him to treat Francis with the magnanimity that became a victorious prince, and instead of taking advantage of his situation to impose rigorous conditions, to dismiss him on such equal terms as would bind him forever to his interest by the ties of gratitude and affection, more forcible as well as more permanent than any which could be formed by extorted oaths and involuntary stipulations. Such an exertion of generosity is not, perhaps, to be expected in the conduct of political affairs, and it was far too refined for that prince to whom it was proposed. The more obvious but less splendid scheme of endeavoring to make the utmost of Francis's calamity had a greater number in the council to recommend it, and suited better with the emperor's genius. But though Charles adopted this plan, he seems not to have executed it in the most proper manner. Instead of making one great effort to penetrate into France with all the forces of Spain and the Low Countries, instead of crushing the Italian states before they recovered from the consternation which the success of his arms had occasioned, he had recourse to the artifices of intrigue and negotiation. This proceeded partly from necessity, partly from the natural disposition of his mind. The situation of his finances at that time rendered it extremely difficult to carry on any extraordinary armament, and he himself, having never appeared at the head of his armies, the command of which he had hitherto committed to his generals, was averse to bold and martial counsels, and trusted more to the arts with which he was acquainted. He laid, besides, too much stress upon the victory of Pavia, as if by that event the strength of France had been annihilated, its resources exhausted, and the kingdom itself, no less than the person of its monarch, had been subjected to his power. Full of this opinion, he determined to set the highest price upon Francis's freedom, and, having ordered the Count de Roux to visit the captive king in his name, he instructed him to propose the following articles as the conditions on which he would grant him his liberty: that he should restore Burgundy to the emperor, from whose ancestors it had been unjustly wrested; that he should surrender Provence and Dauphine, that they might be erected into an independent kingdom for the Constable Bourbon; that he should make full satisfaction to the King of England for all his claims, and, finally, renounce the pretensions of France to Naples, Milan, or any other territory in Italy. When Francis, who had hitherto flattered himself that he should be treated by the emperor, with the generosity becoming one great prince toward another, heard these rigorous conditions, he was so transported with indignation that, drawing his dagger hastily, he cried out, "'Twere better that a king should die thus." Alençon, alarmed at his vehemence, laid hold on his hand, but, though he soon recovered greater composure, he still declared in the most solemn manner that he would rather remain a prisoner during life than purchase liberty by such ignominious concessions. The chief obstacle that stood in the way of Francis's liberty was the emperor's continuing to insist so peremptorily on the restitution of Burgundy as a preliminary to that event. Francis often declared that he would never consent to dismember his kingdom, and that, even if he should so far forget the duties of a monarch as to come to such a resolution, the fundamental laws of the nation would prevent its taking effect. On his part, he was willing to make an absolute cession to the emperor of all his pretensions in Italy and the Low Countries. He promised to restore to Bourbon all his lands which had been confiscated. He renewed his proposal of marrying the emperor's sister, the Queen Dowager of Portugal, and engaged to pay a great sum by way of ransom for his own person. But all mutual esteem and confidence between the two monarchs were now entirely lost. There appeared, on the one hand, a rapacious ambition, laboring to avail itself of every favorable circumstance; on the other, suspicion and resentment, standing perpetually on their guard, so that the prospect of bringing their negotiations to an issue seemed to be far distant. The Duchess of Alençon, the French king's sister, whom Charles permitted to visit her brother in his confinement, employed all her address in order to procure his liberty on more reasonable terms. Henry of England interposed his good offices to the same purpose, but both with so little success that Francis, in despair, took suddenly the resolution of resigning his crown, with all its rights and prerogatives, to his son the Dauphin, determining rather to end his days in prison than to purchase his freedom by concessions unworthy of a king. The deed for this purpose he signed with legal formality in Madrid, empowering his sister to carry it into France, that it might be registered in all the parliaments of the kingdom, and, at the same time, intimating his intention to the emperor, he desired him to name the place of his confinement and to assign him a proper number of attendants during the remainder of his days. This resolution of the French king had great effect. Charles began to be sensible that, by pushing rigor to excess, he might defeat his own measures, and, instead of the vast advantages which he hoped to draw from ransoming a powerful monarch, he might at last find in his hands a prince without dominions or revenues. About the same time, one of the King of Navarre's domestics happened, by an extraordinary exertion of fidelity, courage, and address, to procure his master an opportunity of escaping from the prison in which he had been confined ever since the battle of Pavia. This convinced the emperor that the most vigilant attention of his officers might be eluded by the ingenuity or boldness of Francis or his attendants, and one unlucky hour might deprive him of all the advantages which he had been so solicitous to obtain. By these considerations he was induced to abate somewhat of his former demands. On the other hand, Francis's impatience under confinement daily increased, and having received certain intelligence of a powerful league forming against his rival in Italy, he grew more compliant with regard to his concessions, trusting that, if he could once obtain his liberty, he would soon be in a condition to resume whatever he had yielded. Such being the views and sentiments of the two monarchs, the treaty which procured Francis his liberty was signed at Madrid on January 14, 1526. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aman Bogle. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Sack of Rome by the Imperial troops, A.D. 1527, by Benvenuto, Cellini. Charles, Duc de Bourbon, known as Constable de Bourbon, became famous in the wars of the Emperor Charles V with Francis I, King of France. The vast estates of both branches of the Bourbon family were united in the possession of the Constable, making him a person of importance, independently of his military career. He was born in 1490 and was made Constable of France for his services at the Battle of Melegnano, 1515, in which Francis gained a brilliant victory over the Swiss. The attempt of powerful enemies to undermine Bourbon in the favor of the king led to the threatened loss of the constable's dignities and lands, and provoked him to renounce the French service. After making a secret treaty with Charles V, with his ally, Henry VIII of England, Bourbon led a force of German mercenaries into Lombardy, where in 1523 he joined Charles's Spanish army, and next year aided in driving the French from Italy. Invading France, he marched under the emperor's order to Marseille and laid siege to the city, but failed to take it. Bourbon contributed materially to the emperor's great victory at Pavia, and was rewarded by being made Duke of Milan and commander in northern Italy. But although Charles thus honored Bourbon, he did not trust him, and was not really desirous of advancing a person of such great resource and consequence. In the peace between Spain and France in 1526, Bourbon's great interests were neglected. Notwithstanding these things, when Charles V wished to punish Pope Clement VII, who had joined a league against him, Bourbon, with George of Frundsberg, led an army of Spanish and German mercenaries to Rome. The description of the sack which followed, written by Benvenuto Cellini, the celebrated Italian artist, shows him as an effective participant in the defense. This account of a combatant is, of course, only fragmentary, and is supplemented by Trollope's critical narrative. Benvenuto Cellini. The whole world was now in warfare. Pope Clement had sent to get some troops from Giovanni de' Medici, and when they came, they made such disturbances in Rome that it was ill living in open shops. On this account I retired to a good, snug house behind the Banshee, where I worked for all the friends I had acquired. Since I produced few things of much importance at that period, I need not waste time in talking about them. I took pleasure in music and amusements of the kind. On the death of Giovanni de' Medici in Lombardy, the Pope, at the advice of Messer Jacopo Salviati, dismissed the 5 bands he had engaged, and when the Constable of Bourbon knew there were no troops in Rome, he pushed his army with the utmost energy up to the city. The whole of Rome upon this flew to arms. I happened to be intimate with Alessandro, the son of Piero del Ben, who, at the time when the Colonnesi entered Rome, had requested me to guard his palace. On this serious occasion, therefore, he prayed me to enlist 50 comrades for the protection of the said house, appointing me their captain, as I had been when the Colonnesi came. So I selected 50 young men of the highest courage, and we took up quarters in his palace, with good pay and excellent appointments. Bourbon's army had now arrived before the walls of Rome, and Alessandro begged me to go with him to reconnoiter. So we went with one of the stoutest fellows in our company, and on the way a youth called Cecchino della Casa joined himself to us. On reaching the walls by the Campo Santo, we could see that famous army, which was making every effort to enter the town. Upon the ramparts where we took our station, several young men were lying, killed by the besiegers. The battle raged there desperately, and there was the densest fog imaginable. I turned to Alessandro and said, "Let us go home as soon as we can, for there is nothing to be done here. You can see the enemies are mounting, and our men are in fight." Alessandro, in a panic, cried, "Would God that we had never come here," and turned in maddest haste to fly. I took him up somewhat sharply with these words: "Since you have brought me here, I must perform some action worthy of a man," and directing my arquebus where I saw the thickest and most serried troop of fighting men, I aimed exactly at one whom I remarked to be higher than the rest. The fog prevented me from being certain whether he was on horseback or on foot. Then I turned to Alessandro and Cecchino and bade them discharge their arquebuses, showing them how to avoid being hit by the besiegers. When we had fired 2 rounds apiece, I crept cautiously up to the wall, and observing among the enemy a most extraordinary confusion, I discovered afterward that one of our 4 shots had killed the Constable of Bourbon, and from what I subsequently learned, he was the man whom I had first noticed above the heads of the rest. Quitting our position on the ramparts, we crossed the Campo Santo and entered the city by St. Peter's. Then, coming out exactly at the church of Santo Agnolo, we got with the greatest difficulty to the great gate of the castle, for the generals Renzo di Ceri and Orazio Baglioni were wounding and slaughtering everybody who had abandoned their defense of the walls. By the time we had reached the great gate, part of the foemen had already entered Rome, and we had them in our rear. The Castellan had ordered the portcullis to be lowered, in order to do which they cleared a little space, and this enabled us four to get inside. On the instant that I entered, the captain, Polone de' Medici, claimed me as being part of the papal household, and forced me to abandon Alessandro, which I had to do much against my will. I ascended to the keep, and at the same instant Pope Clement came in through the corridors into the castle. He had refused to leave the palace of St. Peter earlier, being unable to believe that his enemies would effect their entrance into Rome. Having got into the castle this way, I attached myself to certain pieces of artillery, which were under the command of a bombarder called Giuliano Foriento. Leaning there against the battlements, the unhappy man could see his poor house being sacked, and his wife and children outraged. Fearing to strike his own folk, he dared not discharge the cannon, and flinging the burning fuse upon the ground, he wept as though his heart would break, and tore his cheeks with both his hands. Some of the other bombardiers were behaving in like manner, seeing which, I took one of the matches, and got the assistance of a few men who were not overcome by their emotions. I aimed some swivels and falconets at points where I saw it would be useful, and killed with them a good number of the enemy. Had it not been for this, the troops who poured into Rome that morning and were marching straight upon the castle might possibly have entered it with ease, because the artillery was doing them no damage. I went on firing under the eyes of several cardinals and lords, who kept blessing me, giving me the heartiest encouragement. In my enthusiasm, I strove to achieve the impossible. Let it suffice that it was I who saved the castle that morning, and brought the other bombardiers back to their duty. I worked hard the whole of that day, and when the evening came, while the army was marching into Rome through Trastevere, Pope Clement appointed a great Roman nobleman named Antonio Santa Croce to be a captain of all the gunners. The first thing this man did was come to me, and having greeted me with the utmost kindness, he stationed me with 5 fine pieces of artillery on the highest point of the castle, to which the name of the Angel specifically belongs. This circular eminence goes round the castle and surveys both Prati and the towns of Rome. The captain put under my orders enough men to help in managing my guns, and having seen me paid in advance, he gave me rations of bread and a little wine, and begged me to go forward as I had begun. I was perhaps more inclined by nature to the profession of arms than to the one I had adopted, and I took such pleasure in its duties that I discharged them better than those of my own art. Night came. The enemy had entered Rome, and we who were in the castle, especially myself, who had always taken pleasure in extraordinary sights, stayed gazing on the indescribable scene of tumult and conflagration in the streets below. People who were anywhere else but where we were could not have formed the least imagination of what it was. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 9 by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Sack of Rome by the Imperial troops, A.D. 1527, by T. Adolphus Trollope. The combined force of Bourbon and Frundsberg was in all respects more like a rabble-rout of brigands and bandits than an army, and was assuredly such as must even in those days have been felt to be a disgrace to any sovereign permitting them to call themselves his soldiers. Their pay was, as was often the case with the troops of Charles V, hopelessly in arrear, and discipline was of course proportionably weak among them. Indeed, it seemed every now and then on the point of coming to an end altogether. The two generals had the greatest difficulty in preventing their army from becoming an entirely anarchical and disorganized mob of freebooters, as dangerous to its masters as to everybody else. Of course, food, raiment, and shelter were the first absolute essentials for keeping this dangerous mass of armed men in any degree of order and organization. And in fact the present march of Frundsberg and Bourbon had the obtaining of these necessaries for its principal and true object. The progress southward of this bandit army, unchecked by any opposing force, for Giovanni delle Bandiniere had lost his life in the attempt to prevent them from passing the Po, and after the death of that great captain, the army of the League did not muster courage to attack or impede the invaders in any way, filled the cities exposed to their inroad with terror and dismay. They had passed like a destroying locust swarm over Bologna and Imola, and crossing the Apennines which separate Umbria from Tuscany, had descended into the valley of the Arno not far from Arezzo. Florence and Rome both trembled. On which would the storm burst? That was the all-absorbing question. Pope Clement, with his usual avarice-blinded imbecility, had, immediately on concluding a treaty with the Neapolitan viceroy, discharged all his troops except a bodyguard of about 600 men. Florence was nearly in as defenceless a position. She had, says Varchi, two great armies on her territory, one that under Bourbon, which came as an enemy to sack and plunder her, and the other that of a league, which came as a friend to protect her, but sacked and plundered her none the less. It was, however, probably the presence of this army, little as it had hitherto done to impede the progress of the enemy, which decided Bourbon eventually to determine on marching toward Rome. It seems doubtful how far they were, in so doing, executing the orders or carrying out the wishes of the emperor. Clement, though he had played the traitor to Charles, as he did to everyone else, and had been at war with him recently, had now entered into a treaty with the emperor's viceroy, and apart from this there was a degree of odium and scandal attaching to the sight of the most Catholic emperor sending a Lutheran army in his pay to attack the head of the church, and ravage the venerated capital of Christendom, which so decorous a sovereign as Charles would hardly have liked to incur. Still, it may be assumed that if the emperor wished his army kept together and provided no sums for the purpose, he was not unwilling that they should live by plunder, and perhaps his real intention was to extort from Rome the means of paying his troops, by the mere exhibition of the danger arising from their propinquity while they remained unpaid. Upon the whole, we are warranted in supposing that Bourbon and Frundsberg would hardly have ventured on the course they took if they had not had reason to believe that it would not much displease their master. And Charles was exactly the sort of man who would like to have the profit of an evil deed without the loss of reputation arising from the commission of it, and who would consider himself best served by agents who could commit a profitable atrocity without being guilty of the annoying want of tact of waiting for his direct orders to commit it. For the especial business in hand, it was impossible, moreover, to have had two more fitting agents than Bourbon and Frundsberg. It was not every knightly general in those days who would have accepted the task, even with direct orders, of marching to the sack of Rome, and the open defiance of its sacred ruler. A Florentine or a Neapolitan soldier might have had small scruple in doing so, and a Roman baron, a Colonna or an Orsini, none at all. But there would have been found few men of such mark as Bourbon, in either France or Spain, willing to undertake the enterprise he was now engaged in. The unfortunate constable, however, was a disgraced and desperate man. He was disgraced in the face of Europe by unknightly breach of fealty to his sovereign, despite the intensity of the provocation which had driven him to that step. For all the sanctions which held European society together, in the universal bondage which alone then constituted social order, were involved in maintaining the superstition that so branded him. And he was a desperate man in his fortunes. For though no name in all Europe was at that day as great a military power at the head of a host as that of Bourbon, and though the miserable bearer of it had so shortly before been one of the wealthiest and largest territorial nobles of France, yet the constable had now his sword for his fortune as barely as the rawest lad in the rabble rout that followed him, sent out from some landless tower of an impoverished knight, in half-starved Galicia or poverty-stricken Navarre, to carve his way in the world. Even among those whose ranks he had joined, Bourbon was a disgraced and ruined man beyond redemption. Although his well-known military capacity had easily induced Charles to welcome and make use of him, he must have felt that the step he had taken in breaking his allegiance and abandoning his country had rendered him an outcast and almost a pariah in the estimation of the chivalry of Europe. The feeling he had awakened against himself throughout Christendom is strikingly illustrated by an anecdote recorded of his reception at Madrid. When, shortly after winning the battle of Pavia, Bourbon went thither to meet Charles, and the Marquis of Villain was requested to lodge the victorious general in his palace, the haughty Spaniard told the emperor that his house and all that he possessed were at his sovereign's disposition, but that he should assuredly burn it down as soon as Bourbon was out of it, since, having been sullied by the presence of a renegade, it could no longer be a fitting residence for a man of honor. So low had Bourbon fallen. Every man's hand was raised against him, and his hand was against every man. And it is easy to conceive what must have been his tone of mind and feeling as he led on his mutinous robber rout to Rome, while men of all parties looked on in panic-stricken horror. Thus Bourbon led his unpaid and mutinous hordes to a deed which, none knew better than he, would shock and scandalize all Europe, as a man who, having fallen already so low as to have lost all self-respect, cares not in his reckless despair to what depths he plunges. As for Frundsberg, he was a mere soldier of fortune, whose world was his camp, whose opinions and feelings had been formed in quite another school from those of his fellow general, whose code of honor and of morals was an entirely different one, and whose conscience was not only perfectly at rest respecting the business he was bound on, but approved of it as a good and meritorious work for the advancement of true religion. He carried round his neck a halter of golden tissue, we are told, with which he loudly boasted that he would hang the Pope as soon as he got to Rome, and had others of crimson silk at his saddle bow, which he said were destined for the cardinals. Too late, Clement became aware of the imminence and magnitude of the danger that threatened him and the capital of Christendom. He besought the Neapolitan viceroy, who had already signed a treaty with him, as has been seen, to exert himself and use his authority to arrest the southward march of Bourbon's army. And it is remarkable that this representative of the emperor in the government of Naples did, as it would seem, endeavor earnestly to avert the coming avalanche from the Eternal City. But, while the emperor's viceroy used all his authority and endeavors to arrest the advance of the emperor's army, the emperor's generals advanced and sacked Rome in spite of him. Which of them most really acted according to the secret wishes of that profound dissembler and most false and crafty monarch? It is impossible to know. It may have been, that Bourbon himself had no power to stay the plundering, bandit-like march of his hungry and unpaid troops. And the facts recorded of the state of discipline of the army are perfectly consistent with such a supposition. The viceroy sent a messenger to Bourbon, while he was yet in Bologna, informing him of the treaty signed with Clement, and desiring him therefore to come no farther southward. Bourbon, bent, as Varchi says, on deceiving both the Pope and the viceroy, replied that if the Pope would send him 200,000 florins for distribution to the army, he would stay his march. But, while this answer was carried back to Rome, the tumultuous host continued its fearfully menacing advance, and the alarm in Rome was rapidly growing to desperate terror. At the Pope's earnest request, the viceroy, who knew well, says Varchi, that his holiness had not a farthing, himself took post and rode hard for Florence with letters from Clement, hoping to obtain the money there. The departure of the viceroy in person, and the breathless haste of his ride to Florence, speak vividly of this Spanish officer's personal anxiety respecting the dreadful fate which threatened Rome. But the Florentines do not seem to have been equally impressed with the necessity of losing no time in making an effort to avert the calamity from a rival city. It was after much talking, we are told, that they at last consented to advance 150,000 florins, 80,000 in cash down, and the remainder by the end of October. It was now April, and Bourbon had by this time crossed the Apennines, and was with his army on the western slopes of the mountains, not far from the celebrated monastery of Livernia. Thither the viceroy hurried with all speed, accompanied by only 2 servants and a trumpeter, and having, with much difficulty, says Varchi, come to speech with the general, proffered him the 80,000 florins, upon which he was set upon by the tumultuous troops, and narrowly escaped being torn in pieces by them. In endeavouring to get away from them and make his way back to Florence, he fell into the hands of certain peasants near Camaldoli, and was here again in danger of his life, and was wounded in the head. He was, however, rescued by a monk of Vallombrosa, and by him conducted to the neighbouring little town of Poppi in the Casentino, or upper valley of the Arno, whence he made his way to Siena, and so back to Rome, with no pleasant tidings of what might be expected from Bourbon and his brigand army. The Vallombrosan monk, who thus bestead the viceroy at his need, was, as Varchi records, rewarded by the bishopric of Muro in the kingdom of Naples, which, adds the historian, he still holds. The fate of Rome was no longer doubtful. Clement, who by his pennywise parsimony had left himself defenceless, made a feeble and wholly vain attempt to put the city in a state of defense. The corrupt and cowardly citizens could not have opposed any valid resistance to the ruffian hordes who were slowly but surely, like an advancing conflagration, coming upon them, even if they had been willing to do their best. But the trembling Pope's appeal to them to defend the walls fell on the ears of as sorely trembling men, each thinking only of the possible chances of saving his own individual person. Yet it seems clear that means of defense might have been found had not the Pope been thus paralyzed by terror. Clement, however, was as one fascinated. Martin du Bellay tells us that he himself, then in Italy as ambassador from Francis I, hurried to Rome and warned the Pope of his danger in abundant time for him to have prepared for the protection of the city by the troops he had at his disposal. But no persuasion availed to induce Clement to take any step for that purpose. Neither would he seek safety by flight, nor permit his unfortunate subjects to do so. John de Casale, ambassador of Henry VIII at Venice, writes thence to Wolsey on May 16th, the fatal tidings of the sack of the city having just reached Venice, as follows. He, Clement, refused to quit the city for some safer place. He even forbade by edict that anyone should carry anything out of the gates on pain of death, though many were anxious to depart and carry their fortunes elsewhere. Meantime, Florence, for her own protection, had hastily induced Francesco Maria, Duke of Urbino, to place himself at the head of the remaining forces of the Italian League, and to take up a position at Incisa, a small town in the upper Val d'Arno, about 20 miles from the city on the road to Arezzo. Thus the torrent was turned off from the capital of the Commonwealth. Probably as soon as the invading army once found itself to the south of Florence, that wealthy city was in no immediate danger. Rome was metal more attractive to the invaders, even had there not been an army between them and Florence. And now it became frightfully clear that the doom of the Eternal City was at hand. On came the strangely heterogeneous rout of lawless soldiery, leaving behind them a trail of burned and ruined cities, devastated fields, and populations plague-stricken from the contamination engendered by the multitude of their unburied dead. On May 5th, Bourbon arrived beneath the walls of Rome. During the last few days, the unhappy Pope had endeavored to arm what men he could get together, under Renzo de Ceri and one Horatius, not Cocles unhappily, but Baglioni. Rome contained within her walls, says Ranke, some 30,000 inhabitants capable of bearing arms. Many of these men had seen service. They wore swords by their sides, which they had used freely in their broils among each other, and then boasted of their exploits. But to oppose the enemy, who brought with him certain destruction, 500 men were the utmost that could be mustered within the city. At the first onset, the Pope and his forces were overthrown. On the evening of May 6th, the city was stormed and given over to the unbridled cupidity and brutality of the soldiers, who, during many a long day of want and hardship, had been looking forward to the hour that was to repay them amply for all past sufferings by the boundless gratification of every sense, and every caprice of lawless passion. Bourbon himself had fallen in the first moments of the attack, as he was leading his men to scale the walls, and any small influence that he might have exerted in moderating the excesses of the conquerors was thus at an end. It does not fall within the scope of the present narrative to attempt any detailed account of the days and scenes that followed. They have been described by many writers, and the reader who bears in mind what Rome was, her vileness, her cowardice, her imbecility, her wealth, her arts, her monuments, her memories, her helpless population of religious communities of both sexes, and the sacred character of her high places and splendors, which served to give an additional zest to the violence of triumphant heretics, he that bears in mind all these things may safely give the rein to his imagination without any fear of overcharging the picture. Frundsberg had been wont to boast that if ever he reached Rome he would hang the Pope. He never did reach it, having been carried off by a fit of apoplexy while striving to quell a mutiny among his troops shortly after leaving Bologna on his southward march. But the threat is sufficiently indicative of the spirit that animated his army to show that Clement owed his personal safety only to the strength of the castle of Sant'Angelo, in which he sought refuge. The sensation produced throughout Europe by the dreadful misfortune which had fallen on the Eternal City was immense. John de Casale, in the letter cited above, says that it would have been better for Rome to have been taken by the Turks when they were in Hungary, as the infidels would have perpetrated less odious outrages and less horrible sacrilege. Clark, Bishop of Bath, writes to Wolsey from Paris on May 28th following. Please it, your grace, after my most humble recommendation, to understand that about the 15th of this month, by letters sent from Venice, it was spoken that the Duke of Bourbon with the army Imperial by violence should enter Rome as the 6th of this month, and that in the same entry the said duke should be slain, and that the Pope had saved himself with the cardinals in Castellangelo, which tidings, because they were not written unto Venice, but upon relation of a soldier that came from Rome to Viterbo, and because there came hither no manner of confirmation thereof unto this day, they were not believed. This day there is come letters from Venice confirming the same tidings to be true. They write also that they have sacked and spoiled the town, and slain to the number of 45,000, non parcentes nec aetati nec sexui nec ordini, amongst other that they have murdered a marvellous sort of friars, and against priests and churches they have behaved themselves as it doth become Moranes and Lutherans to do. How deeply Wolsey himself was moved by the news is seen by a letter from him to Henry VIII, written on June 2nd following. He forwards to the king the letters now arrived, as well out of France as out of Italy, confirming the piteous and lamentable spoils, pillages, with most cruel murders, committed by the Imperials in the city of Rome, non parcentes sacris aetati sexui aut religioni, and the extreme danger that the Pope's Holiness and cardinals, who fled into the Castellangelo, were in, if by mean of the army of the liege they should not be shortly succoured and relieved. Which, sire, is matter that must needs commove and stir the hearts of all good Christian princes and people to help and put their hands with effect to reformation thereof, and the repressing of such tyrannous demeanour. Even Charles himself affected at least to mourn the success of his own army. Nowhere did this terrible Italian misfortune fail to awaken sympathy and compassion, save in a rival Italian city. Florence heard the tidings, says Varchi, with the utmost delight. The same historian expresses his own opinion that the sack of Rome was at once the most cruel and the most merited chastisement ever inflicted by heaven. And another Florentine writer piously accounts for the failure of all means adopted to avert the calamity, by supposing that it was God's eternal purpose then and thus to chastise the crimes of the Roman prelates. A theory, it may occur to some minds, somewhat damaged by the unfortunate fact that the greater part of the miseries suffered in those awful days were inflicted on the unhappy flocks of those purple shepherds. End of section 13. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, 2022.